Chapter 1407. While Li Weishan was restrained, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to break free from the spatial shackles. He also took out a divine elixir to recover his divine power. Ling Xiao knew that this move could make Li Weishan suffer some losses, but it was almost impossible to seriously injure him. The sixth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, Double Dragon Wind, blasted out again. The power of the consecutive elemental joint attack was not inferior to the attack of an ordinary supreme being. Even Li Weishan felt a little overwhelmed. Fire burning the eyebrows, pointing at the divine body. Li Weishan could be said to be restrained from the back. Even his supreme being defense could not block it. He was suppressed by his opponent and his divine body was seriously injured, which made him furious. Li Weishan gathered layers of power to block and disintegrate Ling Xiao's power, finally resolving the urgent situation. Ling Xiao was also repeatedly exhausted, and his divine power could not recover so quickly. Next, he had to endure Li Weishan's angry counterattack. "You should be proud to be able to force me to this point," Li Weishan roared, and the spatial shackles condensed again, trapping Ling Xiao, and then he punched out. Rumble. Ling Xiao used the last of his strength to block, but he was still at a loss and in pain. After a round of attacks, Ling Xiao's divine body was severely injured. His figure was distorted, and his bones were exposed. Blood kept flowing out, and it looked very cruel. "Still not dead, how tenacious," Li Weishan said with a surprised expression. After a pause he said, "But this is the end." After saying that, he attacked Ling Xiao again. The second round of attacks came, and he must destroy Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that if I don't use some trump cards, I really can't challenge a supreme being. But to be able to injure a supreme being, my combat power is very good." Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his battle prowess and the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. After all, Li Weishan was not an ordinary sovereign, but a sovereign of the ancient clan. He possessed the bloodline of brute force, and whether it was in terms of attack or defense, they far surpassed ordinary sovereigns. The fact that he was able to force Li Weishan to such a state proved that his strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being. As for anyone below the supreme being level, how could they be a match for him? Just as Li Weishan's attack was about to land, Ling Xiao's doppelganger finally appeared. However, his avatar still appeared in an invisible state. Its power instantly increased by dozens of times, and it blocked Li Weishan's stone fist. Boom boom boom. In the void, the stone fists were smashed into pieces. Many stone fragments flew in all directions and became dust in the void. Li Weishan's expression changed greatly. He didn't even know what was going on. His divine fist was actually destroyed. His divine telekinesis kept scanning the area, but he didn't find any other auras around him. What's going on? Could it be that this person has a guardian supreme protecting him? Li Weishan was extremely shocked. The more he fought with Ling Xiao, the more Li Weishan couldn't adapt to the successive changes. Ling Xiao was already difficult to deal with. If he really had a guardian supreme protecting him, then it would be difficult for him to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's spirit clone took advantage of the time when Li Weishan was still puzzled to approach him and launch a fierce attack. Bang bang. The thick defense in front of Li Weishan was directly hit by Ling Xiao's spirit clone, and fist marks appeared on it. His defensive mountain was directly hit until it cracked, and Li Weishan's divine body was immediately injured. Puff. Li Weishan was finally seriously injured. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out divine blood. Li Weishan was indeed a sovereign. After a short loss, he once again condensed his defensive power and continuously punched out in all directions. However, these punches had no target, so they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao's spirit clone at all. After all, his speed was still there. Ling Xiao's real body also seized the opportunity to speed up his recovery. He didn't look worried at all. "Who is it? Who is it? Come out!" Li Weishan looked around and shouted in fear. Facing an unknown enemy, there would always be a sense of fear, and Li Weishan was no exception. He was sure that the opponent had the power of a sovereign at the incipient god realm. Otherwise, how could the opponent's attack so easily break his defense and injure him so badly? If his reaction had been a little slower, he would have been directly killed by the opponent. No one answered Li Weishan. However, as soon as he stopped attacking in all directions, the opponent attacked again. He didn't know what to do, and he was continuously injured. If it weren't for his amazing defense, he would have been killed by the opponent's sneak attack without a doubt. A supreme martial artist who could conceal himself and attack without revealing any aura, this kind of method was simply unheard of and unseen. He thought that it was somewhat similar to the secret technique of the Dark Shadow clan in the Sky Dragon area, but there were also some differences. This secret technique was simply invincible. Li Weishan was scared. Although the incipient God Realm experts were superior to billions of people, he wasn't arrogant enough to be invincible in the world. Facing a sovereign who was stronger than him, he would still fall. Otherwise, since the antiquity time, there would be many sovereigns appearing in each era, but also a large number of sovereigns would fall continuously. Even if a supreme expert were to face a supreme expert who was stronger than him, he would still die. Li Weishan continuously attacked in all directions. He wanted to run away, but the opponent was faster than him. The opponent could even block his way and attack him. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Li Weishan was continuously attacked inexplicably. His divine body was destroyed over and over again. His divine power kept decreasing. Li Weishan knew that if it continued like this, he would definitely die. However, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. What should he do? Li Weishan's eyes eventually fell on Ling Xiao in the distance. He found that Ling Xiao's wounds were all healed, and his aura had recovered a lot, which frightened him a lot. If Ling Xiao attacked him again, he wouldn't be able to survive. He was secretly anxious. Even if he wanted to inform his clansmen, it would be impossible. After all, they were outside the 9 heavens, and the sound transmission stone would also be cut off. Only those in the outer realms would be able to hear the distress signal. Oh my God! What's going on? It's too much. Li Weishan screamed, feeling wronged. Ever since he had become a sovereign, he had never had such a depressing fight. First, he was hurt by a half-incipient God Realm expert. Now he was overwhelmed by an unknown opponent. If others saw him like this, they would definitely doubt whether he was a sovereign or an incipient God Realm expert. He really wanted to kill himself with a piece of tofu. Begrudgingly, Li Weishan put down his arrogant head and begged Ling Xiao. Kim people's friend, please ask your people to stop. I, Li Weishan, admit my defeat. If he didn't surrender, he would be tortured to death if he continued like this. Ling Xiao's wounds were almost healed. He calmly walked to Li Weishan and said, "Didn't you want to kill me? Why do you want to surrender now?" As soon as Ling Xiao finished, his God Soul clone launched another round of sneak attacks, which made Li Weishan vomit blood. Li Weishan fought back while crazily dancing. I, Li Weishan, have eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. If you let me go, you will be a friend of our man tribe. Otherwise, even if you kill me, the ancestor of our man tribe won't let you go. Also, that warrior of the Xinyu tribe will be affected by you. Although Li Weishan's body was tall and sturdy, he looked like a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. In fact, he wasn't like what he looked like. His mind was still cautious, and he had hit Ling Xiao's weak spot. That's right. Even if Ling Xiao killed Li Weishan, Xinyu Yi would also be affected. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to kill Li Weishan in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. I can let you go, but I have a condition. Ling Xiao said calmly. What condition? If it goes against my tribe's rules, I can't do anything. Li Weishan said with some integrity. Don't worry, my condition is very simple. Ling Xiao replied, then stated his request. First of all, you have to settle the warrior assembly for me. I will announce that my brother Xinyu Yi is the strongest warrior. Secondly, you are not allowed to make things difficult for the people of the Xinyu tribe in the future. After all, you are of the same tribe. If I find out that my brother is treated unfairly in the future, don't blame me for turning against you. At that time, I won't let your man tribe have an easy time. I believe you should be clear about this. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the God Soul clone near Li Weishan actually sent out a terrifying attack. This attack brushed past Li Weishan's shoulder, obviously to warn him. Li Weishan was shocked once again, and hurriedly replied, I can agree to all of these. Do you have any other requests? These were all trivial matters to him. After all, he was a great master and had a lot of power in the tribe. Deciding who the strongest warrior belonged to and not oppressing the Xinyu tribe weren't a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't a matter of betraying his tribe. Ling Xiao didn't think of too many conditions, but seeing that Li Weishan was still sensible, he added another condition. Does your man tribe have an earth element genesis stone? I want one. Dubich. What? You want my tribe's genesis stone? Impossible. Li Weishan hurriedly replied. Seeing Li Weishan's reaction, Ling Xiao knew that the man tribe really had an earth element genesis stone. He immediately said with joy, Isn't your life worth one genesis stone? Li Weishan resolutely said, That's right, the genesis stone is the foundation of my tribe. It's more precious than my life. Ling Xiao instantly frowned, and a murderous aura instantly spread out. Li Weishan was frightened. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would really send someone to kill him. He hurriedly said, Although I can't give you the Genesis Stone, I know where to find it. I don't know if you dare to take it or not. Where? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. The Nirvana space must have a fire element Genesis Stone. Li Weishan blurted out. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's God Soul clone would immediately attack him again. Do you think I'm a fool? Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Chapter 1408. The Nirvana space was one of the 8 forbidden areas, just like the chaotic burial space. It was rumored that there was a Genesis stone with fire property there. However, from Li Weishan's mouth, it was obvious that he wanted to send Ling Xiao to his death. If Ling Xiao didn't give him a warning, he would think that he was a fool. Li Weishan didn't expect that Ling Xiao would have such a big reaction, and he was slapped again. He hurriedly said, You listen to me. There is another place besides the Nirvana space. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger stopped attacking again. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, If you dare to play tricks again, I will let you die without a burial place. Li Weishan cursed in his heart. I didn't say anything wrong. The Nirvana space has a Genesis stone. Motherf asterisk Ker, is it wrong to tell the truth? Before he answered Ling Xiao, he hurriedly healed his wounds and said, As far as I know, not long ago, someone obtained the Genesis stone from the Nirvana space and came out alive. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me guessing. Li Weishan hurriedly said, It was said that the Holy Lady of the Thousand Beasts Alliance got it. Is this information reliable? Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice. I am 80% sure. The Holy Lady is a genius girl who can control the vermilion bird. And the Nirvana space is the resting place of the vermilion bird. With the help of the vermilion bird, it is easy for the Holy Lady to enter and exit the Nirvana space, so it is not difficult to get the Genesis stone. Li Weishan explained. Ling Xiao knew about the Thousand Beasts Alliance, and he knew that it was a big alliance of beast trainers. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Lady of the Thousand Beasts Alliance had the ability to control the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The Heaven Territory really had many talented people. And there were all kinds of people. I hope that your information is accurate. Ling Xiao nodded and continued. Then we're even for the time being. Remember what I said just now. We're still friends. Don't even think about gathering the other Supremes to harm me when you return to your barbarian tribe. Otherwise, my people will bring the news back to my Jin tribe. Then, you'll become a sinner of your barbarian tribe. Ling Xiao naturally gave Li Weishan a warning first, in case he decided to turn his back on him. Li Weishan said, Man's words. Li Weishan said in a serious tone, Don't worry, you will be a friend of the barbarian tribe from now on. As long as you don't harm the barbarian tribe, everything can be discussed. Li said, King Supremes Li Weishan Li, and Beast Stone Barbarian. Only then did Li Weishan let out a sigh of relief. He had been carefully looking around for the invisible man, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find him. He had to recognize the fact that he was really screwed this time. However, while Ling Xiao and Li Wei were fighting, the Xinyu tribe in the land of berserkers was facing a crusade. Because Ling Xiao had injured Li Dou and broken the rules of the warrior assembly, he had also injured their patriarch and various tribal chiefs, forcing the guardian elders to come out. These crimes were all imposed on the Xinyu tribe by the Li tribe and the Ko tribe. On the other hand, Xinyu Yi was charged with the crime of betraying the clan, and Li Erma and Ko Lian demanded that he be executed immediately. The people of the Xinyu tribe had been suppressed for many years, and now that such a thing had happened, Xinyu Shisu, the tribal chief, was finally unwilling to be bullied by the Li tribe and the Ko tribe, and insisted that the tribal chief uphold justice. Otherwise, the Xinyu tribe would not accept the punishment, and they would risk their lives to ask their old tribal chief who had been in seclusion for many years to come out and uphold justice for them. Although the Xinyu tribe had declined, it was not that they did not have a sovereign. The Li tribe and the Ko tribe had gone too far, and they could not endure it anymore. Sure enough, after Xinyu Shisu said this, Li Erma and Ko Lian did not dare to press too hard, but they would only be satisfied if Xinyu Yi was severely punished. After all, they had a good reason. Ling Xiao was Xinyu Yi's friend. Everything that Ling Xiao had done was naturally borne by Xinyu Yi. At this time, in the tribe's big tent, all the tribal chiefs and many elders had gathered together, and Xinyu Yi was also forced to kneel in front of them by two high-level divine kings. Tribal chief, the matter is already very clear. This person colluded with outsiders and plotted to harm our clansmen. He should be executed for his crime. But tribal chief Xinyu could not bear to do it, so we might as well cripple him and expel him from our tribe, never to return. This punishment should be necessary. Li Erma said with a gloomy expression. He had been humiliated by Ling Xiao time and time again, so he had to vent his anger, and Xinyu Yi became the target of his anger. Li Erma, it's too much. Xinyu Yi was defeated, and Li Do wanted his life. His friend didn't know it, so it's reasonable for him to stand up for him. I think we should punish Xinyu Yi to face the wall for 100 years. He is not allowed to take one step out of the tribe. Xinyu Shisu still wanted to protect his people. His friend is very dissatisfied with us old fellows. He even injured the chief and insulted our clansmen. Not killing him for this crime is already taking into account that you're the chief of Shisu. Don't push your luck. Ko Lian snorted coldly from the side. Right after him, the half-incipient God Realm elders of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe also said that they wanted to punish Xinyu Yi severely. The warriors of the Tuoba tribe and the Wuxia tribe didn't say anything. Xinyu Yi looked at Tuoba Liqing's resolute eyes and said, "Chief, if you want to kill me, do as you please. But please, Chief, don't let the guardian elder kill my brother. He's the junior that Kim people want to protect. If something bad happens to him, it will be a war between the two tribes. Please, Chief, think twice." Xinyu Yi knew that he couldn't escape the punishment, but he still spoke his mind rationally. At the same time, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Ling Xiao here. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. At this moment, Tuoba Liqing finally opened his mouth. "Xinyu Yi, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be forgiven. About the punishment, we should wait for the guardian elder to come back. About the Xinyu tribe's profit, we should deduct 10%. Chief, that little bastard hurt you just now. This is equivalent to hurting the face of our tribe. How can we punish him so lightly? I think there's no need to wait for the guardian elder to come back. You can be convicted. As for the Xinyu tribe's profit, we should deduct 30%. They don't need that much anyway." Li Erma said again. It had to be said that this person really wanted to force the Xinyu tribe into a dead end. The Xinyu tribe's profit distribution was already small, and with another 30%, how could they cultivate in the future? Li Erma, don't go too far. We have a lot of men in our tribe. Deducting another 30%, you're not letting us live. If you really can't tolerate us, we can leave and live on our own." Xinyu Shisu scolded angrily. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Li Erma's actions had touched Xinyu Shisu's bottom line. At this moment, Ko Lian said lightly, "Deduct 20%. 10% is not enough to make the people angry. The chief's dignity can't be profaned." Wu Guai also said, "Actually, this doesn't have much to do with the Xinyu tribe's men. It's enough for the chief to deduct 1 level. They're all your men, and you can't blame each other." Wu Guai's words were undoubtedly a warning and reminder for Li Erma and Ko Lian not to go too far. They were all their own men, and they shouldn't be forced to this extent. Li Irma could hear the meaning behind Wu Guai's words and immediately said with a livid face, "It's precisely because there are men that we need to be self-disciplined. We shouldn't make friends with people we don't know, lest the whole tribe suffer." "That's right. If it weren't for the guardian elder's appearance today, I'm afraid we old bones would all be buried in the tribe's land," Ko Lian echoed. "Let's do as I said just now. Everything will be decided after the guardian elder returns," Tuoba Liqing said with some annoyance. In fact, he wanted to be on good terms with Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to having another Kim people friend, which was beneficial to the relationship between their two great ancient tribes. But now that things had gotten to this point, it was probably impossible. Xinyu Shisu finally heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked at Xinyu Yi, he was full of pity. This was an outstanding warrior of their Xinyu tribe. As long as he continued to grow stronger, there would be a day when he would surpass him and restore the prestige of their tribe. But now it seemed that it was no longer possible. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao and Li Weishan returned from the outer domain and directly came to this big tent. Tuoba Liqing and the others sensed their aura, and all walked out of the tent together. They saw that Ling Xiao was actually talking and laughing with Li Weishan. They didn't look like enemies, but more like old friends who had known each other for many years. This made them unable to wrap their heads around it. As for Li Irma and Ko Lian, they were clearly anxious and uneasy. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. They felt that if Li Weishan made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely be captured easily, and he would definitely die. But now the two of them had become friends. What exactly was going on? They couldn't understand, and the others also couldn't understand. Only the people involved knew clearly. Xinyu Shisu was undoubtedly the happiest person. Perhaps their tribe could escape this disaster, and they might even receive some benefits. "Elder Weishan, what are you guys doing?" Tuoba Liqing asked with deep doubt. Li Weishan's expression flashed across his face, and he laughed. "Haha, I and Divine Teacher Ling don't get to know each other without a fight. So he's not only one of Kim people's people, but also a divine alchemist recognized by the Medicine Alliance. He's also a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. In the future, Divine Teacher Ling will be our tribe's honored guest. You guys have to treat him well." After Li Weishan and Ling Xiao stopped fighting, Ling Xiao revealed some of his identity to Li Weishan, so that Li Weishan would be more fearful of his existence. This would achieve Ling Xiao's goal, and it could also be considered as a compromise to help the Xinyu tribe get out of trouble. After all, his reputation as a divine alchemist was right there. No matter where he went, it was enough for any faction to rope him in and befriend him. As expected, after Li Weishan's words fell, the expressions of the barbarian chiefs immediately changed. Chapter 1409. Ling Xiao is one of the Kim people's men? He's also a divine alchemist? Aren't the Kim people all of the metal attribute? Can people with the metal attribute refine elixirs nowadays? This made the barbarian tribe feel like they couldn't wrap their heads around it. However, those who had fought with Ling Xiao before knew that Ling Xiao had multiple attributes. Moreover, these words came from the mouth of their guardian elder, so they had no reason not to believe him. Ling Xiao looked at their skeptical gazes. His body shook slightly, and an alchemist's robe appeared on his body. The divine badge immediately hung in front of his chest, looking dazzling. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly changed his attire. When they looked at Ling Xiao's divine badge again, they no longer had any doubts. Even Li Weishan was the same. He had only heard what Ling Xiao had said, but he didn't quite believe Ling Xiao's words. Now he had no choice but to believe it. Li Weishan cursed in his heart. What kind of monster is this kid? It's scary enough that his combat power is so abnormal, but he's also a divine alchemist now. Is he using some secret technique to hide his age? Is he actually some old monster? Li Weishan had to admit that his imagination was very rich. Tuoba Liqing immediately stepped forward and said very sincerely to Ling Xiao. "So it's the divine alchemist of the Medicine Guild of the Tianyuan region. Our barbarians have been disrespectful. I, the clan leader, apologize to divine alchemist Ling." Tuoba Liqing was indeed a clan leader. His magnanimity was really incomparable to others. Originally, He was a little dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's interference in their warrior conference. However, after learning that Ling Xiao was one of the Kim people's men, he decided to keep the peace. If Li Yuma hadn't provoked him again and again, this wouldn't have happened. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao had two identities, he was even more glad that his guardian elder didn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if the Kim people and the Medicine Guild worked together to deal with them, they would be in big trouble. He had heard that the Tianyuan region's Medicine Alliance was now completely hostile to the Heavenly Tiger region's Demon Tiger sect. The Medicine Alliance was publicly acknowledged as the strongest power in the Heaven Realm, and Kim people was even stronger than the barbarians. The barbarians didn't want to become enemies with such a power. At this time, Li Weishan immediately introduced Tuoba Liqing to Ling Xiao, telling Ling Xiao that this was their barbarian tribe's patriarch. Ling Xiao immediately replied, "Patriarch Tuoba, you're being too polite. We don't know each other if we don't fight. Let's just forget about today's matter. What does Patriarch Tuoba think?" Tuoba Liqing hurriedly nodded and said, "All right, Divine Master Ling is magnanimous. If we don't agree, it would be rude of us." Then he said, "Come, Divine Master Ling, Elder Weishan, let's go into the tent and drink to our heart's content. Today's matter will be over." Tuoba Liqing pulled Ling Xiao into the tent. Ling Xiao stopped and said, "Patriarch Tuoba, don't be in such a hurry. Let me catch up with my brother first." After saying that, he walked towards Xin Yi, who was still being held. Tuoba Liqing immediately shouted, "Hurry up and let go of the Xinyu tribe's warrior." The man who was holding Xin Yi hurriedly released Xin Yi. "Boss!" Xin Yi excitedly cried out to Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with gratitude, but at the same time, there was also a strong sense of guilt. When he left the Heavenly Dragon domain many years ago, Ling Xiao was still in the chaotic burial space. However, he knew that Ling Xiao was still alive. He waited for a long time and didn't see Ling Xiao come out. He could only say goodbye to Yun Mingqi and the others and come to the Heavenly Sparrow domain to find his clansmen. He didn't expect that after so many years he didn't go back to see Ling Xiao. Instead, Ling Xiao came to find him and saved his life. While he was grateful, of course, he also felt sad. However, these years when he returned to the tribe, he didn't have time to attend to other things. He only wanted to improve his strength and make his tribe stronger, so he didn't go back to the Heavenly Dragon domain. You don't need to say anything. It's a good thing that we brothers can see each other again. Ling Xiao punched Xin Yu's chest a few times. He understood Xin Yu's character. On the surface, there was a simple and honest loyal heart. He wouldn't blame Xin Yu for forgetting about him after returning to the tribe. "Yes, boss, I'm very happy to see you again." Xin Yu didn't know what to say. He finally realized that this boss of his was different from the past. Not only could he solve his crisis, but he might also be able to solve the crisis of his tribe. Why wouldn't he be happy? Ling Xiao looked at Xin Yu and nodded. Then he turned to Tuoba Liqing and said, "Old Yi is my sworn brother in the Heavenly Dragon domain. I want him to drink with me and reminisce about our friendship. I wonder if Chief Tuoba will allow it?" Tuoba Liqing immediately laughed and said, "The warrior of Xinyu tribe is also my tribesman. He is a friend of Divine Master Ling, so he should naturally sit at the table. Xinyu, you sit next to Divine Master Ling and accompany him." Ling Xiao was not only powerful, but he was also a divine alchemist. This made Tuoba Liqing humble himself. Moreover, his guardian's founding elder couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of formidable trump card Ling Xiao had that made his guardian's founding elder have to stay with him. As the chief, of course, he wouldn't make Ling Xiao unhappy. Li Weishan seized the chance and said, "Yeah, this warrior of Xinyu tribe has won more than 10 battles. We should give him the title of strongest warrior. Li Dou already has the title. To avenge a personal grudge, he plotted to murder his fellow tribesmen. I suggest Chief to strip him of the title of strongest warrior. He should be flogged 500 times and expelled from the tribe. He should never return to the tribe." "What?" Li Yuma screamed in fear. Ko Lian, as well as the people of the Li and Ko tribes, who were standing beside him, were all astonished. If these words came from the other guardian's founding elder, Li Yuma and Ko Lian wouldn't be so surprised. At most, they would be indignant. However, it was different when Li Weishan said it. Li Weishan was the incipient God realm expert of the Li tribe. How could he expel the warriors of his tribe? What had happened during this period? Why did their guardian elder make such a decision? After Li Yuma lost his composure for a short while, he immediately came back to his senses and said to Li Weishan, "Weishan, are you crazy? Li Do is a warrior of our tribe. How can we expel him?" Li Weishan was Li Yuma's nephew, so he didn't care about the founding elder and directly questioned him. Li Weishan replied indifferently, "Chieftain, Li Do brought this upon himself. The warriors of the Xinyu tribe were originally weaker than him, but he actually challenged them with the title of the strongest warrior. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but to think that he would be so cruel as to kill a brother of his own tribe. His intentions should be put to death. This is a warrior's competition. Life and death are up to the heavens." Li Yuma powerlessly refuted. Victory and defeat have already been decided, so it should be stopped. He still wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for revenge, what else could it be? You don't need to say any more. Chief, please make the decision. Li Weishan coldly snorted. Thinking about Ling Zhao's supreme guardian who could turn invisible, Li Weishan felt his hair stand on end. If he didn't give Ling Zhao an explanation, the Li tribe wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Thus, he had to give up on Li Do and satisfy Ling Zhao so that he wouldn't cause trouble for them. Moreover, now that he knew that Ling Zhao was a genuine divine alchemist, he was even more determined to befriend Ling Zhao. This was because Ling Zhao was already at the peak of half-incipient God realm. If he could advance one step further, not only would he become a supreme being, but he might also become an alchemy god. At that time, his two identities would make him one of the most noble people in the heaven domain. He would be a character that everyone would have to curry favor with. If they missed such a character, it would be a huge loss for their barbarian tribe. Tuoba Liqing wiped a faint smile and said, "Guardian Elder is right. Remove Li Do's title as the strongest warrior. He will never be allowed to return to our tribe. If he dares to use our tribe's name to do something against our tribe, we will kill him even if he's far away." Recently, the Li tribe and the Ko tribe had been pressuring the royal tribe. Now that he had a chance to suppress them, Tuoba Liqing wouldn't let it slip away. Listening to Tuoba Liqing, Li Weishan's face paled to the extreme. He didn't know why this had happened all of a sudden. He said unwillingly, "I will report this to the old chief." Li Weishan rolled his eyes at him. "Don't worry. The old chief will agree with my decision." Then he turned to Tuoba Liqing and said, "Chief, Xinyu Yi has become the strongest warrior. I think their profit will increase by 3 times. They have contributed a lot to our tribe these years." Tuoba Liqing raised his eyes slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, but he also responded very straightforwardly, "Let's do as Elder Weishan says." Li Yuma was so enraged. Li Weishan was the incipient God realm expert of the Li tribe. How could he speak for the Xinyu tribe? At this moment, the other tribes recognized Li Weishan's strange behavior. They guessed that their guardian elder had been subdued by Ling Zhao. Otherwise, how could he act so strangely? In any case, since a protector-sure elder had spoken, the people of the other tribes also began to agree with his words. Li Yuma knew that he would lose his face if he continued like this. He didn't care what the others thought. He flicked his sleeves and left. Ko Lian was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, he didn't dare to leave like Li Yuma. At the banquet, Xinyu Shisu was so happy. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. It was like a dream. He thought it wasn't real. Not only would Xinyu Yi be conferred the title of the strongest warrior, but they would also receive 3 times more benefits. To the men of their tribe, it was a big favor. That way, the men of their tribe could cultivate faster. They believed that they could catch up with the other tribes in the near future. They could revive the Xinyu tribe's prestige. It was all because of that young man who was sitting at the top. He praised inwardly, "Little Yi has made an excellent friend." Chapter 14:10. At the banquet, Ling Zhao, Tuoba Lieri Li Weishan, and the other chiefs were all drinking to their heart's content. It was as if the previous unhappiness was no longer in their hearts. "I've long heard that the barbarian tribe is hospitable. Now that I've seen it for myself, It's indeed extraordinary. Your wine is very enjoyable, Ling Xiao said while drinking. Tuoba Liqing laughed. Of course, we are friends of the barbarian tribe. We will always treat you with good meat and wine. We will never mistreat our friends. Divine Teacher Ling, you are a good friend of our tribe from now on. You are welcome to visit us at any time. Being able to befriend a divine alchemist was also a joyous matter for the barbarian tribe. After all, they didn't even have a single alchemist in their tribe, let alone a divine alchemist. If Ling Xiao could refine a batch of medicinal pills for them, it would definitely allow the cultivation of the men in their tribe to improve rapidly. That's for sure. Who asked my brother to be your tribesman? Even if I don't give face to the monks, I'll give face to the Buddha. I'm definitely making friends with you guys. Ling Xiao smiled. The meaning of his words was very clear. What he meant was that he wanted to be friends with them for the sake of his brother Xian Yuya. But if his brother was wronged by them, they would no longer be friends, and would instead become enemies. Everyone present could hear the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. Although they were a bit dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's blatant words, they could only endure it. Don't look at this young man who always had a kind smile on his face. His stature was one size smaller than theirs, but when it came to a real battle, they had already experienced how terrifying his strength was. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was the strongest warrior they had ever seen. Not to mention that even their guardian elder had to be kind to him. How could the others dare to say half a word? After the banquet, both the host and the guests were happy. After the banquet, Tuoba Liqing originally wanted to arrange for Ling Xiao to stay in the largest tent and sleep with him. After all, this was the custom of the barbarian tribe. To be able to sleep with the patriarch in the same tent was a very glorious thing. After hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but have goosebumps, and immediately refused with the reason that he still had a lot to discuss with Xin Yuyi. At the same time, he told Xin Yu Shisu and Xin Yuyi to take good care of Ling Xiao, and asked Ling Xiao to stay here for a few more days. He also promised Xin Yuyi that he was willing to marry the princess to Ling Xiao. Xin Yu Shisu naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would stay here forever, but he knew that it was impossible. He still happily agreed to the clan head's words. Ling Xiao, Xin Yuyi and the Xinyu tribe's people returned to the Xinyu tribe's territory. Although the 5 tribes were all located in the Savage Mountain, their territories were separated by quite a distance. After returning to the Xinyu tribe, Xinyu Shisu once again thanked Ling Xiao on behalf of the entire tribe. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling's timely appearance, Little Yi would be finished. Our tribe has lost another of our strongest warriors. Please accept my thanks on behalf of everyone in the Xinyu tribe. Xinyu Shisu very seriously wanted to bow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao quickly supported Xinyu Shisu and said, Chieftain Xinyu, please don't be like this. Old Yi and I are brothers. It's only right for me to save him. Moreover, you guys were almost implicated because of me. How can you make me feel like this? Xinyu Yi also said, Chieftain, I will repay boss kindness. Good, Little Yi, remember to have a good talk with Divine Master Ling. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Later tonight, I'll have a few girls warm Divine Master Ling's bed. Xinyu Shisu said very happily and brought everyone back to their respective residences. You barbarians sure are passionate, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Yeah, after I returned to the tribe, the people in the tribe treated me pretty well, but the people in the other tribes were a bit cold, Xinyu Yi sighed. Ling Xiao heard Xinyu Yi's dilemma and immediately said, Everything depends on strength. When your strength surpasses theirs, they won't dare to do anything to you. Xinyu Yi deeply understood these words and nodded heavily. Ever since I came to the heaven region, I realized that my strength is very weak. I've always wanted to become a divine king, but after becoming a divine king, I realized that it's not enough. Now, I don't know when I'll be able to reach that level. Although Tuoba Liqing gave him the title of the strongest warrior, he didn't think that he was worthy of this title. He had indeed lost to Li Dou. This was an indisputable fact. He felt a little sad in his heart. He even doubted whether he could protect them if he brought his tribesmen to the heaven region. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Didn't you think that becoming a divine king was amazing? Now you're a mid-tier divine king, one more step, and you'll have the qualifications to challenge the Senjin of Goguryeo. This road has to be taken step by step. But you've been in the heaven region for many years. It's time to go back to your homeland, lest they worry. Anyway, the heaven region is big, it's easy to settle them down. But if you want them to return to your barbarian tribe, you still need to work harder. Xin Yuyi showed a resolute expression and replied, I know what to do. Then he changed the topic and said, Boss, how did you get out of the chaotic burial space? At that time, we were all scared to death. Immediately, Ling Xiao briefly explained what happened that year. This made Xin Yuyi sigh. He felt that his boss was really lucky to be able to walk out of that kind of hopeless situation alive. After Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi talked for half a day, Xin Yuyi brought Ling Xiao to rest. At their level of strength, it didn't matter whether they slept or not, but Ling Xiao had fought a few battles and was indeed a little tired. He needed to find a place to calm down, so he followed Xin Yuyi's suggestion and entered the big tent. However, as soon as he entered the tent, he was dumbfounded. He saw a few naked young girls walking around in his tent. That plump and delicate body, those delicate and round breasts, those fat and round buttocks, those healthy yellow and smooth skin, all of them displayed the most primitive temptation. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, a wave of heat instantly rose. He hadn't had intercourse with a woman for many years. Suddenly seeing such an erotic scene, if he didn't have any reaction, then he wouldn't be a man. Respected warrior, we have already filled the bath perfume for you. Please allow us to help you bathe and change your clothes. For young girls who had reached the saint level all bowed to Ling Xiao and said. That sweet voice kept lingering in Ling Xiao's ears, causing his body to go limp. What's more, there was also a divine king-level girl in the bathtub. Her beautiful eyes that were like the bright moon were looking at Ling Xiao lovingly. Her facial features weren't delicate and lovely, but instead had a valiant and heroic aura that ordinary girls rarely had. Her beautiful hair was coiled up, and she wore many pearl and agate accessories. That pair of jade-like earrings were even more sparkling and translucent, exuding a little bit of seductive light. She squatted in the bathtub, revealing her head above her neck, and below her collarbone was covered by the bathtub. Any man couldn't help but let their imagination run wild, overflowing with lust. That girl even threw a few coquettish glances at Ling Xiao, and the tip of her tongue lightly moved, carrying a coquettish and seductive intent. This girl gave Ling Xiao a kind of exotic and absolute temptation, very similar to the feeling he had when he first saw Yuro Fei, making him have an impulse to completely press her under his crotch and ruthlessly punish her. While Ling Xiao was in a daze, those young girls were already undressing Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he instantly shook them off lightly, and his whole body was already outside the big tent. At the same time he said, Sorry, I went to the wrong tent. In reality, Ling Xiao obviously didn't go to the wrong tent. This was the tent that Xin Yuyi brought him to. How could Xin Yuyi make a mistake? There must be something he didn't understand. He definitely couldn't lose his chastity for no reason. Ling Xiao suppressed his evil thoughts, and quickly found Xin Yuyi, who wasn't far away, and shouted, Old Yi, what's going on with the women in the tent? Actually, before entering the tent, he could sense that there were people inside, and he thought they were just ordinary attendants, but they were all naked women. He had no choice but to ask clearly what was going on. Xin Yuyi was stunned for a moment and smiled. Boss, why are you making such a big fuss? It's just a few women, and you're already this scared. Don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Who arranged for them to come to my tent? Are they trying to seduce this boss? Ling Xiao said with a face full of indignation. It was true that he liked women, like those young and beautiful women, but he always had his own principles. How could he just sleep with any kind of woman he saw? He wondered if this was a honey trap set up by Xinyu Shisu for him. At that time, if these women were to rely on him, then there would be no small trouble. Boss, don't be anxious. Listen to me first. Xin Yuyi laughed lightly, and then began to explain. It turned out that this matter was indeed arranged by Xinyu Shisu, but he didn't force those women to do it. Rather, those women volunteered to serve Ling Xiao. How could there be such a good thing? It was because the women of the barbarian tribe liked strong warriors, and Ling Xiao's body was much thinner compared to the barbarian tribe, but he had astonishing strength, and was able to defeat the tribe leader and many tribal chiefs at the same time. In their eyes, he was the strongest warrior. Therefore, they were willing to offer their bodies to Ling Xiao, just for a night of pleasure. If they were lucky, they would be able to conceive the child of the strongest warrior. Then in the future, their child would have a high chance of possessing the outstanding bloodline of the strongest warrior, and thus bring honor to their ancestors. Of course, all of these women would be virgins, and those who weren't virgins would no longer have the qualifications to offer their bodies. And in Ling Xiao's tent, the woman in the bathtub was the most beautiful woman of the Xinyu tribe, and also the most outstanding woman cultivating Tenbin. She had very high standards, and not ordinary people could enter her eyes. And she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and half of the incipient God realm experts of the barbarian tribe, so she proactively asked the tribal chief to offer her body to Ling Xiao. After all, this was the custom of the barbarian tribe. So Xinyu Shisu happily agreed to her request. Ling Xiao was so strong, and he was also a member of the Kim people, so in the future his child would definitely inherit the superior bloodline of the two tribes. Chapter 14:11. After listening to Xinyu Ye's explanation, Ling Xiao felt like he couldn't wrap his head around it. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao patted his forehead speechlessly. It was as if the other party was treating him as a breeding seed. If he didn't control himself, his bloodline would be lost after just one round of intercourse. Who knew if his son or daughter would lose his father's love in the future? This was definitely not the result that Ling Xiao wanted. He firmly believed that his outstanding bloodline couldn't be casually left outside the clan. Boss, we barbarian women are passionate and unrestrained. It's not bad for you to spend the night with them. They won't shamelessly follow you. Xinyu Yi laughed from the side. Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly, "Don't talk about this anymore, boss isn't a casual person." Alright, since boss doesn't like it, I'll let them leave. But they'll definitely be very sad. Xinyu Yi didn't dare to force Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just find an uninhabited mountain ridge for me to meditate for a while." Xinyu Yi listened to Ling Xiao's arrangements, pointed him to an uninhabited mountain ridge, and let Ling Xiao cultivate alone. Ling Xiao found a place to sit down and calmly recover his state. At the same time, he recalled the scene of the battle with Li Weishan, and felt the pressure that a true Jizun brought him. Jizun's every move had already reached the extreme of the use of power. Using the power of origin to condense all things to attack, he could make any spatial power his own, and with a single thought, he could seal the space of millions of miles. Ling Xiao kept deducing, hoping to catch a trace of enlightenment that would allow him to break through. In the end, he returned to the sky sovereign level and comprehended the power of the world. He always felt that something was missing, and he couldn't turn them from illusions into real existences. He originally thought that injecting divine power would allow them to reach that step, but he had already tried hundreds of times to no avail. Now he began to have a trace of inspiration, but he just couldn't grasp it. After all, the barbarian tribe was not a place for quiet cultivation. Just as he had a hint of understanding, Xinyu Shisu and Xinyu Yi came over. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up for the time being. He believed that he would definitely be able to find the crucial point he needed after exchanging blows with more supreme martial artists in the future. After Xinyu Shisu saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but talk about the matter of the women. His face was full of regret, as he felt that it was their loss that Ling Xiao didn't pamper the women of the Xinyu tribe. Ling Xiao was shocked by this open-mindedness. Xinyu Shisu was here to invite Ling Xiao to his tent as a guest. This was how the barbarians treated their guests. Ling Xiao also put down his arrogance and drank with them for a few days. But when he got to the tent, Ling Xiao saw the woman who had been waiting for him in the bathtub. This woman was dressed splendidly, gorgeously dressed, fully displaying the style of the barbarians. Her beautiful eyes cast a resentful look at Ling Xiao from time to time, as if Ling Xiao was a man who had been used and then abandoned. Ling Xiao could only turn a blind eye to her. It couldn't be helped. An outstanding man like him would be pursued by a bunch of women wherever he went. He had to stand firm and absolutely couldn't be tempted by beauty. If these words were heard by his women, they would definitely spit on his face. Not long after the banquet started, Tuoba Liqing, Wu Guai, and the others actually led a team over. This made Xinyu Shisu overjoyed. Their patriarch hadn't come to their Xinyu tribe for many years. Xinyu Shisu already understood that if their Xinyu tribe wanted to regain their strength, they had to change their original stance and change their support for the royal tribe. At the banquet, Tuoba Liqing publicly expressed that he would allow the princess to marry Xinyu Yi. In the future, Xinyu Yi would be their barbarian lord. This news made everyone in the Xinyu tribe excited. However, the reason why Tuoba Liqing announced this news at this moment was naturally to let Ling Xiao hear it. Moreover, he also vaguely revealed the difficulties of their barbarians, saying that their barbarians were very lacking in medicinal pills. Every time they went to other forces to buy medicinal pills, they had to spend a lot of divine crystals. They weren't afraid of spending divine crystals. What made them most depressed was that the divine pill division they wanted to buy was too much. Sometimes, even if they had divine crystals, they might not be able to buy it. He said this naturally for Ling Xiao to hear. It was up to Ling Xiao whether he was tactful or not. After all, he could see that Ling Xiao attached great importance to Xinyu Yi. Now that Xinyu Yi was already their barbarian lord, as a divine medicine master's brother, he should at least express something. Since Tuoba Liqing had already said this much, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to say anything else. He said that on the day of Xinyu Ye's wedding he would give Xinyu Yi a big gift. At the same time, he would refine a batch of divine and divine pellets for the Xinyu tribe. Of course, these materials had to be provided by the Xinyu tribe. The reason why Ling Xiao said that was to let Tuoba Liqing share the benefits of the Xinyu tribe. He just wanted to refine the pellets for the Xinyu tribe, not for the other tribes. As for how Tuoba Liqing would discuss the pellets with Xinyu Shisu, it was their business. Tuoba Liqing understood that it was impossible to ask Ling Xiao to refine pellets for them for free. Ling Xiao had already given him a lot of face by saying that. Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary divine medicine master. He was a half-incipient God realm expert at the full realm. Moreover, he had heard from Li Weishan that Ling Xiao's competence could be compared to an ordinary great master. Thus, he had to treat Ling Xiao well. Of course, he didn't dare to raise any objections. In the end, Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu discussed. All the materials would be provided by the tribe, and 1/3 of the pellets would be given to the Xinyu tribe. Tuoba Liqing thought that his conditions were generous. Who would have thought that Xinyu Shisu would bargain with Tuoba Liqing when he finally showed his power? Their Xinyu tribe had been suppressed for so many years. It was time for them to reap some benefits. Thus, Xinyu Shisu insisted on half and half. After all, this was the wedding that Ling Xiao had prepared for Xinyu Yi. How could it be too little? After some consideration, Tuoba Liqing agreed to Xinyu Shisu's request. However, he told Xinyu Shisu to have Ling Xiao refine more pills. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to go around, and that would be pointless. Of course, Xinyu Shisu agreed. He just needed to do Xinyu Ye's homework. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem. After this matter was settled, Xinyu Shisu looked for Xinyu Yi to discuss. Although Xinyu Yi agreed on the surface, he still listened to Ling Xiao. He wouldn't force Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to have expected this. He told Xinyu Yi to let Tuoba Liqing set the wedding date and announce it to the whole tribe. Only then would he refine the pellets. He also told Xinyu Yi that this was to force the Tuoba royal family to unite with their Xinyu tribe as soon as possible. This way, their Xinyu tribe wouldn't be bullied by other tribes in a short period of time. Ling Xiao did this to solve Xinyu Ye's worries as soon as possible. He wanted him to stay in the barbarian tribe and be safe for the time being. Otherwise, Tuoba Liqing would allow his daughter to marry Xinyu Yi on the surface, but he would regret it later. At that time, when he wasn't here, wouldn't the Xinyu tribe still be bullied like this? Xinyu Yi didn't expect Ling Xiao to think so far ahead. He was very grateful to Ling Xiao for thinking for him. So, Xinyu Yi passed the message to Xinyu Shisu, and Xinyu Shisu went to discuss with Tuoba Liqing. Tuoba Liqing didn't know if this was Ling Xiao's idea or Xinyu Shisu's. He knew that if he didn't agree, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't refine the pellets for the barbarian tribe. Even if Ling Xiao refined the pellets, he would only give them to the Xinyu tribe in private. The other tribes wouldn't get a share. However, Tuoba Liqing didn't let Ling Xiao and the others tell him how to do things. He also had his own plans. He set the wedding to half a year later. He did this to make Ling Xiao stay in their tribe for half a year. During this half a year, he would refine more pellets for the barbarian tribe. Ling Xiao really couldn't refuse this request. Anyway, with his current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to multitask. His divine soul clone could also cultivate or refine pellets. He alone was equivalent to the existence of 2 divine alchemists. Refining pellets for the barbarian tribe for half a year, Ling Xiao could also earn a lot of benefits. He would condense many pellets at once. At that time, wouldn't it be up to him to decide how to distribute the pellets? So, Tuoba Liqing and Ling Xiao reached a temporary agreement through Xinyu Ye's relationship. Xinyu Shisu specially set aside a relatively majestic mountain for Ling Xiao to refine pellets there for Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Tuoba Liqing quickly returned to the tribe and held a meeting with the other tribes. He asked everyone to prepare materials for the tribe. However, the Li tribe was very unyielding. They insisted that they didn't need Ling Xiao to refine pellets. At the same time, its chief Li Yuma also wanted to persuade the Ko tribe to refuse with them. Originally, Ko Lian also wanted to advance and retreat together with Li Yuma. However, this news was heard by the other Ko tribe elders. They all jumped out and accused Li Yuma of preventing their tribe from obtaining divine pellets. Even if it was just a few more divine pellets, it was possible to create a few more God King warriors. They all demanded that their chiefs not let go of such an opportunity. In the end, Ko Lian couldn't bear the pressure, and could only go along with Tuoba Liqing's request. His decision angered Li Yuma so much that he scolded him for being spineless. However, after the Li tribe elders learned that Li Yuma had given up on Tuoba Liqing's request, they also heard a lot of bad things about him. His position as chief began to waver. All the barbarian tribes provided many materials for refining divine pellets, and finally handed them over to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao would refine more pellets for them. After Ling Xiao received the spatial ring filled with materials, he scanned it with his divine sense, and found that it was filled with all kinds of earth attribute materials. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that I don't cultivate the earth attribute. The large pile of materials here was indeed enough for many earth attribute cultivators to cultivate. There were also many rare divine materials among them. For God Kings, they were divine objects that could only be encountered by luck. All of these were used by Ling Xiao to refine pellets. This was enough to show the barbarian tribe's urgent need for pellets. After all, their tribe was proficient in the earth attribute, and they didn't have any external alchemists. They were indeed very lacking in pellets. Chapter 14:12. In the middle of a giant peak, there was a spacious area that had been opened up. There was a series of restrictive powers that wrapped up the spacious area. These barriers were so powerful that even a King God Realm expert couldn't break them. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't break them easily. Under the divine light of the restriction, there were 2 young men who looked exactly the same. One of them was refining pills in front of a medicinal cauldron, while the other was meditating on the side. People who didn't know them would think that they were twins. In fact, they were the same person. It was just that one was the real body, and the other was the God soul. However, the real body and the God soul both had flesh and blood. It was really hard to distinguish which one was the real body, and which one was the God soul. Needless to say, this was the scene where Ling Xiao was divided into 2. It wasn't his real body that was refining pellets. It was his God soul, and the figure that was meditating was his real body. The God soul clone needed to accumulate soul energy to increase its competence. Refining pellets was the best way to cultivate soul energy. Normally, the soul energy of an alchemist was stronger than the warriors at the same realm. Ling Xiao used the God soul clone to refine pellets to increase his soul energy. At the same time, it was also to train the clone's controlling power. Anyway, the God soul clone already had the competence of a great master. However, it couldn't use some of the magical abilities of a great master. Refining pellets could help his God soul clone to be more focused and better control the overflowing energy. As for his true body, he was ceaselessly comprehending instead. He was imagining how the energy of the quintessence universe was created, how he should easily tear open the rifts that were hidden in space, and how he should pull out a spatial chaotic flow attack that was of a similar attribute to his own. Moreover, he was also thinking about how he should absorb the energy of the quintessence from everything in the world. He had to comprehend all of these step by step to smoothly break through to the Great Master Realm. Ling Xiao had calmed his mind. He wasn't hurried to break through to the Great Master Realm. He wanted to let nature take its course. Perhaps he would have an unexpected harvest. Half a year's time was just like a snap of a finger to someone who had reached the immortal realm. Ling Xiao had refined a lot of holy pellets and divine pellets, but he had kept more than half of them, as well as the rest of the ingredients. He would not return them. He took out many divine pills and handed them to Xian Xie, telling him to distribute them. In addition, Ling Xiao also took out a set of earth attribute ancient god tools from his collection and gave it to Xian Yule. Of course, it was his wedding gift. Xian Yi couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude towards Ling Xiao again. Ever since he acknowledged Ling Xiao as his boss, it had always been Ling Xiao who had been taking care of him. His current strength was all thanks to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would still be in the Holy Emperor realm. God knows when he would be able to break through to the God King realm. In his heart, he was determined that after he settled his own matters in the future, he would definitely follow his boss again. Firstly, he could be boss lackey and help boss with some small matters. Secondly, he could advance together with boss. He believed that boss wouldn't mistreat him. As for how the barbarians would distribute the pellets refined by Ling Xiao, it was their business. Ling Xiao didn't want to know. He only knew that Xian Yule's wedding was imminent. He was happy for this brother of his, and at the same time, he missed his woman. He thought that after he went to the Thousand Beast Alliance and met the Holy Lady, he would see if he could find the Genesis Stone of Fire. No matter what, he would return to the Heavenly Dragon territory. Anyway, with his strength he could deal with ordinary Supremes. Only Supremes at the mid-level or higher would be troublesome for him. Xian Yule's wedding was held in the center of the territory according to the barbarian customs. All the barbarians celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights, singing and dancing. It was very lively. Ling Xiao became an honored guest of the barbarian race, sitting together with Tuoba Liqing and the chiefs of the major tribes. This fully showed the respect that Tuoba Liqing had for Ling Xiao. It was the first time that Ling Xiao experienced this custom of the barbarian race, and he felt very happy and curious. Many young barbarian men and women were dancing together, as if they were passing some kind of message. Divine Teacher Ling, you should also go down and dance. There will definitely be many barbarian girls who will fall in love with you. Tuoba Liqing laughed. Xinyu Shisu also said, that's right, Divine Teacher Ling, our barbarian girls are very enthusiastic. There are many outsiders who want to marry our barbarian girls. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued to drink his wine. His gaze fell on the woman who had tempted him before. Xinyu Xiangma, a woman who made people's imagination run wild, like a flower, was indeed very tempting. She swayed her snake-like body on the dance floor. Her voluptuous breasts and buttocks always brought about a great temptation. Her charming eyes were filled with a soul-stealing expression. Each of her actions and each of her eyes almost made all the berserkers go crazy. Many young men from the barbarian tribe surrounded her and danced with her, hoping that they could win her heart. Unfortunately, her gaze was always on Ling Xiao, filled with anticipation. No matter what, Xinyu Xiangma was the most outstanding beauty in the barbarian race. Her appearance and strength were not something an ordinary woman could compare to. She had always been very confident in herself, and had always hoped to wait for the appearance of a young and outstanding warrior. She was not even 2,000 years old yet, but she had already reached the peak of the middle stage God King. There were very few opponents of her age in the clan, so she had not found a husband that she liked until now. She had already made up her mind that if she didn't meet a suitable person, she wouldn't marry. However, Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared at the warrior assembly of the barbarian race that day, and had beaten Li Do half to death with a single move, which had immediately attracted her attention. Even though Ling Xiao looked extremely handsome and domineering, he was the type of man many women dreamed of. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the barbarian women, they preferred tall and strong men, rough and wild men, and Ling Xiao seemed frail and not strong enough, not like a true warrior. Therefore, in the eyes of the barbarian women, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of man that attracted them, but instead made them feel a trace of disgust. However, Later on, Ling Xiao displayed his invincible might and consecutively defeated many of their chieftains and patriarchs, displaying his extremely domineering and mighty side, directly capturing the hearts of many barbarian women. Xianyu Xiangma was one of the women who had been completely captured by Ling Xiao. She realized that this was the man she was looking for. Young, domineering, and the strongest warrior. Even if she only had one night of passion with him, she would feel incomparably proud to be pregnant with his child. However, she who had always been disdainful of men, had taken the initiative to offer herself, but it had actually scared Ling Xiao away. This made her extremely mad. Did she feel that her charm wasn't able to attract Ling Xiao? Or was it that outsiders weren't interested in barbarian women? However, when she walked outside, there were clearly many people who wanted to hit on her. This proved that her charm should be very high. She couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he isn't a real man? If Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he would punish her on the spot. He was a real man, with many wives and concubines, children and grandchildren. How could he let others think that he wasn't a man? Fortunately, Xianyu Xiangma asked Xianyu Yi about it, and only then did she know that Ling Xiao was a man who was clean and honest. It was just that he couldn't adapt to the customs of the barbarian women, and couldn't adapt to the passionate and unrestrained nature of the barbarian women. After listening to Xianyu Ye's explanation, Xianyu Xiangma dispelled the idea that Ling Xiao wasn't a man. Later, she also found out that Ling Xiao was a divine medicine master, which ignited the idea of her passionate pursuit of Ling Xiao. The barbarian women were different from other humans. They were bold, passionate, and dared to express their love directly and boldly, without any sense of reservation. Now, taking advantage of the bonfire party held for Xianyu Ye's wedding, she once again unreservedly showed her passionate and unrestrained side to Ling Xiao, showing how strong her love for Ling Xiao was. She avoided all the men, and danced her silver bell-like dance, step by step, towards Ling Xiao at the banquet. Every single one of her eyes was filled with burning love. Every single part of her body, including her jade-like arms and legs, exuded a primitive temptation. When she came to Ling Xiao's side, she didn't need to care about the eyes of the tribe leaders and chiefs, and directly wrapped herself around Ling Xiao, her jade fingers constantly teasing Ling Xiao's sensitive spots. Tuoba Liqing, Xianyu Shisu, and the others all showed forthright smiles. Tuoba Liqing even looked at Xianyu Xiangma and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "My tribe's good lady, you really have good taste." Tuoba Liqing naturally wanted the barbarian women to have a relationship with Ling Xiao, and it would be best if they could make Ling Xiao stay. Unfortunately, his only daughter was already married to Xianyu Yi, and his other daughters were still a bit weaker, so how could they be a match for Ling Xiao? As soon as his voice fell, a few women dressed in silver appeared on the dance floor. Although they weren't as beautiful as Xianyu Xiangma, they each had their own merits, especially their figures, which were indescribable. Their seductive movements were enough to make any man drool. They actually all came for Ling Xiao. Obviously, they weren't willing to let Xianyu Xiangma monopolize this strongest warrior. They were the most outstanding single ladies of each tribe, the ladies that every warrior yearned to have. However, they all came for Ling Xiao, which made all the barbarian warriors sad. However, they also knew that Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying, and they couldn't challenge him. Otherwise, they would definitely challenge Ling Xiao. Once they accepted the challenge, they would be displaying their strong side, making those ladies look at them in a different light, and thus capture their hearts. Xianyu Xiangma caressed Ling Xiao's chest with one hand, picked up a wine glass with the other, licked the rim, and passed it to Ling Xiao. At this time, the other ladies also picked up their wine glasses and did the same action as Xianyu Xiangma, their beautiful eyes rippling with love. Chapter 14:13. Faced with so many cups of wine, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Looking at those expectant faces, Ling Xiao felt that if he were to reject them, it would be too petty of him. After all, they had already done this much, so he had to give them some face. Just when Ling Xiao was about to drink all the wine, Tuoba Liqing smiled from the side and said, "Divine Teacher Ling, you have to think it through. This is the way we barbarian girls express our love. If you drink the wine they kissed, it means that you have accepted them. Tonight, they will be yours." But you can't be too greedy. You can only choose one cup. Xinyu Shisu also smiled and said, "That's right. Divine Teacher Ling, don't refuse all of them. Otherwise, you are not giving us barbarians face. If this matter spreads out, people will say that we barbarian girls are not popular." Xinyu Shisu's words undoubtedly blocked Ling Xiao's path of retreat, forcing Ling Xiao to drink 1 cup of wine. This was also to let Ling Xiao choose one of them. Although Xinyu Shisu's words were a bit forceful for Ling Xiao, they were the truth. The barbarian girls had danced and offered wine at the bonfire party to express their love. Ling Xiao had to choose one of them. Otherwise, he would not be giving them face and would be looking down on their women. Of course, if Ling Xiao didn't choose, Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu wouldn't do anything to him. However, they would definitely not be happy and would no longer treat him as a friend. If it was someone else, they would immediately be expelled from the barbarian race and listed as people who were never welcomed. Ling Xiao had already heard about these rules and customs from Xinyu Yi. He originally thought that nothing would happen if he didn't go down to the ball. Who would have thought that these girls still wouldn't let him go? This made him depressed. He wailed, "It's easy to attract butterflies when one is handsome." If others knew Ling Xiao's mood, they would definitely take a knife and chop this guy up. A beauty threw herself into his arms of her own accord, and he didn't even need to take responsibility for her. Yet he felt aggrieved. This was a classic case of trying to act innocent after obtaining a beauty. Ling Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore under the countless pairs of beautiful eyes that were filled with anticipation. "Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of a woman? At most, I'll just take her." This was the first time that Ling Xiao had been forced to this extent by a woman. In the end, he gritted his teeth, picked up a glass of wine and downed it. Just as he drank the wine, Tuoba Liqing, Xinyu Shisu, and the rest finally revealed happy smiles. Ling Xiao's actions were equivalent to giving face to the barbarians. He did not despise their women. However, his current appearance made several women return disappointed. Those women with hidden bitterness really made one's heart ache. Ling Xiao shouted, "Don't go. I can drink all the wine." Ling Xiao simply let it go. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and treat it as a beautiful dream. As long as he controlled his essence and did not let his blood flow out, it would be fine. Ling Xiao looked up at the woman who stayed. It was Xinyu Xiangma. He saw that her beautiful face was flushed, which added a bit of temptation to her. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that he would choose Xinyu Xiangma in the end. He couldn't help but think to himself, could this be God's will? He admitted that he had just casually picked up a wine glass and drank. He didn't care which barbarian girl's wine it was. In the end, he got Xinyu Xiangma's wine, and he had a short conflict with her before. If this wasn't God's will, then what was? Xinyu Xiangma was like a docile kitten as she squatted beside Ling Xiao and poured wine for him. From time to time, she would use her full and elastic chest to rub against Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao's passion to surge. Ling Xiao, Tuoba Li, and the others kept drinking to hide his impulses. It was abnormal for Ling Xiao to have no reaction when he was tempted by such a beautiful woman. Since he had already decided to throw caution to the wind, he might as well indulge himself. The night was getting late, and the enthusiasm of the ball had died down. All the barbarians were drunk. Ling Xiao was also a little drunk, and his expression became a little impatient. He, who had not been close to a woman for many years, finally couldn't suppress that impulse. He was led by Xinyu Xiangma to a tent. That tent belonged to Xinyu Xiangma, and it was used by her to choose a good man to spend the night with. After entering the tent, Ling Xiao wanted to take the initiative to talk to Xinyu Xiangma, then hold her hand and kiss her lips, gradually achieving the effect of a water channel. He had already drunk her wine, so he must take over her body tonight. Otherwise, if she was still a virgin tomorrow, she wouldn't have the face to stay in the barbarians anymore. Because the barbarians valued men more than women, if she didn't lose her virginity, she would only blame herself for not serving a good man, and not for being useless. However, he found that his thoughts were still too conservative and backward. Because before he could speak, Xinyu Xiangma had already hooked her arms around his neck, and took the initiative to find his thick lips, blocking his mouth. Not only that, he found that before he could even defend, his dragon gate had been breached by her. and he was unable to resist the seduction of her jade tongue. That intoxicating fragrance of a woman kept overflowing from Xinyu Xiangma's body, and that fragrance kept drilling into Ling Zhao's nostrils. This simply catalyzed Ling Zhao's drunkenness to become even stronger. Too direct. Ling Zhao secretly scolded in his heart, and then thought fiercely, "This woman really thinks that I am easy to bully, right? I will definitely let you know how powerful I am." After Ling Zhao temporarily lost his defense, he began to counterattack. He pulled Xinyu Xiangma into his arms, grabbed her buttocks, and pinched them hard. Oh! Xinyu Xiangma couldn't help but let out a light sound. This voice seemed to ignite all the flames in Ling Zhao's heart. His hands roughly caressed Xinyu Xiangma's body, and even tore off her clothes. Hiss! The sound of cloth rustling could be heard, and the smooth skin on her back was revealed. Just when Ling Zhao was about to ruthlessly strip this woman and thoroughly punish her, at this crucial moment, Xinyu Xiangma lightly pushed Ling Zhao away. "What, are you going to retreat?" Ling Zhao grabbed Xinyu Xiangma and looked at her provocatively. If Xinyu Xiangma wanted to retreat now, he definitely couldn't let this woman go. She had already ignited his fire, and not being responsible for extinguishing it was definitely a very immoral act, so he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Xinyu Xiangma foolishly looked at Ling Zhao and smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry, I am yours tonight. It's just that I want to take a bath and change clothes with you first. I want to wash away the filth on my body, and give my purest body to the warrior I like." The flames of passion rippling in her beautiful eyes didn't diminish at all, and her words weren't reserved at all. Suddenly, Ling Zhao suddenly realized that this kind of unpretentious, passionate, and unrestrained woman was really good. After a barbarian woman gave her body to a warrior, regardless of whether the warrior wanted her or not, she would wait for the warrior for the rest of her life, and wouldn't regret it until death. This was the loyal side of barbarian women, and it was also a traditional thought passed down by them. It wasn't something that just anyone could change. This kind of traditional thought was often what men liked the most. Ling Zhao had to admit that he was tempted to take this woman as his wife. How could he bear to take a woman's body, and then abandon her? Ling Zhao admitted that he was passionate, but he wasn't a fickle person, a man who would abandon a woman after using her. Since Xinyu Xiangma had already said so, what else could Ling Zhao say? He lightly nodded and said, "I hope you won't regret your decision tonight." Xinyu Xiangma's beautiful eyes rippled with determination. "I definitely won't regret it." After saying that, she went around Ling Zhao's body and slowly undressed Ling Zhao. Her delicate hands constantly stroked Ling Zhao's well-defined muscles, teasing and pinching from time to time. It was really very interesting. Ling Zhao lightly closed his eyes and let Xinyu Xiangma do as she pleased. When her delicate hands landed on the golden dragon spear on his lower body, she very mischievously played with it a few times. Ling Zhao was so hot that he almost couldn't control himself and flipped out. Xinyu Xiangma lightly licked Ling Zhao's ear with a blush and said coyly, "So big." When had Ling Zhao ever been teased like this by a woman? He immediately turned around and hugged Xinyu Xiangma in his arms, forcibly tearing off the rest of her body. That elastic body that was filled with primitive temptation immediately revealed a curve that would cause one's blood to spurt out. That towering area was swaying with two dazzling spots of captivating red. That slender area was full of elasticity, smooth and exquisite. That mysterious area was fragrant and luxuriant, extremely alluring. That pair of perfectly straight and smooth beautiful legs even had an alluring luster. Ling Zhao's already restless blood was already boiling, and the desire in his eyes made Xinyu Xiangma's heart beat even faster. Just as she was about to pull Ling Zhao to the bath barrel that had already been prepared, Ling Zhao scooped her into his arms and took 2 steps into the bath barrel. There were already many spiritual flowers and herbs soaking in the bath barrel. The moment they entered, the warm and moist atmosphere directly ignited the 2 impatient hearts. Ling Zhao's palm grabbed the plump and delicate area without any pity, and his mouth leaned down to kiss the captivating red to his heart's content. "Oh!" A series of low cries rang out softly, filling the tent with the atmosphere of spring in an instant. Soon, a scream that was mixed with a bit of pain, and contained a bit of a long-lost scream rang out. The perfume in the bath barrel quickly rippled onto the carpet, wave after wave, completely drenching the carpet. Not long after, the scream turned into a melodious note that reverberated incessantly, making one's heart palpitate unbearably. Throughout the night, the sound rarely subsided, as if it didn't know fatigue, and continued to ring freely. The bath barrel was already rotten, and the perfume soaked a large area of the carpet. Delicate flowers adorned it, appearing particularly dazzling and delicate. Chapter 14:14. In the barbarian tribe, any tent was equivalent to one's own room. Without the owner's permission, one absolutely could not enter the tent. This was a kind of rule that no one could easily break. Otherwise, they would be hunted down and punished by other people. Therefore, no matter which corner these tents were in, no one would easily come to disturb them or deliberately do anything to peep at them. In a corner there was a tent. There were no other tents near this tent. It seemed that everyone was intentionally avoiding something, causing this tent to appear especially quiet. But no one knew that last night, the sounds that came from this tent came wave after wave, each wave louder than the last, and almost never stopped. The tent was in a sorry state. There were broken bathtubs, scattered flowers and fresh grass and wet carpet. It was obvious that a fierce battle had happened. On the only soft couch in this tent, there were two naked bodies. They were still intertwined, peacefully sleeping. It seemed that in the battle last night, they had consumed a lot of divine power, and it was time for them to rest and recover. After an unknown period of time, Xinyu Xiangma was the first to wake up. She looked at the man beside her, and the redness on her face became more obvious. With a bit of shyness she said softly, "You are my first man, and will also be my last man." After saying that, she kissed Ling Zhao's handsome face, and then lightly touched down from Ling Zhao's body. Looking at her careful movements, it seemed that she did not want to disturb Ling Zhao in the slightest. But for someone at Ling Zhao's level, how could even the slightest movement escape his notice? He opened his eyes slightly, and saw that the naked woman was busy putting on her clothes, looking like she wanted to leave alone. Ling Zhao's heart was conflicted. The woman's words had undoubtedly touched the softest part of his heart. A woman was loyal to a man from the beginning to the end. This kind of loyalty was enough to move any man's heart, and make him feel pity. To be honest, he didn't have any feelings for Xinyu Xiangma. He said that she was beautiful, but compared to any of his women, she wasn't that outstanding. The only thing worth praising was that she was very flirtatious. She could do all kinds of unexpected things, allowing Ling Xiao to fully appreciate the kind of indulgence that was hard to find in other women. Even Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang, who were innately seductive, couldn't compare to her because they were outwardly seductive, while Xinyu Xiangma was innately both outwardly seductive and innately seductive. This had a lot to do with the traditional thinking of barbarian race. After a night of craziness, he seemed to be somewhat infatuated with this woman's body. Ling Xiao was conflicted. He was more possessive of Xinyu Xiangma than he had feelings for her. It was naturally not difficult to accept her, but he felt very guilty towards her. If he didn't accept her, he felt that she was already his woman. Should he let her live here alone? Forget it, feelings can be slowly nurtured. Since she's already become this consort's woman, how could I let her be wronged? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He wasn't the kind of man who would abandon a woman he had already occupied. He couldn't be ruthless enough to abandon her. Ling Xiao raised his hand and pulled Xinyu Xiangma, who was about to put on her clothes, over. Ah! Xinyu Xiangma let out a light cry as her body involuntarily fell onto Ling Zhao's body. She saw that Ling Xiao had already fallen asleep, and was staring straight at her, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. "You're awake. Let me help you put on your clothes," said Xinyu Xiangma gently. Barbarian women were usually passionate and unrestrained. When they were in bed, they were even more flirtatious, making it hard for a man to stop. Once someone had taken her, she would be surprisingly gentle and considerate towards that man. She would no longer display the flirtatious attitude of a single woman, but would instead display a virtuous and proper demeanor. This was simply a man's most ideal type of wife. Ling Xiao looked at Xinyu Xiangma's half-covered appearance, and that surging fire once again quietly rose. He grabbed Xinyu Xiangma's fragrant shoulder and said in a domineering tone, In the future, you'll follow me. There was no reason, she only needed absolute obedience. Xinyu Xiangma's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao without blinking, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She had thought that this man would only have her for one night, and from then on, they would go their separate ways. She hadn't expected that he would say something like that so directly. This made Xinyu Xiangma incomparably happy, because barbarian women liked this kind of direct expression the most, and didn't like those that spoke in a roundabout way. I'm afraid that won't do. Our tribe's women can't easily marry outside, replied Xinyu Xiangma bashfully. Generally, if a barbarian woman didn't inherit the bloodline, their status would be very low and they would basically be treated as servants or slaves. Perhaps they would be given to other tribes for a kind of alliance transaction. However, the women who could inherit the power of the bloodline had a relatively higher status, and they couldn't easily marry outside. Usually they would be recruited into the tribe or married within the tribe, so that their descendants could inherit the bloodline. Ling Xiao lightly furrowed his brows and said, I think Chief Xinyu will agree to my request. You just need to agree to me. As a barbarian's distinguished guest, if Ling Xiao wanted a woman, Xinyu Shisu wouldn't stop him. Xinyu Xiangmo revealed some signs of being moved, but her rationality still won over her. She lightly leaned on Ling Xiao's chest and softly said, I'm already very satisfied that you can say these words. You are the strongest warrior I've ever seen, the type I like. I also want to live with you forever, but I know that you won't stay in our barbarian tribe for me. Although I want to follow you to the ends of the earth, I don't want to become your burden. Furthermore, my family is also in the tribe, and I can't abandon them. If you really want me, then come back often to see me. I will live forever for you and wait for you to come and pamper me. You are the only man in my life. Her voice wasn't very sweet, but it was incomparably sincere and moving, causing Ling Xiao to feel extremely moved. This kind of woman was willing to wait silently, and didn't want to add any worries or fetters to a man. She was simply the best type of virtuous wife. Ling Xiao couldn't help but hug her tightly and directly kissed her lips, using his actions to express his feelings for her. The inside of the tent was once again filled with endless echoes of notes that didn't dissipate for a long time. The more he interacted with Xinyu Xiangma, the more difficult it was for Ling Xiao to abandon this woman who made him feel so good to the bones. He discovered that his feelings for her seemed to have found a strong feeling from this kind of intercourse. Although he still occupied her body as the dominant, his feelings had slowly changed. After a few days, he had already gotten used to this woman's boldness in bed, allowing him to fully appreciate that different kind of passion. And under the bed, he felt this woman's attentiveness, gentleness, and consideration. This was actually not inferior to Bayushi, who had always served him. Ling Xiao would definitely leave the barbarian tribe, but Xinyu Xiangma had never complained to him. Every day, she just did her duty as a wife to the best of her ability. Ever since she had intercourse with Ling Xiao, according to the customs of the barbarian tribe, she had already become Ling Xiao's wife. The more it was like this, the more Ling Xiao felt guilty towards her. He always felt that if he couldn't bring her back, he would be letting down everything this woman had done for him. Although this was voluntary, Ling Xiao had a different idea. In the end, Xinyu Xiangma enlightened him, and made him accept the decision to let her stay in the barbarian tribe. Her reasons for persuasion were very well-founded, so Ling Xiao couldn't help but reject her. First, she knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't stay for her, so she didn't want to pester Ling Xiao. She said that an outstanding man like Ling Xiao would definitely be liked by many women, so she didn't want to see Ling Xiao being in love with other women. She wanted to let Ling Xiao have his freedom, and she didn't need to be sad. Second, according to the tribe's rules, she couldn't leave the tribe. Although Ling Xiao had a way to take her away, she didn't want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Moreover, she didn't want to leave her family, she wanted to stay and take care of them. Third, she didn't want to delay Ling Xiao, and she also needed a better space to cultivate. When her strength reached a higher level in the future, she could go and find him at any time. She also hoped that Ling Xiao could come and see her often. No matter what reason it was, she would consider Ling Xiao first, and she also expressed her thoughts, hoping that Ling Xiao would respect her choice. Barbarian women were infatuated, but it didn't mean that they would die for a man. They could sacrifice everything for their lover, but it didn't mean that their lover was by their side. Ling Xiao was moved by Xinyu Xiangma's words, so what other reason did he have to say no? Although the Sky Dragon domain and the Sky Sparrow domain were far apart, once he became a supreme being, this distance wouldn't be a problem. If he really cared about her, he could come to the barbarian tribe often to see her. If he brought her back to the Sky Dragon domain, she might not be used to it. It would be better to let her stay in the barbarian tribe and live happily with her family. After thinking through everything, Ling Xiao agreed to Xinyu Xiangma's request. However, he still had to give Xinyu Xiangma a status. He wanted to announce to Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu that Xinyu Xiangma was his wife, so that they wouldn't bully her no matter what happened. In addition, Ling Xiao also left Luo Men Gon Linchu and the God King Braid, who had subdued the Devil Tiger sect, to protect Xinyu Xiangma and Xinyu Yi respectively. Moreover, he also left many divine pellets and divine items for Xinyu Xiangma, so that she could break through to high-level divine king and advance to a higher realm. No matter what, when he wasn't by her side, he had to do something for her to show that he cared about her. Because of what Ling Xiao had done for her, Xinyu Xiangma had become the most respected woman in the barbarian tribe. Even the tribe's patriarch, chieftain, and elders had to show her respect. After settling everything, Ling Xiao finally prepared to embark on his journey to find the Genesis Stone. Since he had come to the Sky Sparrow domain, he had to bring back a kind of Genesis Stone. It could be considered as doing something for the great ancestor. Chapter 14-15. In the barbarian patriarch's tent, Tuoba Liqing sat on the main seat with Xinyu Shisu and Ling Xiao on his left and right. This time, Ling Xiao came to discuss with Tuoba Liqing whether he could purchase the Earth Primordial Stone from the barbarian tribe. After all, there were 9 kinds of primordial stones, and each of them was extremely hard to find. From Li Weishan, he knew that the barbarian tribe should have the Earth Primordial Stone. Thus, he wanted to see what kind of bargaining chip he could use to persuade the barbarian tribe to take out the primordial stone. If the barbarian tribe really didn't want to take it out, then he couldn't rob it. After all, the primordial stone was much more precious than the 5-colored divine heaven stone. It was the tribe's most precious treasure. It was related to Supreme Emosheng's cornerstone, so it wasn't easy to trade it. Ling Xiao heard Tuoba Liqing's request. Chief Tuoba, I heard that the barbarian tribe has the Earth Primordial Stone. I wonder if you have an extra one? I need one urgently. I can exchange anything with you. Ling Xiao's words startled Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu. After all, the primordial stone was related to the barbarian tribe's lifeline. Ling Xiao's request made them vigilant. Divine Master Ling, you should know that I can pretend that I didn't hear anything if you said this in front of me. However, if the other tribesmen hear this, they won't let you go. Tuoba Liqing said with a gloomy face. Xinyu Shisu also reminded. Divine Master Ling, the primordial stone is very important. There are only a few in the heaven domain. I think you shouldn't make things difficult for the patriarch. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chief Tuoba, Chief Xinyu, don't worry. I don't want to force you. It's just that I really need the primordial stone. If you have an extra one, it won't be a problem to trade with the Supreme God pellets. If you can't, then forget it. I won't force you. Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Ling Xiao's sincerity. Tuoba Liqing pondered for a while and said, the Genesis Stone is very important. Our barbarian tribe has enough. Please forgive us, Divine Master Ling. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed as he said, it's all right. He paused for a moment before continuing. What about your relationship with the Wanshou Alliance? I heard from Brother Wei Shan that they have a heavenly lady who can summon the vermilion bird. She used to enter the Nirvana space to get the Fire Genesis Stone. Is that true? Our relationship with the Wanshou Alliance is not that good. Maybe it's a little bad. However, Elder Wei Shan is right. I heard that the heavenly lady of the Wanshou Alliance had entered the Nirvana space a dozen years ago. As for whether she had the Genesis Stone or not, we're not sure. Tuoba Liqing replied. Xinyu Shisu said. The people of the Wanshou Alliance are very arrogant. They train hundreds and thousands of beasts. They like to associate with beasts. Anyway, they don't like to associate with other humans. That's why they don't have many allies in our territory. Instead, they have many enemies. After all, many people are hunting spirit beasts. However, they advocate befriending spirit beasts. They don't allow people to kill spirit beasts. Naturally, they have offended many people. He paused for a moment before continuing. Let me ask you, who doesn't want to kill spirit beasts? They really think that spirit beasts are their people. It's really unreasonable. Xinyu Shisu obviously didn't like the people of the Wanshou Alliance. Ling Xiao understood the basic situation of the Wanshou Alliance. However, he didn't know that there was such a factor. If the people of the Wanshou Alliance didn't associate with others, then it wouldn't be easy for him to get the Genesis Stone. However, no matter what, he had to fight for it. Anyway, the Heavenly Lady of the Wanshou Alliance was a woman. With his handsome appearance, he might have to sacrifice himself and use his handsome face. Ling Xiao asked the two of them about the situation of the Wanshou Alliance. Then he planned to go to the territory of the Wanshou Alliance. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the tent, Tuoba Liqing said meaningfully, "If Divine Teacher Ling can become the Supreme Alchemist God one day, maybe I can talk to the ancestors of my tribe. Maybe we will have a chance to get the Genesis Stone." Tuoba Liqing's words were very clear. With Ling Xiao's current status as a divine alchemist, it wasn't enough for them to take out the Genesis Stone. Maybe Ling Xiao would only be qualified after he became the Supreme Alchemist God. After all, when Ling Xiao reached that level, any ancient tribe or big force would want to curry favor with him. Therefore, they would have a chance to get the Genesis Stone. Tuoba Li's warning to Ling Xiao first could be considered as a precautionary measure. Of course, Ling Xiao understood what he meant. This reminder made him more eager to become the supreme expert. With his half-incipient God realm competence, he could try to refine the supreme God pellets. However, he would waste a lot of supreme materials. It should be known that the supreme materials were very rare and priceless. It was better not to waste as much as possible. Therefore, this time, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to try to refine the sovereign divine pellet. In any case, he was just a step away. As long as he could cross that last half step and become a sovereign, then the alchemy god realm would be a waterway. When he reached that step, perhaps he could use the convenience of his identity to collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. With this thought, Ling Xiao was determined. He returned to the Xinyu tribe and bid farewell to Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangma. However, this time, when Xinyu Xiangma heard that Ling Xiao was going to the Thousand Beast Alliance, she asked Ling Xiao to bring her along. After all, she was familiar with the Heaven Sparrow area and had a certain understanding of the people of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Of course, she also wanted to stay with Ling Xiao for a while. Xinyu Yi also wanted to go with Ling Xiao. However, when he heard that Xinyu Xiangma wanted to go with Ling Xiao, he didn't raise this request. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed to Xinyu Xiangma's request. After all, when he returned to the Sky Dragon area, he didn't know when he would have time to see her again. It was better to use this time to cultivate a relationship with her. It could be considered as compensation for her future. Thus, Ling Xiao brought Xinyu Xiangma to the territory of the Thousand Beast Alliance. The people of the Thousand Beasts Alliance lived in the densest areas of the mountain ranges. They did not occupy any cities, and all of them lived deep within the mountain ranges. The headquarters of the Thousand Beasts Alliance was located in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which was the largest mountain range in the entire Tiancai region. It spanned tens of thousands of miles, and had the highest number of spirit beasts and saint beasts. The reason was that the Thousand Beast Alliance lived deep in the mountain range. They didn't allow any mercenary groups or forces to go to the Thousand Beast mountain range to hunt spirit beasts. Most of the spirit beasts in the mountain range listened to the summons of the beast tamers of the Thousand Beast Alliance. With one order, 10,000 beasts would come out and the world would be shocked. This was enough to prove the strength of the Thousand Beast Alliance. It was the only force in the Heaven Sparrow area that could compete with the Yen clan. It was also a famous force in the Heaven Domain. The journey from the savage desolate mountain to the Thousand Beast Alliance was quite long. They also had to pass through the Yen clan's territory. Ling Xiao thought of Yen Yang, the youngest godly apothecary of the Yen clan. He might as well go to the Yen clan as a guest and meet Yin Yang. One more friend was one more way out. Ling Xiao didn't want to be surrounded by enemies and no friends. Yan City was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the Yan clan. It was no less prosperous than Sky Dragon City. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going. It was very lively. Ling Xiao brought Xinyu Xiangma to a restaurant and settled down. Ling Xiao was wearing the alchemist robe of the Medicine Alliance. This was the exclusive robe of an elder. On his chest, there was a godly apothecary badge, which was very eye-catching. His attire was very eye-catching. Wherever he went, many cultivators would immediately bow to him, showing their respect for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think to himself, looks like it's better to wear more alchemist robes in the future. It can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble, and also make people afraid. Xinyu Xiangma, who was following behind Ling Xiao, also felt very proud. She felt very happy to have such an outstanding man. The restaurant's manager immediately welcomed Ling Xiao, and led Ling Xiao to the best seat. A person like Ling Xiao was an honorable guest that he couldn't even invite normally. Ling Xiao did this to attract the attention of the Yan clan so that he could get in touch with Yin Yang. Otherwise, people would think that he had ulterior motives if he paid a visit. Husband, do you really know someone from the Yan clan? Ever since Xinyu Xiangma gave her body to Ling Xiao, she became as gentle as water. She spoke very intimately and didn't seem to be pretentious at all. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled faintly. Yes, I know Yin Yang. He's a young divine alchemist. I presume he has some fame in the Tianke domain? Husband is really amazing. Divine alchemist Yin Yang is indeed the youngest divine alchemist in our Tianke domain in the last 10,000 years. He's the idol of all the youths in the Tianke domain, and there are also many women who are deeply in love with him. Xinyu Xiangma cast an infatuated look at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but she didn't know that Ling Xiao also had dealings with a clan like the Yan clan. In the Tianke domain, the Yan clan was a level above the barbarian race. Of course, individual combat strength was another matter. It was just that the overall strength of the Yan clan was much stronger than that of the barbarian race. Didn't I tell you that I'm a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance? I've known Yin Yang since I was in the Medicine Alliance. With my status, knowing a few people isn't a big deal, and now I'm still friends with your barbarian race. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If it was in the past, he might have felt a bit of vanity and felt that he had a lot of face, but now he felt that there was nothing to show off. Hee, that's true. The warrior I like is naturally the most powerful. Xinyu Xiangmo revealed a proud expression. The two of them drank while chatting. The person they were waiting for had finally arrived. Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist, so the person who could alarm him was naturally an important person in Yan City. The person who had come was Yan City's city lord, Yan Wufang. He had received news that a divine alchemist wearing the robe of an elder of the Medicine Alliance had appeared in Yan City. He had hurried over to pay a visit to this divine alchemist. Although their Yan clan also had a divine alchemist, the Medicine Alliance was the #1 power in the Heaven domain. The Yan clan naturally had to welcome their elder. Chapter 14-16. Yan Wufang cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao from afar and said with a smile, I didn't know that divine teacher was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. This person had a square face and looked somewhat overbearing and powerful, possessing the strength of a high-stage divine king. Behind him were two other divine kings who also bowed to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma both stood up. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, City Lord Wufang, there's no need to be so courteous. I, Ling Xiao, happened to pass by Yan City, so I came over to take a look. I didn't think that I would disturb City Lord Wufang. Consider it this one's lack of manners. Yan Wufang hurriedly said, I don't dare. For divine teacher Ling to grace my Yan clan, is my Yan clan's fortune. I wonder if divine teacher Ling can come to my city lord's mansion, and I will treat divine teacher Ling and this virtuous lady well. Ling Xiao politely replied, There's no need to trouble city lord Wufang about this. He paused for a moment and then said, I wonder if city lord Wufang can introduce me. I once had some shallow friendship with divine teacher Yin Yang. Now that I'm passing by this place, if I don't come and see an old friend, I'll feel apologetic. Yan Wufang instantly understood Ling Xiao's meaning. It turned out that he had come for divine medicine master Yin Yang. Yin Yang could be considered as his nephew, but Yin Yang's status was much more noble than him, the city lord. Since that's the case, divine teacher Ling should come to my mansion all the more. I'll have someone report to the clan. I believe that divine teacher Yin Yang will personally come out to welcome divine teacher Ling, Yin Wufang said. Ling Xiao was a divine medicine master, so the badge on his chest could not be wrong. Yin Wufang completely believed in Ling Xiao's words, and was especially polite and warm towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not resist Yin Wufang's warm welcome, and he also did not want to stay outside and be watched by others. So he agreed to Yin Wufang's request and went with him to the city lord's mansion. Yin Wufang immediately sent a god king to the Yin clan to report what Ling Xiao had mentioned. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Yin Wufang immediately had people set up a banquet to entertain Ling Xiao. At the same time, he asked about how Ling Xiao and Yin Yang had met. Ling Xiao naturally did not hide anything, and simply explained the matter of him and Yin Yang getting to know each other in the medicine alliance. All of Yin Wufang's misgivings were put to rest. He no longer suspected that Ling Xiao had any ill intentions. Yin Wufang took this opportunity to warmly entertain Ling Xiao, drinking and chatting with Ling Xiao. He planned on forming a good relationship with Ling Xiao first. Half a day later, someone from the Yin clan finally came. The person who had come was not Yin Yang, but a direct descendant of the Yin clan who was of the same generation as Yin Wufang. He was also Yin Yang's uncle Yin Wuchen. Yin Wuchen was in existence ranked in the middle of the Sunjin of Goguryeo in the Heavenly Sparrow territory. For him to represent Yin Yang to see Ling Xiao clearly showed how much importance the Yin clan placed on Ling Xiao. After all, in their eyes, a divine alchemist was at most an ordinary god king. For a Sunjin of Goguryeo to come out and welcome him was already a great show of respect. Yin Wuchen's attitude towards Ling Xiao was not as warm as Yin Wufang's. It was as if he was just going through the motions. He very indifferently asked Ling Xiao a few questions and told him about Yin Yang's situation before returning. He actually did not even bother to invite Ling Xiao to their Yin clan as a guest. Xinyu Xiangma was extremely displeased by Yin Wuchen's attitude and felt that it was unfair for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not care. In any case, it was better to keep a low profile in the other party's territory. Yin Wufang's position in the clan was not high, so it was not good for him to say anything. Ling Xiao quickly bid farewell to Yin Wufang and hurried to the 10,000 Beast mountain range with Xinyu Xiangma. Although he did not see Yin Yang this time, he knew that Yin Yang had actually brought his clansmen to the 10,000 Beast mountain range not long ago. This was because Yin Yang had taken a fancy to the 10,000 Beast Alliance's holy daughter and wanted to woo her. If the two strongest factions of the Heavenly Sparrow territory formed an alliance, it would definitely become a legend. Ling Xiao actually hoped that Yin Yang would succeed. Perhaps he could start from Yin Yang and obtain a Genesis stone from the Holy Daughter. Then this trip would not be in vain. However, the Genesis stone was something that all the major factions would fight for. How could it be so easy to obtain? Wave after wave of hot wind blew past, making people feel a little unbearably hot. In this kind of weather, the civilians had a more difficult time. The lack of water was very easy for them to endure. As Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma hurried on their way, they were also affected by the hot air. Both of them became impulsive easily. Every other day, they would find a remote forest to have fun and vent their anger. On this road, they had left behind many of their happy footprints. Xinyu Xiangma became more and more beautiful after being nourished by Ling Xiao. The peerless charm of a real woman was gradually revealed, and the temptation of a young married woman was also gradually revealed. After a period of time, with Ling Xiao's speed, they finally reached the nearest city to the 10,000 Beast mountain range. This city was under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. However, it was a free trade city. The Thousand Beasts Alliance would not send a single soldier to guard the city. Instead, powerful outsiders would be in charge of the city. As for the large amount of divine crystals they earned, they would have to pay 30% to the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Ling Xiao originally wanted to go directly to the 10,000 Beast mountain range. However, Xinyu Xiangma asked Ling Xiao to rest in this city first. She wanted to inquire about Yin Yang and the recent situation of the Wanshou alliance. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao rashly rushed into the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, he would definitely be attacked by the beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. If he alerted the people of the Wanshou alliance, he would be in big trouble. In this city, he could get some information from many warriors. It was better than blindly rushing into the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Ling Xiao had already changed into an ordinary martial robe. He did not want to attract too much attention for the time being. Otherwise, he would be treated as a little sheep by the people around him. He felt uncomfortable. Moreover, wearing an alchemist robe was not as convenient as wearing a martial robe. Of course, when it was necessary, he would change to wear an alchemist robe again. But if Ling Xiao changed back to a martial robe, he would be in trouble. Because Xinyu Xiangma, who followed beside him, was too attractive. She was dressed in splendid silver ornaments. When she walked, it would bring along a series of silver bell chimes. It was very attractive. In addition, she was a beautiful woman full of exotic charm. She naturally attracted many lustful gazes. Fortunately, Xinyu Xiangma already knew how to deal with this kind of situation. She had already broken through to become a high-level God King with the help of Ling Zhao's God King pill previously. She released her aura and sent those people who were staring at her flying. God Kings were not found anywhere. And a high-level God King like Xinyu Xiangma was a very powerful existence no matter where she was. She was not someone that ordinary people dared to provoke. Sure enough, after Xinyu Xiangma sent a few people flying, many people hurriedly avoided her. They did not dare to look at her directly anymore. Ling Xiao looked at Xinyu Xiangma with a look of praise. Although this kind of pressure seemed overbearing, it was also the best way to solve the problem. Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma found a restaurant and walked in. They found a corner and sat down, listening to people from all walks of life. Sure enough, Ling Xiao finally received some useful information. Have you heard? The Yen clan has started a war with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. It can't be. We haven't heard of such a big thing. How do you know? This matter happened not long ago. It said that the Yen clan's new divine alchemist, Yin Yang, wanted to propose marriage to the 10,000 Beasts Alliance's goddess, but was rejected. Thus a conflict occurred. Why is the situation different from what I heard? I heard that someone from the Yen clan found the vermilion bird and wanted to capture it. That angered the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. And now the 10,000 Beasts Alliance is planning to wipe out the Yen clan members who entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Who doesn't know that only the 10,000 Beasts Alliance's goddess can summon the vermilion bird? They actually dared to capture a divine beast in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance is too bold. In any case, it's better to stay away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Otherwise, we won't even know what happened when we die. The people in the restaurant chatted loudly as they drank. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he could not help but frown. He had originally thought that the Yen clan and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance could form some kind of relationship, but now it seemed that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. His plan was going to fail again. Let's go. Ling Xiao could not sit still anymore. He called out to Xinyu Xiangma and left the restaurant with her. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Yin Yang, he still felt that Yin Yang was a friend. Yin Yang was straightforward, sincere, and magnanimous. He was a friend worth befriending. Yin Yang's current situation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not very good. Perhaps he could lend him a hand. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the restaurant with Xinyu Xiangma, trouble came knocking on their door. Young master, it's this bitch. She actually dared to hurt someone. A saint appeared with a group of people. He pointed at Xinyu Xiangma and said to a luxuriously dressed young man beside him. There were a total of 20 to 30 people in this group. They were all dressed in the same uniform. It was obvious that they were people from some big force in this city. The young man who was leading the group was a low-level divine king. The rest were 2 to 3 demigod kings. The rest were the holy emperor and saints. The young man who was leading the group had an evil look on his face. He held a black fan in his hand and wore luxurious clothes. At a glance, one could tell that he was the son of a rich family. The person who spoke just now was this young master's subordinate. He was good at flattering people, and was deeply appreciated by this young master. This person also knew that his young master liked all kinds of beauties, especially this kind of woman from a different race, which was his young master's favorite. Therefore, he specially called his young master over. His purpose was to make this woman look good. Sure enough, when this young master saw Xinyu Xiangma, his eyes immediately emitted a thick look of greed. It was as if he could not wait to pull Xinyu Xiangma over and pamper her. "Miss, you hurt my subordinate. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. What do you think?" This young master directly ignored Ling Xiao and said to Xinyu Xiangma in a very unrestrained manner. Xinyu Xiangma wanted to directly make a move and send this annoying person away. However, Ling Xiao beat her to it and asked, "What kind of explanation do you want?" That young master glared at Ling Xiao with some disgust and said, "This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Don't interfere with my discussion with this young lady." This guy was simply treating Ling Xiao as if he was some kind of oil sauce. Chapter 14-17. This young master was actually the young master of the Qin family, the biggest force in this city, and this city was also managed by the Qin family. This man was called Qin Shingyin. He was almost 5,000 years old, but he had reached the king god realm. He was considered a genius in this force. Although he couldn't be compared to the monstrous geniuses of the super forces, he had the capital to be arrogant in this city. With his competence, he couldn't see Ling Xiao's and Xinyu Xiangma's cultivation base. From their age, he thought that no matter how strong they weren't a match for him, a king god realm expert. Thus, when he saw Ling Xiao, who was more handsome and stylish than him, he was enraged. He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao, "You dare to scold him? Die." Before Ling Xiao could get angry, Xinyu Xiangma, who was beside him, was the first to get angry. She scolded and raised her hand to slap Qin Xingyin's face. As a high-level king god realm expert, her attack was so fast that Qin Xingyin didn't even have a chance to react. His face got slapped. Slap. Qin Xingyin was fiercely slapped in the face and let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body flew far away, and several bloody front teeth splattered out. Qin Xingyin's followers gawked. The people around were also petrified. Qin Xingyin was famous for being overbearing in this city. His competence was really strong. Normal people didn't dare to provoke him. However, he was sent flying by a woman. It showed how terrifying this woman's competence was. Do you know that he's the young master of the Qin family? You dared to hit him. Don't even think about leaving here alive." A half-incipient god realm expert pointed at Xinyu Xiangma. The others didn't dare to attack Xinyu Xiangma. After all, their young master wasn't her equal opponent. Small fish like them weren't her match either. "I don't care which family you are from. You dare to insult my man? No." Xinyu Xiangma glared at them and shouted. She released the aura of a high-level king god realm expert and sent Qin Xingyin's followers flying away. The surrounding people all knew that although this beautiful woman looked young, she was actually someone with extraordinary strength. They all scattered like birds and beasts, hiding far away. If a real war broke out, they would die in vain if they were caught up in it. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? Just you wait, you will definitely regret it." Qin Xingyin also knew that the other party was stronger than him, so he didn't dare to have any more ideas. However, he was hit by a woman, so he couldn't just let it go. After saying that, he actually wanted to escape in one direction. He was definitely going to look for his helpers. "Husband, should we capture him?" Xinyu Xiangma asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, "Originally, I wanted to use peace to win people over with virtue, but it seems like some people are just courting death. Let them be. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with the manager here." Ling Xiao wanted to find the heavenly maiden of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, but since someone had delivered it to him, it would be for the best. Xinyu Xiangma didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, but she knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. Furthermore, she was his wife, so she wouldn't object no matter what he said. The two of them strolled along the city's official road, while the others avoided them like the plague, staying as far away as possible. Many people were looking at the two of them, and discussing something in low voices. Those two are in trouble. They actually dared to hit the Qin family's eldest young master, which is no different from slapping the Qin family's face. The Qin family is the most protective. That Qin family's eldest young master has the strength of a god king, but he was actually sent flying by a single slap from this woman. It can be seen that her strength is extraordinary, and judging from her clothes, she seems to be a barbarian woman. If that's really the case, I wonder if the Qin family will dare to do anything to her. That's hard to say. After all, this isn't the territory of the barbarians, and the barbarians rarely come to our side. The other young man doesn't look like a barbarian either. Perhaps this is just a coincidence. No matter what, there will definitely be a good show to watch later. Of course. Look at how fearless they are. They might even be enemies of the Qin family. Keep your voice down. Don't let the Qin family hear us, or else we'll be in trouble. Qin Shengyin left quickly and arrived quickly. Several powerful auras followed behind him and rushed towards Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma. Other than Qin Shengyin, there were actually 5 other people. One of them was a high-level god king, 2 were mid-level god kings, and the other 2 were low-level god kings. Stinking brat, you actually dared to hit me. Third uncle, you have to uphold justice for me. Qin Shengyin pointed at Xinyu Xiangma and said to the middle-aged man beside him. This person was Qin Shengyin's third uncle, Qin Zhengshuan, and he was a high-level god king. Just as Qin Zhengshuan was about to speak, he could tell at a glance that Xinyu Xiangma's strength was not weaker than his. He immediately revealed a look of surprise. Shengyin, don't be rash. This woman's strength is on par with mine. Qin Zhengshuan transmitted his voice to Qin Shengyin. What? Qin Shengyin's body trembled, and his face was filled with panic. At first, Qin Shengyin thought that Xinyu Xiangma was only a mid-level god king at most, but he didn't expect her to be a high-level god king. Their Qin family only had 3 high-level god kings, and his third uncle was one of them. If this woman had a powerful background, then wouldn't he have kicked a steel plate? However, when he saw that there were only 2 of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this was the Qin family's territory, so they wouldn't dare to do anything. However, it was a pity that he couldn't take such a woman with a different kind of charm under his command. Hee, you found a helper pretty quickly. You dare to scold my woman? Slap yourself 100 times and I'll let you off. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Shengyin with a cold smile. Bastard, who do you think you are? Qin Shengyin cursed angrily. He was a little afraid of that woman who was a high-level god king, but this young man was at most the object of her protection. His strength definitely wasn't high, so he didn't need to be nice to Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Xinyu Xiangma shouted, and wanted to deal with Qin Shengyin. She wouldn't allow others to insult her man. However, Ling Xiao pulled her back and said, Leave this matter to me. Otherwise, others will think that I'm living off a woman. You two, this is our Qin family's territory. You beat up my nephew. Apologize to him and forget it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Qin Zhengshuan said indifferently. He couldn't figure out the background of Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma, so he didn't dare to rashly deal with them. Moreover, this woman had the strength of a high-level god king. Offending her wouldn't do the Qin family any good, so he planned to take a step back and keep the peace. However, he had underestimated Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao let it go so easily after daring to scold his woman as a smelly woman? And he should apologize. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. Then he said, But he should be the one apologizing to us. As his voice fell, he gently raised his hand and turned his palm into a claw. A golden dragon claw grabbed towards Qin Shengyin. Dragon subduing palms, dragon capturing claw. Roar. A golden dragon shadow suddenly roared out and instantly arrived in front of Qin Shengyin's chest, grabbing him. Before Qin Zhengshuan and the others could react, he had already been sucked in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao grabbed Qin Shengyin's neck. A powerful force squeezed him to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. That terrifying pressure almost made Qin Shengyin pee. He originally thought that Ling Xiao didn't have much strength, but he was able to easily grab him with one move. This kind of strength was probably much stronger than that woman's. What are you doing? Let go of him. Qin Zhengshuan shouted in shock. He instantly attacked Ling Xiao, trying to save Qin Shengyin. His punch was so domineering that it shook the surrounding space. If he hadn't controlled the overflow of the punch, the shops on both sides of the official road would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao held Qin Xingyin in one hand and quickly raised his other hand to meet Qin Jingxuan's punch. In the eyes of others, Qin Jingxuan's punch was enough to force Ling Xiao to retreat. However, they had all miscalculated. Ling Xiao had directly grabbed Qin Jingxuan's fist that was flying towards him. Qin Jingxuan was shocked. The power of his punch was enough to destroy the city, but it was easily grabbed by someone else. What kind of concept was this? He wanted to quickly pull back, but he realized that the strength of the other party's grip was so huge that he couldn't pull back. "Let go of me!" Qin Jingxuan shouted in shock. His other punch blasted towards Ling Xiao's head again. However, before he could reach Ling Xiao sneered. "You really don't know what you're talking about." As his voice fell, he grabbed Qin Jingxuan's hand. Crack. Ah. Qin Jingxuan's divine arm was instantly broken by Ling Xiao. The sound of bones breaking rang out, causing him to scream in pain. The other Qin family members wanted to make a move to deal with Ling Xiao at the same time. However, Ling Xiao was the first to shout, "Get out of my sight!" Then he gave Qin Jingxuan a kick and sent him flying. A middle-stage god king from the Qin family hurriedly tried to catch Qin Jingxuan, but he was sent flying by that force. The others got a huge shock. None of them dared to move rashly in the slightest. Even a high-level god king could not withstand a single exchange, let alone the few of them who were not high-level god kings. How could they dare to challenge him? "I'll teach you a lesson. You can't offend just anyone," Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked at Qin Xingyin, who had a pleading look on his face. Smack. Smack. Ling Xiao instantly gave Qin Xingyin several slaps, beating his face until it was deformed. The teeth in his mouth were all sent flying. His face was covered in fresh blood, looking very scary. "Why, Your Excellency, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Why please spare his life?" Qin Jingxuan dragged his heavily injured body back and begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Ling Xiao did not finish off Qin Jingxuan. He just made him suffer a bit and let him know his prowess. Qin Jingxuan cursed Qin Xingyin 10,000 times in his heart. Offending such an expert was simply courting death. He even implicated him and got seriously injured by him on the streets. What a disgrace. Chapter 14:18. Qin Xingyin was stunned by Ling Xiao's attack. Even though he felt humiliated, he didn't dare to take revenge at all. He only prayed that the other party wouldn't kill him. He hated that little follower to the bone. As long as he could live, he would take action against him. Such a powerful person had brought him here to provoke others. He was truly courting death. Seeing that Qin Jingxuan's attitude was not bad, Ling Xiao immediately laughed and threw Qin Xingyin out like a dead dog. "Come here and apologize to my wife. If she is satisfied, I will let you go," Ling Xiao said indifferently to Qin Xingyin, whose face was covered in blood. Qin Xingyin did not dare to fake his death. He quickly crawled up from the ground and knelt in front of Xinyu Xiangma, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, madam. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, please forgive me." As Qin Xingyin begged for mercy, he kowtowed heavily, causing the ground to cave in. It was enough to show his sincerity. The people in the vicinity of the city had already hidden far away. Not many of them dared to see Qin Xingyin make a fool of himself. Otherwise, when he recovered and came to settle the score with them, it would be troublesome. "Forget it, Scram." Xinyu Xiangma waved her hand in disgust. Qin Xingyin felt as if he had been given a great gift. He thanked her a few times and quickly turned around to run. He didn't even bother to greet his third uncle. This fellow's backbone was pitifully weak. Qin Jingxuan also wanted to leave with his men, but Ling Xiao stopped him and said, "Don't leave first, I have something to ask you." Qin Jingxuan's body trembled as he said, "Sir, please speak. Let's find another place. It's not easy to talk about this hall with so many people," Ling Xiao said. "All right. Sir, please follow me. Our Qin family has plenty of places, as long as you don't mind." Qin Jingxuan bowed and said respectfully. Although he had learned a lesson this time, to be able to curry favor with such a powerful existence was beneficial to the Qin family. Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma followed Qin Jingxuan all the way to the Qin manor. The other two high-level divine kings and several divine kings of the Qin family appeared at the same time. They were the most powerful existences in the Qin family. They thought that Ling Xiao was planning to deal with their Qin family, so they were all ready to fight to the death. Qin Jingxuan was shocked and quickly ran over to explain to his two brothers. After all, an expert who could instantly subdue him was definitely not someone the three high-level divine monarchs could deal with. If they offended such an expert again, the other party could destroy their Qin clan with a wave of his hand. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to cry even if they wanted to. The three brothers of the Qin family were the eldest, Qin Zhenghua the second, Qin Zhengqiao, and the third Qin Jingxuan. The three of them were the pillars of the Qin family. With them in the city, no one dared to provoke them. After they found out that Xiao Did had no intention to mate, they let out Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao let. Then Qin Zhenghua once again called Qin Xingyin out and harshly scolded him in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao to stop them. Xiao. Him to them stop. Them. He just wanted to ask them something. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. The three Qin brothers welcomed Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma into the hall. They offered the divine items as an apology to Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma. Although Ling Xiao didn't care for their items, he still asked Xinyu Xiangma to keep them. Otherwise, the three Qin brothers would not be at ease. After Ling Xiao accepted them, they would think that Ling Xiao would not continue. Let me ask you something. You have been around the 10,000 Beast Mountain range for a long time. You must be familiar with the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance, right? Do you know anyone from the Wanshou Alliance? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. The three Qin brothers were confused. The eldest Qin brother, Qin Zhenghua, said, "The people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance are not on good terms with others. I'm sure you know that we are not familiar with them." Ling Xiao could tell that he did not mean what he said. After all, at his realm, he could observe people at a lower realm. He could tell if they were lying or not. Ling Xiao released his half-incipient God realm power and said, "Don't worry. I'm not looking for the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance to oppose them. I'm here to pay my respects to the Holy Lady of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. I'm Ling Xiao of the Medicine Union." Then Ling Xiao changed into an alchemist's robe and wore the god's badge. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao felt that this identity was more convincing. As expected, Ling Xiao's sudden change in attitude caused the three Qin brothers to become even more shocked and respectful. "Oh, it's Divine Alchemist Ling, sorry for not recognizing you." The three Qin brothers cupped their hands and bowed. If Ling Xiao was just a divine alchemist, he wouldn't be worthy of their respect. However, Ling Xiao's terrifying power was what they were afraid of. Ling Xiao's identity surprised them even more. He was a divine alchemist from the Medicine Union. They had to pay more attention to him. "Now can you tell me if you can really contact the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance?" Ling Xiao asked seriously. The three Qin brothers looked at each other and Qin Zhenghua said, "Actually, Divine Alchemist Ling, we are the outer elders of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. It's just that our beast taming Tenbin skills aren't high enough, so we've been sent to this city to manage everything. We're in charge of the affairs of the Alliance." He paused and asked, "Does Divine Alchemist Ling know our Holy Lady?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would accidentally find the people of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. He thought to himself, could it be that the 10,000 Beast Alliance doesn't occupy the cities around them, is just a facade? Regardless of that, as long as he could contact the people of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, everything would be easy. "I've never met your Holy Lady before, but I've admired her for a long time. I'm here to visit her and your alliance leader. Can you help me pass a message?" Ling Xiao asked. Qin Zhenghua looked troubled. "Although we're outer elders of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, we're actually the weakest people in the alliance. If you want to visit the Holy Lady, there's nothing we can do." Qin Jingxuan added, "That's right, Divine Alchemist Ling. It's usually difficult for us to enter the alliance, let alone meet the Holy Lady. She's the granddaughter of the previous alliance leader. Unless the alliance leader personally invites you, it won't be easy for you to meet her." Ling Xiao could tell that they were being honest, so there was no reason for them to lie to him. If that was the case, then he could only enter the 10,000 Beast Mountain range by himself. At this time, Qin Zhengqiao, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. If Divine Alchemist Ling really wants to enter our 10,000 Beast Alliance, we can introduce you to her. However, we can't guarantee that you'll be able to meet the Holy Lady. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. That's not a problem. Once it's done, you'll be rewarded. Qin Zhenghua and Qin Jingxuan looked at Qin Zhengxiao in surprise, not understanding why he would make such a decision. It was already difficult for them to enter the 10,000 Beast Alliance. How could they agree to bring Ling Xiao in? If they angered the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance, they would be in big trouble. At this time, Qin Zhengxiao explained to them. Divine Alchemist Ling is from the Medicine Alliance in the Tianyuan region. I think the alliance leader will be very happy to meet her. Big brother, third brother, you don't have to worry. The worst case scenario is that we'll be refused. I believe that Divine Alchemist Ling won't blame us. Ling Xiao immediately replied, that's right. Regardless of whether it's done or not, I won't blame you. Qin Zhenghua and Qin Jingxuan couldn't say anything else. After all, Qin Zhengxiao had already taken charge of the matter. If they continued to object, they were afraid that it would arouse Ling Xiao's dissatisfaction. After discussing with the few of them, Qin Zhengxiao would bring Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range to see if they could enter the 10,000 Beast Alliance. At the same time, Qin Zhengxiao also suggested that Xinyu Xiangma change into ordinary people's clothes. She didn't want to wear the clothes of the barbarians. After all, the barbarians had some friction with the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Their relationship had never been very good. Xinyu Xiangma saw that Ling Xiao had also agreed to Qin Zhengxiao's suggestion, so she obediently changed into the ordinary female martial clothes. Because she was relatively tall, she also had a heroic look on her face. After changing into the new clothes, she looked even more valiant and heroic. Her figure was petite and full, giving her a unique flavor. The three of them directly headed towards the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. After arriving at the periphery of the mountain range, Qin Zhengxiao took out a bit of fragrant powder and sprinkled it on his body. He then passed it to Ling Xiao and said, Sir, you guys should sprinkle some as well. This fragrant powder is specially made by our alliance. Only by touching it will you not have to worry about being attacked by spirit beasts in the mountain range. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of those spirit beasts, he still followed Qin Zhengxiao's instructions and sprinkled some of the fragrant powder on his body. Xinyu Xiangma also sprinkled some on his body. The three of them hurriedly headed towards the depths of the mountain range. This mountain range was extremely vast and endless. If it was someone who wasn't familiar with it, it wouldn't be easy to find the location of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. At the same time, Ling Xiao also sensed the density of spirit beasts in this mountain range. Indeed, there were more spirit beasts here than in other mountain ranges. Every mountain seemed to be occupied by a powerful spirit beast, and there were many spirit beast herds gathered together. If an ordinary mercenary group entered here and wanted to hunt spirit beasts, they would probably be hunted down by spirit beasts instead. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the stronger the aura he felt became. When he thought about how the 10,000 Beast Alliance had subdued so many spirit beasts here for their use, they indeed had the qualifications to challenge any top power. Moreover, Ling Xiao had once led an army of holy beasts to trample over the Snake-E sect, so he could understand the powerful existence of beast tamers. All of a sudden, two shadows rushed out from the forest below. They were two spirit beasts that had taken human form. They looked a little strange and had a pair of thin wings on their bodies. They looked similar to the winged clan people, but they were definitely not winged clan people. They should be the holy beast praying mantis, and they only kept the wings that they were proud of. They blocked in front of Ling Xiao and the others, and one of the praying mantis shouted, "Who are you?" Looking at their fierce expressions, it seemed that they didn't even recognize Qin Zhengxiao, an outer sect elder. Chapter 14:19. The reason why the 10,000 Beasts Alliance was called 10,000 Beasts was because they could command tens of thousands of spirit beasts. Therefore, the position of guardian elder was taken up by these spirit beasts in human form. It was normal for these two praying mantises to appear here and block the way. Qin Zhengxiao took out a medallion and said to the two praying mantises, "Elders, I am an outer court elder, Qin Zhengxiao. I have specially brought the Medicine Alliance Guild's Ling Xiao, godly alchemist, to pay a visit to the alliance leader. The alliance leader doesn't have time to see you idlers. Hurry up and leave. One of the praying mantises said coldly. Ling Xiao spoke from the side. I have something to ask of your alliance leader. Please make it convenient for me. Ling Xiao felt a little puzzled. What kind of reasoning did he have with these holy beasts? Would they understand? No matter what you have to say, the alliance leader isn't free right now. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The other praying mantis said. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Qin Zhengqiao stopped Ling Xiao and said, Divine Master Ling, let's go. The two elders have their reasons for not letting us in. Qin Zhengqiao knew that these two holy beasts were definitely the representatives of a beast tamer. If they didn't let them in, it meant that it was the beast tamer's intention. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. They didn't care if he was an outer court elder or not. Ling Xiao was a little unwilling. He had already arrived at the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, so how could he leave so easily? If he couldn't find the Heavenly Maiden, then he wouldn't be able to get the Fire Attribute Genesis Stone. You can go back first. I want to see if the people of the 10,000 Beast Alliance are all so arrogant. Ling Xiao said to Qin Zhengqiao. When Qin Zhengqiao heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately thought to himself, this is bad. Then he hurriedly advised Ling Xiao, Divine Master Ling, don't be anxious. Let's go out first. Unfortunately, it was too late. The praying mantis was already angry. How dare you disrespect our beast alliance? You're courting death. One of the transformed mantises shouted. Then it swung its arm at Ling Xiao, and a phantom mantis blade slashed at Ling Xiao. This transformed mantis was only at the low-leveled 10th order. Its slash did not pose any threat to Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao dodged the attack with ease. Ignoring the two transformed mantises, he swung his claw in a certain direction. A golden dragon claw grabbed towards a mountain tens of thousands of miles away. Get over here. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and pulled back his claw. A figure was instantly pulled out by the dragon claw. Quickly let go of me, or else you'll die a horrible death. A cry of alarm rang out. The person caught by Ling Xiao was short and had an ordinary appearance. He was only a high-leveled holy emperor. The two transformed mantises also pounced towards Ling Xiao, wanting to save the person caught. However, they were forcefully pushed away by Ling Xiao. Quickly make them scram, or you'll die. Ling Xiao said coldly as he pinched the person. Ling Xiao had long sensed that someone was paying attention to their movements. Even though they hid themselves well, they could not hide from Ling Xiao. He was certain that this person was a beast tamer. Otherwise, how could he control these transformed mantises? However, as a high-leveled holy emperor, he was able to control two 10th order transformed mantises. This ability was not to be underestimated. Even if he faced an ordinary divine king, he would not need to be afraid. The person was clearly afraid of death. He quickly said to the two transformed mantises, You two retreat first. Then he looked at Qin Zhengqiao and said, Qin Zhengqiao, are you thinking of rebelling? Qin Zhengqiao finally saw who the person was. His body trembled and he quickly said to Ling Xiao, Divine Master Ling, you quickly let go of Holy Master Tai Lang. The person caught by Ling Xiao was called Huyan Tai Lang. He was a beast tamer who could tame holy beasts. Hence, he was called Holy Master for short. He was an inner elder of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. The two transformed mantises were his holy beasts. Qin Zhengqiao had seen Huyan Tai Lang a few times before, so he recognized him. Although Huyan Tai Lang was not strong, he was a holy beast tamer. This status represented his position in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. This status was much higher than Qin Zhengqiao's. After all, he could tame low-level 10th order holy beasts with his current strength. Once he became a divine king, he might be able to tame even more 10th order holy beasts. At that time, with an army of holy beasts, ordinary divine kings would not be his match. Hence, any beast tamer's status in the Thousand Beasts Alliance was much higher than ordinary martial artists. This was also the reason why Qin Zhengqiao was so nervous and afraid when he saw Ling Xiao holding Huyan Tai Lang. Ling Xiao released Huyan Tai Lang and said coldly, Can you bring me to see your alliance leader now? Ling Xiao did not want to get angry easily, but he could not stand people looking down on him. He was a dignified Medicine Alliance's elder, but there were actually people who did not give him face. He had no choice but to use some special methods. Moreover, with his strength he was not even afraid of the 11 holy beasts, so why would he be afraid of these 10th order holy beasts? After Huyan Tailang was released, he immediately put some distance between him and Ling Xiao. He cried out fiercely, "You're dead!" Then he looked up to the sky and let out a strange sound. As his voice fell, a commotion broke out in the vicinity of the mountain. Roar! 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 A number of holy beasts cried out in alarm, causing the nearby forest to tremble. All of a sudden, close to 100 different kinds of holy beasts rushed out. The most powerful ones were the 2 low-level 10th order transformation mantises that Huang Xiaolong had seen earlier. They had already transformed back into their true forms. Beside them were 3 other mantises that had reached the 10th order, while the rest of the holy beasts were all 9th order existences. If such a large army were to attack together, even a mid-level god king would die without a burial place. Even a high-level god king would have no choice but to be cautious. This was the valiant side of a beast tamer. A holy beast tamer was comparable to a magnificent army. It was no wonder that the Thousand Beasts Alliance could be compared to the number 1 family, the Yin clan. With them guarding this mountain range, even the Yin clan would not dare to attack them. Ling Xiao knew that Huyan Tailang had not given up, and actually dared to summon a large number of holy beasts. He sneered and said, "You're courting death." Just as Ling Xiao was about to fly into a rage, Qin Zhengxiao hurriedly stopped him. "Divine Master Ling, let's go. Holy Master Tai Lang's position in the alliance isn't too high, but his master is a high-ranking elder. If you offend him, don't even think about coming back to the Beast Alliance in the future. Hehe, there's no way you can leave now. Everyone kill him." Huyan Tailang obviously felt that Ling Xiao only had the strength of an ordinary god king, and wanted to get back at him. Therefore he summoned the Holy Beast Army to deal with Ling Xiao. It had to be said that Huyan Tailang was truly an unreasonable person. He felt that this was the territory of the Thousand Beasts Alliance, and everything was up to him. How could he let an outsider bully him? He must vent his anger, and let this outsider know the power of beast tamers. Under Huyan Tailang's command, the holy beasts attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Colorful elemental attacks came from all directions. They even attacked Qin Zhengxiao. They didn't even put him, an outer sect elder, in their eyes. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao was finally angry. He did not want to cause trouble, but since the other party was so unreasonable, he would not be polite. The attacks of these holy beasts did not affect him at all. Xinyu Xiangma, who was beside him, was a high-level god king and could take care of herself. Qin Zhengxiao quickly retreated, because he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop this. However, he was very worried in his heart. If Ling Xiao were to kill Huyan Tailang, then their Qin clan would also suffer a calamity. He regretted bringing Ling Xiao along. He thought that since Ling Xiao was a divine apothecary of the Medicine Alliance, the people of the Medicine Alliance would give him some face. However, he was wrong. Ling Xiao ignored the onslaught of attacks and once again grabbed Huyan Tailang in his hand. "I wanted to spare your life, but since you don't know how to repent, then die." Huyan Tailang panicked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao's strength would be so terrifying. So many holy beasts' attacks could not hurt him at all. He was extremely afraid now. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Ling Xiao's hand was already squeezing his neck to the point where it was about to break. "Stop right now, or you'll die without a burial." A cry of alarm rang out from afar, and a figure rapidly rushed in this direction. If this person was a little more polite, Ling Xiao might really consider sparing Huyan Tailang. However, this person's tone was too annoying. He was just like Huyan Tailang, wanting to kill people at the slightest provocation. This made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. Huyan Tailang revealed a ferocious expression and said with difficulty, "Quick! Let me go, or else you will." It seemed that he still did not know how to write the word death, even when he was at death's door. Crack! Before he could finish his last word, a crisp sound rang out. His neck had been snapped. "Tailang!" The person roared and said, "I want you to die a horrible death." As his voice fell, black giant ants appeared beside him. Every black giant mosquito was actually flying over like a small hill. Each of them had 4 black wings, long antennae, and a pair of malevolent eyes. They looked incomparably frightening. These black giant ants were actually mutated blood-devouring giant ants. Their numbers were astonishing, and there were at least several hundred of them. Each of them was above the 9th order, and a third of them were above the 10th order. There were even 2 ant kings that had reached the advanced 10th order. Such a frightening army of blood-devouring giant ants was comparable to the existence of a medium-sized force. Qin Zhengxiao, who was watching from afar, became incomparably pale. He murmured, "Elder Ant has come out. It seems that Divine Master Ling is in big trouble. I can't stay here any longer. I have to go back and discuss with Big Brother and Third Brother about the relocation of the clan." Qin Zhengxiao knew that he had offended the elders of the Union by bringing Ling Xiao here. Their Qin clan was afraid that they would also be implicated. If they didn't escape now, their entire clan would suffer a calamity. One had to know that the status of the outer court elders in the Union was quite low. They had no choice but to escape. Chapter 1420. Moe was an inner court senior elder of the Thousand Beast Alliance. He had a peak mid-level God King cultivation base, but he had the ability to tame ants. He had a peak 10th stage ant queen, which had bred millions of blood-devouring giant ants. However, in order for the giant ants to grow, they would devour the weaker giant ants to strengthen their bloodline power and speed up their advancement. The hundreds of giant ants in front of him were not even a tenth of Moe's total. He still had close to 10,000 giant ants. If he summoned all of them, any major faction would be wiped out by him, and even the super factions would have to be wary of him. This was the terror of the beast tamers of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Although they had few beast tamers, one of them could fight against 1,000 people. Think about it, if a beast tamer could summon hundreds of thousands of saint beasts, how many people could fight them alone? With Moe's ability to summon giant ants, he would not be afraid even if he was up against the Sun Jin of Goguryeo. He only needed to sit at the back and let his giant ants attack for him, and the Sun Jin of Goguryeo could only panic and die. The reason why Moe was so angry was because Huyen Tailang was his senior brother's disciple, his martial nephew. How could he not be angry when Huyen Tailang was squashed to death in front of his eyes? Moe could not see through Ling Zhao's strength, but he did not let his guard down. He immediately ordered the 2 ant kings to lead the rest of the giant ants to charge at the front. It was enough to kill any high-level god king on the spot. Ling Xiao looked at the giant ants charging at him and said to Xinyu Xiangma, "Xiangma, step back a little. Let me take care of these giant ants. Let's see if these beast tamers really have an endless supply of saint beasts to summon." Without an 11th order saint beast, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of them? Even if it was a group battle, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest stage fright. "Husband, don't worry, I can take care of myself," Xinyu Xiangma said sensibly. She knew that although she was not afraid of these giant ants, since her husband had spoken, she would not steal his limelight. Ling Xiao made his move. To deal with these ferocious giant ants filled with bloodlust, he directly used fire attribute attacks. A spatial turbulence was torn apart by him, and countless meteors smashed down on these giant ants. Boom boom boom. A space turbulence tens of thousands of meters wide and the power of countless meteors directly blasted this part of the world red. And the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Creak. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the rank 9 blood-devouring giant ants that were charging at the very front were killed or injured by the meteor fire. Their cries were extremely ear-piercing. Qin Zhengxiao, who had retreated to a far distance, couldn't help but scream, This divine master Ling really has the power of a half-incipient god realm. No wonder why she's so overbearing. However, even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range at full speed. No matter what happened here, he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Moe was frightened. He had never thought that Ling Xiao was such a formidable existence. With just one strike, he could destroy dozens of his blood-devouring giant ants. If he attacked several more times, he was afraid that these blood-devouring giant ants in front of him would all die. Although he was a little scared, It wasn't to the point where he didn't know what to do. He looked at Ling Xiao and screamed in fright. He has the power of a half-incipient god realm. You wait for me. You can't run away from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Then he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao anymore. He wanted to take his blood-devouring giant ants and run away. He didn't want his blood-devouring giant ants to die in vain. They were his precious babies. Facing such a big gap, Moe knew how to make a choice. He had sent the news to his senior. He believed that someone would come to support him soon. At that time, this man would die. You want to run away? It's not that simple. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. The soul-locking curse shot out from his sea of consciousness. If he could control this beast tamer, it would be better than controlling many god kings. Moe was protected by the blood-devouring giant ants. Moreover, his mount was a peak level 10 ant queen. Even the Sunjin of Goguryeo couldn't approach him. Unfortunately, he was challenging Ling Xiao, who had a powerful soul power. Whether it was Ling Xiao, it was easy for him to kill or control him. He didn't need to spend much effort. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to be enemies with the 10,000 Beast Alliance. However, as the situation had come to this, he had to use this method. Controlling Moe was equal to breaking into the 10,000 Beast Alliance. He would understand the rules of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. To him, this was the best way. Moe was just a peak-level mid-level god king. Very quickly, he was controlled by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. Moe kept his blood-devouring giant ants and flew to Ling Xiao's side. He bowed and said, "Moe greets master." Xinyu Xiangma, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, was shocked by Moe's actions. She didn't understand what was going on. The person who wanted to deal with her husband just a moment ago was now calling her husband master. Fortunately, she wasn't a talkative woman. She knew that there were some things she could ask and some things she couldn't. When her husband wanted to tell her, she would naturally know. First, inform your 10,000 Beast Alliance members not to come here. Ling Xiao ordered. He had already sensed many powerful auras coming from several directions. He didn't want to come into contact with others for the time being. Moe nodded and immediately ordered a few blood-sucking giant ants to report his words. Then Ling Xiao and Moe arrived at the foot of a mountain. Ling Xiao listened to Moe's explanation of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's basic situation. Ling Xiao finally had a deep understanding of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. He also knew how he could meet the Holy Lady. The Holy Lady had the highest authority in the 1,000 Beast Alliance, and even the Alliance chief might not be able to order her around. She was the granddaughter of the previous Alliance master, and she did indeed have the ability to summon the Vermilion Bird. Because of that, her status in the 1,000 Beast Alliance was very special. She was also one of the people who had cultivated the beast-taming heart manual to the extreme, and she could communicate with any spirit beast using the beast language, and could summon the divine abilities of all beasts. The Angel Lady had always been a loner. Aside from the old Alliance leader, it was difficult for anyone else to meet her. Furthermore, she was naturally close to spirit beasts, and had always been in the company of spirit beasts. If anyone wanted to meet her, they would have to get the Alliance leader's approval, or her approval. Otherwise, she would never come out to meet people. Of course, it wasn't that she was too ugly to meet people. On the contrary, she was an outstanding beauty. Those who had seen her in the Tian-Ke domain were full of praises for her. Otherwise, as the future successor of the Yan clan, Yan Yang wouldn't have come all the way here to propose a marriage. Yan Yang thought that even if he didn't succeed, he wouldn't be able to ruin his relationship with the 10,000 Beast Alliance. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he still ended up in trouble. Not only did he fail in his proposal, he even got himself into trouble. Now he was captured by the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Because of the incident with the Yan clan, the 10,000 Beast Alliance had sealed off the entire mountain range. No one was allowed to enter or leave. They knew that the Yan clan would definitely come looking for them. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao and Qin Zhengxiao were stopped by Huyen Tailang when they first entered the mountain range. However, Huyen Tailang did not explain the reason, and thought too highly of himself. That was why he was punished. Now that Yin Yang was captured, the Yan clan would definitely not let the matter rest. This was probably a clash between the two superpowers in the Tian-Ke domain. However, the 10,000 Beast Alliance had the support of countless spiritual beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. They were already in an invincible position. Unless the Yen clan sent out a supreme martial artist, they wouldn't be able to take down the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Moreover, the 10,000 Beast Alliance and the Yen clan were equally famous. How could they not have a supreme martial artist? They must have quite a number of 11th level holy beasts. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Yin Yang. At least he saw him as a friend. Deep down he wanted to help Yin Yang. However, there was a limit to what he could do. If he couldn't win, he could run away. However, he might not be able to save Yin Yang. Moreover, he felt that it would be better to meet the Holy Lady first. It was said that the Holy Lady kept people away. She only liked to interact with spiritual beasts. He didn't know what kind of woman she was. It wouldn't be easy to interact with her. However, just as Ling Xiao was thinking about what to do next, he heard an earth-shattering explosion coming from a direction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A flash of fiery red light exploded on the other side of the mountain range, causing the surrounding area to tremble. All of the spirit beasts shrieked and cried out in alarm. They rose from the mountains one by one and charged towards the direction of the battle. There were many spiritual beasts high up in the sky. There were all kinds of spiritual beasts. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Moreover, these were only the spiritual beasts in the vicinity. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. These spiritual beasts were enough to shake any superpower. Ling Xiao was also startled by the sounds of battle and the sudden appearance of the spiritual beasts. He immediately asked Moe, "What's going on? Could it be that the Yen clan has already arrived?" Moe used the sound transmission stone to ask about the situation. He immediately replied to Ling Xiao, "Yes, the Yen clan has led the Yen guards to our beast union." The Yen guards were the strongest battle team of the Yen clan. Every single one of them was made up of divine kings. They were the strongest existences in the Sky Sparrow domain. They were on par with the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Flood Dragon battle team and the Black Turtle battle team of the Black Tortoise sect. The Yen clan had sent the Yen guards. It was enough to show that they cared about the Yen clan's safety. Moreover, they had sent a supreme expert to protect them. Otherwise, a group of King God Realm experts wouldn't be able to make the Beast Union look bad. Moreover, only a battle between half-incipient God Realm experts could cause such a huge commotion. "Let's go and take a look," Ling Xiao said. Then he and Moe headed towards the battle. As for Xinyu Xiangma, Ling Xiao didn't want her to take risks. He temporarily put her in the cauldron. He was afraid that when the battle started, his clones wouldn't be able to take care of her. Chapter 14:21. Yen Yang came to the Thousand Beast Alliance to propose marriage, but why was he captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance? Regarding this news, there were many different opinions, and no one could confirm the truth. Only Yen Yang and the Thousand Beast Alliance knew the truth. The reason was not because of Yen Yang, but because of the person Yen Yang brought with him. That person was called Yen Fu, and he was Yen Yang's guardian elder. He had unintentionally said something, and it brought about a fatal disaster. It was because Yen Fu had secretly said something to Yen Yang in the Thousand Beast Alliance. If the young lord can marry the Holy Lady, and the Vermilion Bird is the Holy Lady's mount, it will belong to the Yen clan, and we will have the power to command all beasts. When he said this, he thought that no one was present, and he had only said it very softly. He did not expect the Thousand Beast Alliance to hear it. When they were captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance, they did not understand why his words had spread. At that time, he had noticed that there was no one around. Later, he found out that the place where they were arranged to stay had a low-level spiritual rat beast. It was this slight oversight that led to a huge mistake, and he could not rest in peace. Because, no matter what rank the spirit beasts were, although they could not speak the human language, but in the Thousand Beast Alliance before the Holy Lady, she could use the beast language to communicate with them, and she could learn all kinds of information from them. Hence, the Thousand Beast Alliance immediately sent someone to kill Yen Fu in front of Yen Yang and the others. After all, the Thousand Beast Alliance was not very reasonable, and they were not good at communicating or explaining anything. Yen Fu saying such things behind their backs undoubtedly made the Thousand Beast Alliance suspect that the Yen clan was up to no good. The people that Yen Yang brought with him were not weak, but in the territory of the Thousand Beast Alliance, it was impossible for them to resist. Fortunately, the Thousand Beast Alliance was worried about the Yen clan's strength, and did not kill Yen Yang. Instead, they asked Yen Yang to send someone back to the Yen clan, and let the Yen clan come and discuss this matter. At that time, when Ling Xiao had just arrived at the Yen clan, the people that Yen Yang sent back had not returned, or else Ling Xiao would have known that Yen Yang was in trouble in the Thousand Beast Alliance. However, he did not know why the Yen clan had started a war with the Thousand Beast Alliance here. Perhaps the two sides couldn't come to an agreement? On the other side of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, there was a battle team riding on earthly flame tigers. All of them wore fire attribute divine armors, and held fire divine weapons in their hands. They appeared incomparably awe-inspiring and exceptionally domineering. This 300-strong team was the Flame Tribe's Flame Guards, the strongest team in the Sky Sparrow domain. Among them, there were 30 Sunjin of Goguryeo from the Tian-Ke domain. All of them possessed extraordinary combat strength. Besides them, there were 10 half-incipient God Realm experts guarding the formation. All of them were releasing powerful auras that shook the entire sky. The Thousand Beast Alliance didn't have many warriors, only dozens of them. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 half-incipient God Realm warriors. The rest of them were at King God Realm. However, they had countless spirit beasts to rely on. Looking at the dense horde of beasts behind them, most people would be so scared that their legs would go weak. There were around 600 to 700 holy beasts at the front of this horde. Moreover, there were more than 10 mutated holy beasts at the peak of level 10. Their fighting competence could be compared to half-incipient God Realm experts. Just these holy beasts were enough to resist any challenge. The one who had just attacked was a half-incipient God Realm expert of the Flame Tribe. His opponents were 2 peak level 10 holy beasts. This was just the appetizer before the real battle. The real battle hadn't started yet. If it was a desperate battle, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to the Flame Tribe. However, the members of the Flame Tribe seemed to be fearless. They didn't seem to be afraid at all. Obviously, they also had a powerful support. Otherwise, they would have been frightened and retreated a long time ago. Indeed, on the peak of the 9 heavens, there were several figures holding the line in the sky. Both sides were restraining themselves. The Yen clan had actually sent out 3 supreme martial artists, 1 mid-level and 2 low-level supreme martial artists. These 3 people were Yen Tianba, Yen Gongxiu, and Yen Xiaolong. Among them, besides having the mid-level supremes, Yen Tianba was also a divine tool master. He was very famous in the Sky Sparrow domain. Yen Tianba had a dignified appearance. He looked middle-aged, but his aura was very domineering. It matched his name well. On the other hand, Yen Gongxiu and Yen Xiaolong looked much older. However, their fiery aura made people not dare to look at them directly. The fact that they could come to the Thousand Beast Mountain range at the same time proved the importance of Yen Yang, the young master of the Flame Tribe. After all, Yen Yang was the most favored direct descendant of the Flame Tribe's supreme medicine god. They couldn't allow anything to happen to him. Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Without a supremes, the members of the Flame Tribe wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. On the other hand, the Thousand Beast Alliance only had a peak low-level supreme being holding the line. However, this supreme being had 2 mutated holy beasts, both of which had reached level 11. This supreme being was called Ma Yanquan. He was a top-notch beast tamer. He was the junior brother of the previous Alliance master. He had a supreme position in the Thousand Beast Alliance. Ma Yanquan looked a little stiff. He was wearing a set of animal skin clothes. His face was sunken and his hair was sparse. He looked like he was in his 70s. However, his blood chi was still very vigorous. His divine eyes emitted a thick evil aura. Beside Ma Yanquan was the current hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance, Shin Kunbeo. He was also a top-notch beast tamer. He was the direct disciple of the previous hegemon. He looked middle-aged and wore leather armor. He held an ancient horn in his hand. He had the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. He was riding on a level 11 mutated gale leopard. The 5 of them were talking in the sky. The atmosphere was full of the smell of gunpowder. My Yanquan He Gemenshen, I will say it one more time. Hand over my yin yang. Otherwise, the Flame Tribe will fight to the death with your 1,000 Beast Alliance. Yin Tianba looked at the 2 people not far from them and said, Yin Tianba, I have already said it clearly. If you want our people, show us your sincerity. Now you have come with great fanfare. Do you really think that the 1,000 Beast Alliance is easy to bully? Ma Yanquan snorted coldly and continued. You Yin clan people are really scheming. You actually want to marry our holy lady, and even want to annex our 1,000 Beast Alliance. What a great scheme. Now we are only detaining your people, and that is already giving you face. If not, we would have killed them long ago. It was true. Although the 1,000 Beast Alliance had countless spirit beasts in the mountain range to rely on, if they really fought with the Flame Tribe, the holy beasts that were below level 10 and above would not be much of a threat. The 1,000 Beast Alliance had to think carefully. However, they did not expect the Flame Tribe to come with great fanfare. They had no choice but to be on guard. Even if our Yin clan has offended you, you're asking for too much. You actually want 10 Supreme God pills and 200 God King pills. It's impossible for our Yin clan to hand over that amount so easily. Moreover, we don't even know if the people of the 1,000 Beast Alliance are purposefully trying to frame us, said Yin Tianba. Afterwards he added, but we're not unreasonable people. We'll give you 50 God King pills, and release them immediately. That's our bottom line. If you really can't do it, then we'll fight. Yin Tianba's words were already a concession. After all, this was the territory of the 1,000 Beasts Alliance. Although he, a mid-level supreme being, was very powerful, there were even more powerful existences in the 1,000 Beasts Alliance. He had no choice but to think for others. If the 1,000 Beast Alliance really did not agree, then they could only fall out. 5 Supreme God pills and 150 Divine King pills. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Shin Kunbeo followed Ma Yanquan's words and said straightforwardly, the Flame Tribe actually wanted to swallow up the 1,000 Beast Alliance. If they did not make the Flame Tribe pay, they would really think that they were pushovers. Looks like we can only fight. Yin Tianba roared angrily. The fiery divine spear appeared in his hand. This was a true ancient god artifact, causing his aura to instantly reach its strongest point, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want to fight in our 1,000 Beast Mountain range, I will let you know how the word death is written. Ma Yanquan said fiercely. The 3 11th rank Saint Beasts beside him roared in shock. Their powerful aura caused the space to collapse. Yin Tianba took the lead and charged towards the outer region. Yin Gongxiu and Yin Xiaolong immediately followed behind. Ma Yanquan also charged forward with the 3 11th rank Saint Beasts. Shin Kunbeo blew his horn, and let his Gale Leopard follow Ma Yanquan. As the sovereigns and the 11th rank Saint Beasts charged towards the outer region, the battle in the 1,000 Beast Mountain range began. Shin Kunbeo's horn signaled the start of the battle. All the Saint Beasts that were flying in the sky attacked at the same time. More than 10 incipient God Realm experts of the Fire Clan and 300 Yin Guards didn't retreat. They scattered and started to attack in different directions. However, their goal was precise. They wanted to kill the 1,000 Beast Alliance. Then, the Saint Beasts wouldn't be able to control the Saint Beasts anymore. At that time, they wouldn't be a threat anymore. However, although their idea was good, breaking the defense of so many Saint Beasts was as difficult as climbing up to the sky. Moreover, the Saint Beasts' attacks were so overwhelming that they could kill even gods and demons. The roars of Saint Beasts spread in all directions, and waves of shocking explosions spread in all directions. Multicolored attributed energy continuously splashed out, and many of the mountains below were blasted full of holes by the splashing energy. This was the 1,000 Beast Alliance's territory. The Fire Clan had the absolute advantage. However, if they fought here, it would destroy their living environment. The Fire Clan was strong. One of them could deal with many Saint Beasts. However, the 1,000 Beast Alliance had so many Saint Beasts that they couldn't kill all of them. It was destined that the 2 super forces would suffer a lot of losses after this battle. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Moe had quietly arrived near the battlefield. Seeing such a fierce battle, Ling Xiao knew that this was beyond his imagination. He could only wait and see before making a plan. However, he thought that it was meaningless to stay. After this battle, would it be possible for him to ask the Heavenly Lady for the Genesis Stone? The moment he was about to leave, he saw a beam of divine light dashing towards him. Chapter 14:22. If the Fire Tribe dared to attack the Wanshou Alliance, they must have something to rely on. Besides the three Supremes, among the 10 half-incipient God Realm experts, 2 of them had the competence close to the Supremes. At the same time, they had the real low-grade ancient god weapons, which gave them a big advantage in terms of weapons. They could kill everywhere. The 2 of them were Yen Songjun and Yen Wuqian. They were riding on top of their flaming tigers. One of them held a blazing divine spear, while the other held a falling fire divine hammer. Both of them had terrifying divine powers. Their attacks weren't any weaker than an ordinary Supreme Master's. Under their slaughter, the holy beasts were torn apart and blood splashed everywhere. The 2 of them were exceptionally fierce, but it didn't mean that the Wanshou Alliance's holy beast army was weak. The Wanshou Alliance also had several peak level 10 holy beasts. They had mutated divine powers and could launch attacks that were hard to defend against. Many flame guards were bitten to death. It could be said that the Wanshou Alliance had used up their god kings in this battle, while the Wanshou Alliance had used up their holy beasts. From the looks of it, the Wanshou Alliance had the absolute advantage. But the Fire Tribe was not willing to retreat. Yen Songjun killed his way through the holy beasts and went after the beast tamers. There were peak level 10 holy beasts in front of the beast tamers, but they couldn't stop Yen Songjun's determination to kill his enemies. 2 beast tamers were stabbed by his spear. After all, beast tamers had the ability to summon and tame spirit beasts. However, their cultivation and combat abilities were far behind those at the same level. How dare you? You actually dared to kill my Union's senior elder. You will not have a good death. Shin Kunbeo shouted from the back of the formation, and blew the bugle horn again. The Sacred Beast Army immediately sent out several powerful sacred beasts and charged towards Yen Songjun. At the same time, a swarm of yellow bees came from another direction. There were more than 10,000 of them. Each of them was at least level 8, and the strongest was level 10. At the same time, they thrust their poisonous needles towards the Fire Tribe with extremely sharp auras. Not all of the god kings of the Yen race had a flawless defense. Among them, 20 to 30 god kings had been turned into porcupines by these yellow wasps' venom and died. In the distance, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to absorb all the divine souls. In this chaotic battle, no one would care about him. Moreover, he had Moe by his side, so those holy beasts wouldn't attack them. At this moment, a dazzling divine light flashed in the sky. A fiery red color appeared, and a loud and clear voice rang out. Whoosh! This voice was clear and loud, carrying with it an incomparable intent to charge into the 9 heavens. The raging fire spread from far to near, like the sudden appearance of a burning cloud. A beast's shadow flickered, like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, gorgeous and beautiful. As this cry rang out, the majority of people and spirit beasts were attracted. 2 divine birds spread their wings, one big and one small, both looking exactly the same. Their heads were like common birds. There was nothing special about them. But the fiery red crowns on their heads exuded a noble and dazzling aura. The feathers on their long necks were like pieces of scale armor, appearing incomparably strange. When they spread their wings, they seemed to be 10,000 meters long. Those fiery red and soft feathers flashed with a fiery light, giving off an extremely imposing aura. Their long tails were neatly combed, extremely pleasing to the eye. Their eyes were sharp, their beaks were sharp, and their claws were sharp. All of them displayed the elegance of a divine beast. The vermilion bird divine beast, on par with the true dragon, white tiger and black tortoise, was a supreme monarch among beasts. The other 5 divine beasts, Qilin Hundun, Golden Crow, Taotai and Kuan Prong, were all ranked below it. It was rumored that many divine beasts had already gone extinct, but the vermilion bird divine beast was known to the world. It was still alive, not as mysterious as the other divine beasts. It was just that the place where it lived was one of the forbidden areas for humans, and no one could easily approach it, let alone capture it. But now 2 of these vermilion birds had suddenly appeared, truly shocking the world. The people of the Tianke domain had long known that the Thousand Beast Alliance's heavenly lady possessed the vermilion bird divine beast, but they did not know that she had 2 vermilion birds. This caused the people of the Yin clan to be extremely shocked. If the vermilion bird divine beasts weren't strong enough, they wouldn't think much of it. However, these 2 vermilion bird divine beasts were already strong enough. Especially the larger one. It had already surpassed the 10th level, and became an 11th level supreme divine beast. A peak mid-level 11th level divine beast. With its strength, it could definitely challenge a high-level supreme being. As for the smaller one, it was a mid-level 10th level divine beast, and its battle strength was similarly not inferior to a peak mid-level god king or high-level god king. On the back of the smaller vermilion bird divine beast, there was a woman with long hair that reached her hips. She wore a phoenix feather on her head, and a divine robe that was specially made from phoenix feathers. She stood with her hands by her side, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, making her look incomparably elegant. Just from her figure alone, she seemed slightly slender, and her breasts were slightly smaller than those of the surging waves, but they were still firm and firm. Her waist was very slender, as if it could be grasped in one hand. Her buttocks were slightly raised, and compared to Xianyu Xiangma's round and plump figure, it was a size smaller. She looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, just like a lotus bud that was about to bloom. But her pair of jade-like slender legs that were exposed were the part of her body that she was most proud of. They were slender and longer than ordinary people's legs, and every inch of her skin shimmered like pure jade. That feeling of elasticity and strength was undeniable. Any man would wish to be clamped between such a pair of slender and strong legs. And that wonderful feeling of being clamped between them. What kind of refreshing feeling was that? When she came a little closer, that delicate, round face came into view. She did not have the suffocating beauty of Yin Mingqi, Yin Dai Jiao, Lu Piapiao and the others, but she had a kind of demure, gentle and pure temperament, giving people a feeling that it was very easy to get close to her, just like a little girl next door, making people like her from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of temperament was very similar to Xiaoling's, but Xiaoling had that kind of ethereal beauty that made people not dare to blaspheme or hurt him, while this kind of closeness came from the source, as if anyone who saw her would feel that she was a very kind and pure girl next door, and couldn't help but want to get close to her. In short, she and Xiaoling each had their own merits, but there were also similarities. If you were to compare her with Yin Mingqi, Yin Dai Jiao and the others, she might not be as beautiful as them, but her popularity could be on par with them, or even surpass them. Because this kind of temperament indeed had an attraction that ordinary people couldn't resist. She was one of the most respected people in the Thousand Beast Alliance, the granddaughter of the old Alliance leader. No one knew what her name was. The old Alliance leader had called her Holy Lady since she was young, and everyone in the Alliance also called her that. Not far from her, a fire phoenix carrying a few people who were being controlled came over. These people were Yin Yang from the Yin clan, and the guardian elder who came with him. Their strength had been sealed, and they looked very dispirited, but they didn't seem to have suffered any real injuries. "All of you stop fighting," she said anxiously. Her pure voice was filled with care and concern, and it made people's hearts beat faster. Everyone and all the holy beasts stopped fighting, and the 2 groups of people split up. In the short fight just now, the Thousand Beast Alliance had lost many holy beasts, but the Yen clan had also lost a third of their Yen guards. It was obvious that the 2 super forces had suffered heavy losses in the fight just now. "Holy Lady, why did you bring them out?" Shin Kunbeo asked discontentedly when he arrived near the Holy Lady. "I brought them here because I didn't want them to get hurt," the Holy Lady replied calmly, and then walked towards the nearest injured nine-tailed fox spirit. She looked at the nine-tailed fox spirit, and said with pity, "Little Bai, are you in pain? I'll apply some medicine for you, and you'll be fine soon." The concern she showed was not the slightest bit artificial, and seemed especially sincere. The nine-tailed fox spirit bumped her forehead against the Holy Lady's palm, and said, "Holy Lady, I'm fine. Thank you and the Empress for coming to see us." At this time, Yin Songjun saw Yin Yang, who was tied up, and immediately exclaimed, "Yin Yang, are you okay?" Yin Yang shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "Grandpa, I'm fine. Don't be rash. This time, we were indeed in the wrong, so we can't blame them. Trouble really comes from the mouth." Yen Songjun had already learned the truth from the person who had reported to him, and he replied, "No matter what, our fire tribe has shown enough sincerity. It was them who asked for too much." Shin Kunbeo pushed Yin Yang and the others behind him, and then he said to Yen Songjun, "Originally, we didn't touch your people, but today's battle was provoked by you. Now I will kill them, and the fire tribe will not rest until one of us is dead." Shin Kunbeo was the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance, and he had never been afraid of the fire tribe. However, the fire tribe had dared to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance, and now they had come to kill them. He had decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with the fire tribe. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yin Yang and the others. As he was a half-incipient God Realm expert, his all-out attack was enough to smash Yin Yang and the others into meat paste. Shin Kunbeo, stop. Otherwise, I will flatten your Thousand Beast mountain range. Yen Songjun roared angrily. He wanted to rush over to help, but he was blocked by dozens of holy beasts. Yen Wuchen also shouted in fright, "Stop. Otherwise, all of you will die." The fire tribe's people were all enraged, and they once again launched the fiercest attack towards the holy beast army. The holy lady also saw Shin Kunbeo's attack, and she also shouted, "Hegemon, let them go. Grandpa said that it's enough to teach them a lesson." Unfortunately, her words weren't persuasive at all. Shin Kunbeo was still going his own way, and his giant palm had already descended on Yin Yang and the others. It was just a short distance away from killing them. At this moment of imminent peril, a ghostly figure moved. Chapter 1423. Shin Kunbeo had no intention to fight to the death with the Yen clan. After all, the Yen clan was still the #1 faction in the Tianke domain. Although the Thousand Beast Union was on par with the Yen clan was not as strong as the Yen clan. Although the Wanshou alliance was on par with the Yen clan, they did not have the support of the spirit beasts in the mountain range. Moreover, even if they had all the spirit beasts to rely on, the Yen race's supreme divine alchemy god's old ancestors' rallying power within the Heaven Sparrow domain was astonishing. Moreover, they had close to 10 divine alchemists and divine tool masters. Their rallying power was also terrifying. As long as they promised divine pills or divine weapons as a reward, many people would join the Yen clan to fight against the Wanshou alliance. It was also because of this that the Wanshou alliance only killed him after Yen Fu's arrogant words. They did not touch anyone else. However, he had already lost all sense of reason, because Yen Songjun had just killed 2 of their inner sect elders, and they were both high-level Saint Beast masters. Furthermore, the Yen clan members were still slaughtering people in their Thousand Beast Alliance's territory. He had already decided to fight to the death with the Yen clan. He had always known that the Holy Lady was kind, but he was the Wanshou Alliance's leader. Everything he did must be done with the Wanshou Alliance's honor in mind. Now was not the time to be merciful. Even if he let Yin Yang and the others go, they would not be able to negotiate with the Yen clan. So he might as well kill them. The Yen clan wanted to rush over and save Yin Yang, but they were blocked by layers of sacred beasts. They could only look at the dust in front of them. Just as Yin Yang and the others were about to die under Shin Kunbeo's hands, a figure rushed out from a corner with unparalleled speed. Like a ghost, the silhouette shuttled past the gigantic bodies of the Saint Beasts, evading every single one of their attacks. That figure directly swept in front of Yin Yang and the others, immediately bringing them to another corner. Rumble. When that person led Yin Yang and the others away, Shin Kunbeo's earth-shattering strike blasted down, and it shook the surrounding space to the point it ceaselessly rumbled down, and it was deafening without end. Who dares to ruin my plans? Shin Kunbeo shouted angrily. If the Fire Clan managed to save Yin Yang and the others, all the men and Saint Beasts of the Thousand Beasts Alliance would have died in vain. That person did not reply. Instead, he led Yin Yang and the others in the direction of the Yen clan. His speed was so fast that those Saint Beasts were actually unable to stop him. However, it was impossible for him to get to the Yen tribe's side so easily. Under Shin Kunbeo's command, A few spiritual beasts at the peak of the 10th rank immediately attacked that person. The terrifying elemental powers covered the entire sky and bombarded the area. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't endure it. We must exterminate them. Shinkanbeo roared angrily. Looks like we really can't save them if we don't get serious. That person laughed bitterly and used all his strength to throw Yin Yang and the others towards the Yen clan. Then he shouted at the Yen clan. Quick, catch them. Yin Yang and the others were sent flying. However, Yin Yang was able to clearly see who the person who had saved him was. A look of disbelief appeared on his face as he exclaimed, Divine! Divine Master Ling? It was true. The one who had saved Yin Yang was Ling Xiao, who had been hiding nearby. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to help them. Once he did, it meant that he was standing on the opposite side of the Thousand Beast Alliance. It would be impossible for the goddess to see him. Then he would not be able to get the fire element Genesis stone that he needed. However, he couldn't bear to see his friend, Yin Yang, get smashed to death in front of him. After a while of hesitation, he decided to save them first. After all, the Yen clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Heavenly Sparrow territory. Perhaps they also had the Genesis stone. Saving Yin Yang's team was equal to making friends with Yin Yang. It could be considered a gain. After Ling Xiao had thrown Yin Yang and the others away, he turned around and blocked the attacks of the peak of the Saint Beasts. He was at the Great Incipient God Realm. He just needed one more step to reach the Great Master Realm. Although the attacks of the peak of the 10th rank Saint Beasts weren't weaker than the ordinary half-incipient God Realm experts, Ling Xiao could still block them. He directly swung his palms, shooting out several dragon shadow palms. The golden dragon shadow directly smashed the attacks of the Saint Beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao's power was extremely terrifying. The Saint Beasts' powers were equally terrifying. When their powers collided, it created an explosion as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Space collapsed unceasingly, turning into nothingness. This powerful shockwave still affected the people and the Saint Beasts nearby, forcing them to run away. Everyone looked in that direction, and their faces were filled with shock. This was because the bodies of the holy beasts that were dealing with Ling Xiao had been injured by the recoil. One after another, palm prints were branded on their thick and hard skin, causing blood to continuously flow out. They didn't expect that the intruder would be so powerful. He could fight against several people alone and still gain the upper hand. At this moment, Yen Wuxian had already rescued Yin Yang and the others. He immediately shouted at them, Our people have been rescued. Don't fight recklessly anymore. The Yen clan's purpose for coming here was to rescue people. Now that they had achieved their goal, of course, they wouldn't be entangled too much. Yen Songjun was the first to get rid of the entanglement. At the same time, he helped the Yen guards kill many Huang Dufeng. He brought the remaining Yen guards and retreated quite a distance. It wasn't easy for them to retreat immediately. Layers of Saint Beasts surrounded them. If they didn't risk their lives, they wouldn't be able to escape. Shin Kunbeo stared at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared, and shouted, Are you also from the Yen clan? How dare you ruin our Beast Alliance's plan? You must be tired of living. Shin Kunbeo could sense how powerful Ling Xiao was. Just now, he had fought against the peak of the 10th rank Saint Beasts. Not only was he not defeated, he even injured his Saint Beasts. This kind of ability was something even Shin Kunbeo couldn't do. Facing this opponent who had suddenly appeared, Shin Kunbeo knew that he was a helper from the Yen clan. However, when he saw that the opponent's attack was of the metal attribute, he didn't seem to be from the Yen clan. Shin Kunbeo couldn't help but ask who this person was. He actually dared to go against the Thousand Beast Alliance. I am not from the Yen clan. I just have a shallow friendship with brother Yin Yang. Ling Xiao said fearlessly. He then continued, As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Both your side and the Yen clan are the overlords of a region. If you fight to the death here, you will only be helping the other factions. Why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao said as if he was acting as a mediator. When Shin Kunbeo heard this, he was infuriated. He had thought that the opponent was a helper from the Yen clan, or a member of the Yen clan. But now, it seemed like he was a person who didn't want to cooperate. He actually dared to interfere in the battle between two super factions. He was simply tired of living. At this time, Yen Songjun said to Ling Xiao, "Brother, it's better if you come over to our side." He then turned to Shin Kunbeo and said, "Shin Kunbeo, let's just forget about this matter. We will each take a step back. We will compensate you with 100 God King pills, and we will let this matter go. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to gain anything. Besides, my uncle and the others will definitely win. You should consider this carefully." If both sides did not use their full strength, then taking a step back would be the best choice. Yen Songjun had already given the Thousand Beast Alliance a lot of face by saying this. He was afraid that if the Holy Maiden's vermilion bird attacked them, their entire army would be annihilated here. Yen Songjun was also aware of this situation, so he had no choice but to take a step back. "Haha, you still don't understand the situation now. My alliance has already gathered a third of the Holy Beast army, which is more than enough to kill all of you. And how can you old fellows be a match for my uncle and the others?" Shin Kunbeo laughed arrogantly. He then looked at the Holy Maiden and said, "Holy Maiden, let the vermilion bird kill them all." Currently, there were quite a number of spiritual beasts gathered in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. There were tens of thousands of spiritual beasts above the 9th order, and there were about 1,500 spiritual beasts above the 10th order. This was not even counting the spiritual beasts below the 9th order. This was only a third of the spiritual beasts in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. If the spiritual beasts from afar arrived, there would probably be more than 500,000 spiritual beasts. Such a terrifying spiritual beast army was enough to wipe out any super faction, provided that the number of supreme martial artists was not included. Now that Shin Kunbeo had asked the Holy Maiden to let the vermilion bird attack, with its strength at the peak of the mid-11th order, it was enough to kill everyone from the Yen clan. It could be said that if the Yen clan's supreme martial artist did not arrive in time, everyone from the Yen clan would probably die here. Unfortunately, although Shin Kunbeo was the leader of the alliance, the Holy Maiden did not seem to listen to his orders. She stared blankly at Ling Xiao, a confused and complicated look flashing through her beautiful eyes. "Holy Maiden, what are you doing? Hurry up and let the vermilion bird attack." Shin Kunbeo shouted once again. At this moment, Yen Songjun had already shouted to everyone from the Yen clan, "Break out of the encirclement with all your strength. Gather the army in the future and flatten the Thousand Beast Mountain range." Yen Songjun had no choice but to let everyone retreat. He was the first to attack the nearby holy beasts. The ancient god weapon in his hand directly blasted out a terrifying power, wanting to kill a path of blood. The other members of the Yen clan also attacked at the same time. Their main goal was to break through the defensive line and escape. They did not dare to stay a moment longer. Shin Kunbeo glared angrily at the Holy Maiden, then shouted, Kill all of them for me." As soon as his voice fell, all of the Sacred Beast army launched their attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The energy that blanketed the sky was simply about to overturn the 9 heavens. All kinds of energy made the sky extremely dazzling and chaotic. As for Ling Xiao, he could not escape unscathed either. Many holy beasts attacked him continuously. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, there was nowhere for him to hide. He could only escape if he tore open the barrier of the 9 heavens and rushed out of the realm. After all, this space was filled with all kinds of violent energy. "Brat, you dared to ruin my plans just now. I'll make you die without a burial place." Shin Kunbeo stared coldly at Ling Xiao and muttered. At the same time, he immediately sent a voice transmission to a few of the most powerful top-grade mutated holy beasts. They surrounded Ling Xiao and were determined to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 1424. The Peak of Level 10 Gale Leopard, the Peak of Level 10 Two-Headed Scaled Serpent, the Peak of Level 10 One-Eyed Beast, the Peak of Level 10 Gold Devouring Rat, and the Peak of Level 10 Gold Lion were surrounding and attacking Ling Xiao. Each of them had a unique, mutated divine power. For example, the Gale Leopard had the ability to accelerate, making it almost invincible among its peers. This advantage was enough to instantly kill many powerful opponents. The Two-Headed Scaled Serpent had the dual attributes of ice and fire. One of its heads could spit out hailstones while the other could spit out flames. Its dual attribute attacks were impossible to defend against. The one-eyed beast's single eye had the ability to make people stand still. Once the light from its single eye shone upon someone, they would be bound by an indescribable force, unable to move for a short period of time. The goldbiter rat's golden teeth could chew through anything, even the hardest 10,000-year-old god's stone. The golden lion's roar could even destroy everything, making it impossible to defend against. Each of the mutated sacred beasts had the fighting competence of an ordinary half-incipient god realm warrior. When they joined hands to attack Ling Xiao, it showed how badly Shinkanbeo had hurt Ling Xiao. 5 giant bodies surrounded Ling Xiao, leaving him no way to dodge. The Gale leopard pounced on Ling Xiao, its fangs filled with bloodthirsty intent. It was as fast as lightning. Even a half-incipient god realm warrior couldn't dodge it. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary half-incipient god realm warrior. Moreover, his speed could be compared to a great master. How could the Gale leopard deal with him? However, while Ling Xiao was dodging the Gale leopard's attack, the one-eyed beast shot a pure light at him. Once this light touched him, he would be affected and he wouldn't be able to move anymore. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't overestimate himself. Facing the attacks of these sacred beasts, he knew that he couldn't kill them all. At this moment, running away was the right thing to do. When he dodged the one-eyed beast's attack and wanted to run away, the two-headed scaled serpent, the gold-devouring rat, and the gold lion attacked him one after another. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. "It's you guys who forced me to kill." Ling Xiao finally decided not to hold it in any longer. He snorted coldly and used the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. He had to kill his way out. The golden dragon roared, and its golden palms were like blades. It descended from the heavens and slaughtered in all directions. Several golden dragons charged towards the holy beasts, and their line of defense was instantly breached. Among them, the one-eyed beast was blinded by Ling Xiao's palm, making it unable to pose a threat to him anymore. The other holy beasts were injured and retreated to the side. Ling Xiao had severely injured 5 pinnacle-level 10th-level saint beasts in just a single move. His strength was truly terrifying. However, other than these 5 holy beasts, another 7 or 8 holy beasts joined the battle circle one after another, launching all sorts of attacks at Ling Xiao. Among them, there was even a poison holy beast. The dense poison source was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao had wanted to just break out of the encirclement and leave. However, it seemed as though there was no end to these saint beasts. Furthermore, they were all bent on killing him. If it wasn't for his outstanding strength, he would have died here long ago. "Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you." Ling Xiao was truly enraged. He directly attacked the poison holy beast, and directly burned it to death with a single punch. Ling Xiao changed the direction of his breakout, and rushed towards Shinkanbeo. The holy beasts that were blocking him were unable to block his attacks at all. Those holy beasts were not humans after all. When they worked together, it could be described as chaotic and disorderly. They were not much of a threat to Ling Xiao. "You actually dare to deal with me? How dare you?" However, Shinkanbeo seemed to be sitting firmly on the fishhook platform, not worried at all. He raised the bugle horn in his hand and lightly blew it. Woo-woo. Following the rhythmic sound of the bugle horn, even more 10th-level saint beasts rushed towards Ling Xiao. Among them, the one that posed the greatest threat to Ling Xiao was the 10th stage wasp queen. Its bee stinger was the sharpest and most poisonous thing in the world. As the saying went, the sting on the wasp's tail could break a person's soul with just one stinger. How could it be an undeserved reputation? This yellow queen bee led hundreds of wasps to besiege Ling Xiao. Fine needles that naked eyes couldn't see continually stabbed towards Ling Xiao like raindrops. Those poisonous needles were enough to turn anyone into a poisonous horse's nest. Ling Xiao's face became stern for the first time. He opened a massive, chaotic space to forcefully divert the energy. Then he counterattacked and killed many wasps. Although he was an invincible existence in this area, he was wounded when so many holy beasts besieged him. Fortunately, his body was so tough that it made people shiver. Otherwise, if he were another half-incipient God Realm expert, he would have been killed on the spot. On the other side, the Fire Tribe's situation wasn't good. Many Yen guards had broken the siege, but many of them had fallen. Fortunately, the Fire Tribe had a lot of half-incipient God Realm experts. They had forcefully escorted Yin Yang to retreat a long distance. They believed that they could get out of the Thousand Beast mountain range after a while. The battle was really fierce. Many holy beasts were killed or wounded. The Yen guards were also reduced. Even 2 half-incipient God Realm experts were killed. The collision between the super forces was really extraordinary. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others' lives. It wasn't hard for him to run away. However, he was enraged. He had a new plan. Capturing the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance to threaten the Heavenly Lady to give him the Genesis Stone was the best solution. With this plan, Ling Xiao didn't hide his competence anymore. He used the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing technique with all of his power. Many holy beasts had to retreat. Many of them were killed or wounded severely. When Ling Xiao revealed his weakness, many poisonous yellow needles stabbed Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, they could only break Ling Xiao's defense. They couldn't break Ling Xiao's body, which was as tough as an ancient god weapon. After all, those poisonous yellow bees were at level 10 or 9. They couldn't hurt him if they hadn't reached level 11. You dare to stab me? Good. Although Ling Xiao's body wasn't hurt, he felt pain, which enraged him. 5th move of the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing technique. Sky-ripping Wild Shadow. Tornadoes appeared one after another, and countless poisonous bee stingers were reflected towards the surrounding saint beasts. The bodies of the yellow wasps and other saint beasts were also twisted and sent flying. Countless shadows of feet spread out with a strong death chi. The corrosive power was not the slightest bit more terrifying than the power of the poisonous bee stingers. Roar. One after another, the saint beasts roared and howled. They were either stabbed by the venomous bee stingers, or had their flesh broken by Ling Xiao's kicks. The baleful chi directly invaded their bodies, corroding their vitality and causing them so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to enter this uninhabited place was because the saint beasts here were far weaker than him in terms of strength. Furthermore, he had a freakish body and speed, which allowed him to charge through the encirclement. He didn't use his Divine Soul Doppelganger because he hadn't been forced to do so. His Divine Soul Doppelganger was his trump card. He couldn't expose it in advance. Shin Kunbeo's mood became gloomy when he saw this scene. He didn't expect this young man to be so terrifying. He was able to kill so many holy beasts calmly. He was getting closer and closer to him. Do you think my Thousand Beast Alliance only has this much strength? You really don't know what you're talking about. Shin Kunbeo's eyes shone with a sharp light. The horn sounded again. Behind him, a gigantic shadow was charging over at a rapid speed. The spirit beasts that were blocking its path were forcefully knocked away by its strong body. It was an 11th rank holy beast, the spiked armor leopard. This was the other terrifying holy beast that Shin Kunbeo could summon. Shin Kunbeo had 2 11th rank holy beasts. They were the Gale Leopard and the Spiked Armor Leopard. The 11th rank Gale Leopard had already gone to help Ma Yingquan. The Spiked Armor Leopard was guarding the other side of the mountain range. It had only just arrived. Looking at the bone spikes all over its body, it looked incomparably ferocious and ferocious. Looking at its momentum as it charged over. This was definitely an unshakable supreme sacred beast. Roar. The Spiked Armor Leopard came to Shin Kunbeo's side and roared at the sky. The holy beasts around him panicked. The Yen clan members who were running away also knew that an even more terrifying holy beast was coming. So they ran even faster. At this time, Ling Xiao had finally arrived in front of Shin Kunbeo. The sudden appearance of the Spiked Armor Leopard had indeed surprised him. Finally, a decent holy beast has come. But it's not enough to stop me. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He quickly dodged the holy beast that was pouncing towards him from behind. Then he turned around and kicked the holy beast's forehead a few times. The holy beast screamed in pain, and its forehead caved in. Its huge body was sent flying backwards. Ling Xiao used the rebound force of the kick to shoot towards Shin Kunbeo. Heh, you've got guts. Spiked Armor Leopard, take him down. I want him alive. I want him to be my guardian puppet. Shin Kunbeo patted the Spiked Armor Leopard's forehead and said. As his voice fell, the Spiked Armor Leopard pounced towards Ling Xiao. Although the spiked armor leopard was a metal attribute holy beast, its speed was shockingly fast. It was already comparable to a wind attribute supreme being. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head. Its deep mouth was like a huge black hole as it tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at it and sneered. His divine spirit doppelganger finally made its move. Bang! Bang! The divine spirit doppelganger circled to the side of the spiked armor leopard and used the Imperial Dragon Heaven exterminating art. A series of fierce attacks sent the spiked armor leopard flying. Roar! The ferocious spiked armor leopard was immediately stunned. Many of the spikes on its body were broken. However, its body was very tough. It didn't bleed. In the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, the spiked armor leopard wasn't the strongest. However, it was definitely the most ferocious. When it heard Shen Kunbeo's summon, it immediately rushed over. It wanted to kill the enemy for the Beast Alliance. However, it didn't even get a bite of the enemy's flesh. It was immediately overwhelmed by an unknown force. This made it go crazy. Its defensive power kept circulating around its surroundings. Its eyes kept scanning the surroundings. However, it didn't find the enemy's fate. Shen Kunbeo, who was not far away, was also shocked. He didn't understand why the spiked armor leopard was suddenly sent flying. Could it be that another supreme being has descended? Shen Kunbeo thought in fear. Chapter 1425. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance didn't only have one Yanquan, a supreme expert. They also had many level 11 holy beasts. At their realm, they wouldn't act rashly. If the supreme experts had to deal with everything, what was the point of having these juniors? Today they were in their own territory and they had thousands of troops to rely on. Under such an overwhelming situation, if the 10,000 Beasts Alliance couldn't win, they couldn't say anything. The level 11 holy beasts were the strongest on this battlefield. However, the pierced armor leopard was smashed away before it could do anything. Shen Kunbeo couldn't help but worry that another supreme expert of the fire tribe had come. Of course, even if a supreme expert came, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, from the wounds of the pierced armor leopard, the supreme expert wasn't the strongest. The pierced armor leopard should be able to deal with it. Moreover, if something unexpected happened, would the supreme expert of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance just stand there and watch? Furthermore, the vermilion bird mythological beast of the goddess had been staying at the side. It was like the emperor of the beasts and didn't participate in the battle at all. It was as if its arrogant eyes were filled with disdain. These battles weren't worthy of its participation. Ling Xiao had used his god soul clone to deal with the pierced armor leopard. He thought that he would win. However, the pierced armor leopard had discovered his god soul clone. The pierced armor leopard dashed towards his god soul clone. If the pierced armor leopard hit him, Ling Xiao's god soul clone wouldn't be able to bear it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao dodged it quickly, and once again attacked the armored leopard fiercely. However, the pierced armor leopard had its defense. It was just blown away, but it didn't hurt it. The pierced armor leopard turned around. Its eyes kept moving. It couldn't find Ling Xiao's god soul clone. However, after its nose twitched, it finally caught Ling Xiao's god soul clone and counterattacked. It roared, and the spikes all over its body glowed with dazzling golden light. Spikes that were thousands of meters long shot toward Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger. Each spike was enough to kill a half-incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao's god soul had to increase its power to deal with the pierced armor leopard. In the face of this situation, Ling Xiao wasn't too surprised, because he knew that even though his spiritual avatar was invisible, the powerful saint beast could still sense his existence through some kind of detection. It was something that even human supreme experts couldn't do. Previously, when Ling Xiao rushed from the Tianyuan district to the Heavenly Sparrow district, he had tried to find the location of his spirit avatar while he was training in the ancient mountain range and fighting against an 11th grade holy beast. Obviously, the armored leopard had used this method to sense the direction of his divine soul. After Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar released all of its power, it was not a problem for it to be on par with the armored leopard. If he wanted to, he could even kill it completely. After Ling's spirit had dealt with the pierced armor leopard, Ling's spirit he thousand Bio he god he and Xiao god. As long as he could subdue Shin Kunbeo, he could end everything earlier. However, although Shin Kunbeo was a beast tamer, he was also the leader of a union. His fighting power wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. You think I'm easy to bully? You're so wrong. Shin Kunbeo grinned fiendishly as he gathered a group of new warriors. These warriors were all level 10 holy beasts. However, not many of them had reached the peak of level 10. They weren't Shin Kunbeo's trump card to subdue Ling Xiao. He still had a trump card. These holy beasts were just here to stop Ling Xiao temporarily. After Shi Yan had poured energy into the horn in his hand, it suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, it became infinitely bigger. It looked like a giant horn with an indescribable power. Vaguely, it had the echoes of tens of thousands of galloping horses. The sky-reaching battle horn was an ancient divine weapon of the Thousand Beast Alliance. It had the supreme power to summon tens of thousands of beasts. At the same time, it had another divine power, which was the sound of its horn that could kill the enemy. Shin Kunbeo had let the holy beasts block in front of him, so that he could use the terrifying sound to kill. How dare you ruin the Thousand Beast Alliance's plans? Your time has come. Shin Kunbeo sneered. He placed the sky-reaching battle horn on his mouth, and started blowing the sound of battle with all his might. Woo-woo. It sounded like a battle horn, like a morning bell ringing in an ancient tomb. It was also like the sound of an intense battle between thousands of soldiers and horses on an ancient battlefield. Phantoms of ancient beasts appeared one after another. Lions, tigers, leopards, snakes, eagles, and many other giant beasts rushed towards Ling Xiao. This was a real army, a real tide of beasts. This kind of sound wave attack with phantoms could not only directly attack the organs of others, but it could also directly destroy their bodies. The holy beasts near Ling Xiao had long retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the sound of the horn. Ling Xiao was frightened by this sudden sound wave attack. If he got hit by this sound wave, even his body, which was as strong as a low-grade ancient god weapon, would be smashed. This was definitely a fatal blow, and it was more than enough to blast him into pieces. The sky-reaching battle horn was a real mid-grade ancient god weapon. Although Ling Xiao had a lot of treasures, besides the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the Bodhi Divine Bow, he didn't have anything that could be compared to the sky-reaching battle horn. It was just that the Divine Dragon Phoenix Hoop could only protect the head and prevent it from suffering any damage. It was a partial defensive ancient god artifact, and its main function was to amplify one's soul power attacks. As for the Divine Bodhi Bow, there was no need to even mention it. The power of its divine arrows could shake even sovereigns, but it was not a defensive ancient god artifact. Ling Xiao didn't have any solution. In just a blink of an eye, he was wounded so severely that he couldn't recover. Eventually, he would be captured or devoured by the holy beasts. This was the first time he had to face such a dangerous situation after he had reached the peak of half-incipient god realm. This time, he had underestimated the enemy. He thought that now that he had the combat strength comparable to a supreme being, he thought that with the help of his divine soul doppelganger, even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, he would be able to take heads as easily as taking something out of his pocket, and it would not be difficult for him to escape with his life. However, he had forgotten that this was the enemy's territory. He had also forgotten that Shin Kunbeo was the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance. The Thousand Beast Alliance and the Fire Clan were the super forces. How could they not have strong support? He had thought that he could capture the hegemon of the Thousand Beast Alliance easily. He had been overconfident. However, it wasn't the time to regret. While Ling Xiao was retreating, his eyes didn't blink as he watched the sound wave attack. Those holy beasts seemed to be alive. They roared and roared as if they were from the ancient times. They could kill anything. Ling Xiao's eardrums burst. His eyes, nose, mouth. Blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. He looked extremely terrifying. This attack hadn't reached him yet, but Ling Xiao had been hurt badly. It was enough to show how terrifying this attack was. However, did Ling Xiao have no chance to resist? No, he still had a chance. He was retreating towards the direction where the God Soul clone was fighting with the pierced armor leopard. When the sound wave was about to hit Ling Xiao's God Soul clone dashed at its fastest speed, pulling his real body to the back of the pierced armor leopard. The pierced armor leopard didn't realize anything. It wanted to chase after Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. Unfortunately, it was drowned by the sound wave of the great army in just a blink of an eye. Rumble. Rumble. Waves of spatial energy collapsed as countless beastly silhouettes intertwined and exploded. The barrier of the peak of the 9 heavens was violently shaken and cracked. Countless astral winds swept downwards, whistling loudly. It was enough to cause great damage to a god king or a 10th grade saint beast. When this wave of murderous sounds disappeared, the armored leopard had already been blasted far away. Many of the flesh spikes on its body had already been twisted to the point of breaking. The skin and flesh on its body had become extremely mangled, and blood was madly flowing out of it. The pierced armor leopard wasn't dead yet. Even though it was severely injured, it was still wailing in pain. The pain had caused it to lose most of its combat power. It could still barely fly. This was proof of the powerful defense of the 11 holy beasts. Seeing the pierced armor leopard's terrible condition, Ling Xiao secretly sighed in relief. The armored leopard had suffered the most powerful frontal attack, and he had also suffered from the aftermath. His injuries were not light, but fortunately, his divine soul avatar had brought him far away in time, and his defense had also displayed its greatest ability, blocking the aftermath. The injuries in his body, with his ancient emperor divine technique, could quickly be completely healed. Shin Kunbeo's eyes widened as he looked at his mount. His face was full of pain. He shouted, "Pierced armor leopard." He took the sky-reaching battle horn and rushed toward the pierced armor leopard. He had to protect it. He couldn't let his opponent take the opportunity to kill it. This was one of his favorite mounts. But how could Ling Xiao let go of such a great opportunity? His target wasn't the pierced armor leopard, but Shin Kunbeo. His divine soul doppelganger rushed toward Shin Kunbeo. Shin Kunbeo's mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually borrow strength to fight back and injure his beloved leopard. And the reason why he rushed to take care of the pierced armor leopard was because he had already ordered many holy beasts to protect him. Ling Xiao was far away, so he must have been frightened by the sound of the bugle horn just now. He definitely wouldn't dare to immediately come over to deal with him. Unfortunately, no matter how much he calculated, he didn't take into account Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. The pierced armor leopard was already seriously injured, and was on the verge of death. It was already impossible for it to discover the location of Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. This also gave Ling Xiao the best opportunity to capture Shin Kunbeo. Ling Xiao's timing was very good, and his target was also very clear. His body kept moving, bypassing all the holy beasts. They didn't even notice that he had already arrived at Shin Kunbeo's side. "If you want to kill me, I'll let you have a taste of my methods," Ling Xiao muttered, and his God Soul clone used the Emperor Dragon Heaven Annihilating Art. Bang bang! Shin Kunbeo didn't even know what was going on, and was directly at a loss for what to do after being blasted by a terrifying power. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone's power was comparable to a sovereign. He didn't dare to kill Shin Kunbeo with his full strength. Instead, he controlled his power and only beat him half to death. If he killed Shin Kunbeo, most likely he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't be able to leave this 10,000 beast mountain range. Just as Ling Xiao took down Shin Kunbeo in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, that vermilion bird divine beast actually rushed towards him. Furthermore, he even heard a sentence that made him very surprised. Are you Big Brother Ling Xiao?" Chapter 1426. Big Brother Ling Xiao. No one among Ling Xiao had ever called him that before, right? Maybe there had been, but that had been many years ago, when he was still in the clan. Only those who were younger than him had called him that. Perhaps there had been others, but he could not remember. In any case, ever since he had become famous, no one had ever called him that. Even the women who admired him usually wouldn't call him that. No, there was another Shaoling who called him that. But she should be far away in the profound sky region, and it was impossible for her to appear here. These words sounded so familiar to his ears, yet it also felt so far away. Ling Xiao grabbed Shin Kunbeo with one hand, and turned to look at the small divine beast vermilion bird. On top of it stood a pure girl who looked like a little girl next door. This young lady was the heavenly lady of the Wanshou Alliance. Her delicate and round face did not have any makeup on, and her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She was a beautiful and adorable girl, but Ling Xiao swore that he had never seen her before. Could it be that she wants to use her beauty to make me let Shin Kunbeo go? She's underestimating me too much, but let's see what this girl wants first. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart. Then he looked at the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy maiden and said, little sister, do you know me? Ling Xiao called her little sister because she called him big brother first. Moreover, he could see that the holy maiden was younger than him by about 10 years, so calling her little sister was not too much. However, he was also very surprised. This holy maiden Tenbin was so abnormal that she had already reached the strength of a mid-level god king, and was not much weaker than those divine bodies. In this heaven region, there were really all kinds of amazing people. When the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy maiden heard Ling Xiao admit that he was Ling Xiao, her delicate face flashed with excitement. Just as the holy maiden was about to speak, Shin Kunbeo said with difficulty, Holy maiden, hurry up and save me. Shin Kunbeo even had the thought of dying. He didn't expect that with so many holy beasts protecting him, his divine body would explode in just 2 or 3 attacks. He was heavily injured, and his strength was suppressed by his opponent. It was impossible for him to recover even if he wanted to. Now he could only hope that the goddess would ask for Million Bird to save him. However, the angel seemed to ignore his words and looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of excitement as she said, Big brother, you don't remember me? I'm Xian. When the holy maiden said these words, it was as if all of her strength had been drained out of her. Tears flowed down from her beautiful eyes and her body softly sat on the vermilion bird's back. She looked at Ling Xiao with a very expectant expression, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't recognize her. Xian. Ling Xiao was confused. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Heavens! What are you waiting for? Quickly save me! Shin Kunbeo shouted in shock once again. Unfortunately, he was once again ignored by the heavenly girl. The heavenly girl continued to speak to Ling Xiao. Big brother, don't you remember that you saved Xian before? You even beat the bad guys away for Xian, bought beautiful clothes for Xian, gave Xian a big house to live in, and even let Uncle Kuang Hu take care of me. The heavenly maiden narrated the past events one by one. Her face was full of tears, and her clothes were already wet. Her voice was moving, and her appearance was lovely and moving. It really made people shed tears when they heard it, and their hearts ached when they heard it. In Ling Xiao's mind, a distant memory slowly awakened. Do you want to learn how to beat people? Then can you beat this scoundrel? Your big brother can beat him without using his hands. See, I don't need my hands to beat him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. Big brother, I'll learn this footwork from you. Alright, big brother will teach you in the future. Xian, where is your home? Big brother will send you back, okay? Big brother. Xian doesn't have a home. Don't cry, big brother will take you with him and teach you how to cultivate, okay? Scenes of memories that had disappeared for a long time, scenes of unforgettable scenes, seemed as if they had reappeared yesterday. A little girl who was in the same boat as him in his previous life made Ling Xiao feel a sense of closeness from the very beginning. His experience with her was so similar, so pitiful, that he decided to protect her for the rest of his life as she grew up. Unfortunately, after an inexplicable disappearance, the little girl had disappeared. Ling Xiao had sent people to inquire about her whereabouts, but at that time, his ability was limited, and there were countless children like her. Wanting to find her was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up. He must have found out from Li Kuanghu that the old man who kidnapped the little girl didn't have any ill intentions towards her, so he felt a little better in his heart. Many years had passed, and Ling Xiao had indeed long forgotten about that little girl. Or it could be said that he was not willing to deliberately recall. After all, he was only a youth at that time. After many years of wandering and tempering, he wholeheartedly pursued extreme power, wholeheartedly wanted to find Yun Mingqi, and threw many unnecessary things to the back of his mind. But now, he had never thought that the kind and cute little girl from back then had already grown up, and even met him in the Sky Sparrow region. This little girl was Xia Xian, who Ling Xiao had saved from the hands of others when he first entered the Purple Sky sect. At that time, she was like a little beggar, very down and out and sloppy, but she had a pure child's heart. She picked up something and returned it to others, and was even misunderstood by others as stealing it. That was why Ling Xiao couldn't help but take action, and treated her like a little sister. He had originally thought that it would be impossible for him to see her again in this life, but now they met again in an extremely coincidental manner. This made him feel that it was hard to believe. Perhaps life was already destined. Some people, some things, simply could not be forgotten even if they wanted to. You are really Xian? How is this possible? How did you come to the heaven domain? Ling Xiao was still in disbelief as he asked in surprise. He suspected that his mind had been bewitched by others, and thus caused him to fall into a state of confusion. However, he had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to protect his soul, so it was impossible for him to be bewitched by any external forces. Big brother, I am really Xian. I still remember Sister Ruoshui, Uncle Xiaogui, and the others. I came here because Grandpa lied to me. I hate him to death. Xia Xian replied with a face full of joy, as if Ling Xiao was very happy to remember her. She flew down from the vermilion bird and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not help but take a few steps back as he carried Shen Kunbeo. Both parties were now in a state of hostility, and although he could confirm that this girl in front of him was the same Xia Xian from back then, who knew how much she had changed over the years, perhaps she would take the opportunity to save Shen Kunbeo. Xia Xian was stunned as she watched Ling Xiao retreat, and the rippling tears in her beautiful eyes once again flowed down wildly. She said in an aggrieved tone, "Big brother, do you hate me? Is it because Xian did not go back to look for you all these years that you are angry?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that his retreat would cause Xia Xian to be so sad. Looking at her lovely appearance, he felt that the naive little girl was still the same as yesterday, without the slightest change. She was still so kind, so pitiful. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Xian, don't cry, it's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother apologizes to you, okay? Ling Xiao's actions just now were completely due to his years of vigilance, and he naturally became vigilant. It was really an unintentional mistake. Xia Xian stopped crying and laughed. Big brother, you did nothing wrong. It's Xuan's fault. Please forgive Xian. Hee, we siblings haven't seen each other for so many years. Let's not say such sad words. Seeing that you have grown up today, Big brother is also relieved. Ling Xiao said very sincerely as he moved closer to Xia Xian. In the past, Xia Xian was just a cute little girl. He did not expect that she would become a beautiful young lady now. However, Ling Xiao did not have too many improper thoughts. He only saw Xia Xian as a sister in his heart. Oh right, big brother, can you let Uncle Bao go? He is a little fierce, but he usually treats people well. Xia Xian finally remembered Shen Kunbeo and spoke up for him. Xia Xian called Shen Kunbeo Uncle Bao, not because she was disrespectful, but because she had called him that since she was young. It had become a habit. In the union, only she dared to call Shen Kunbeo Uncle Bao. Ling Xiao was obviously a little hesitant, but he quickly thought it through. Since Xia Xian was the holy lady, and the vermilion bird divine beast was indeed her mount, then the Genesis stone's whereabouts must be with her. And she was also the little sister that he had acknowledged in the past. Between siblings, all the problems could be solved easily. Ling Xiao released Shen Kunbeo and removed the power that was suppressing him. He then said to Xia Xian, can you stop those spirit beasts from attacking the Fire Tribe's people? Yin Yang is a friend of mine. Currently, besides a group of holy beasts surrounding Ling Xiao, the majority of the holy beasts were chasing after the Fire Tribe's people. If this continued, most of the Fire Tribe's people would definitely die. However, if he could save one, then so be it. He would treat it as being a good person to the end. Big brother, you have the final say. Xia Xian listened to Ling Xiao's words. After she responded, she said to the slightly larger vermilion bird divine beast not far away, Ant Bird, please stop them from chasing. We can't do this, holy lady. Letting them go today is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, they have killed so many of our holy beasts, we can't let them go. Shen Kunbeo swallowed a recovery divine herb, and said with an indignant expression, although he had the ability to summon many spirit beasts, he could not be compared to the vermilion bird, the king of beasts. Uncle Bao, grandfather said not to be enemies with them, Xia Xianxian replied. Without waiting for Shen Kunbao to say anything, the large vermilion bird had already spread its wings and flew up high. It directly swept to the top of the 9 heavens, and let out a series of loud and clear cries, conveying its supreme order. Whoosh! The vermilion bird divine beast's fiery aura was like a strange phenomenon descending. It was really worthy of being the king of birds. Some of the spirit beasts that were chasing from afar heard the vermilion bird's cries and started to stop. They even roared at the same time to transmit a message to the other spirit beasts. Chapter 1427. Roar. Beastly roars rang out incessantly, causing the sky above the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to shake incessantly. The fleeing fire tribe members finally found that there were no more spirit beasts chasing after them. They all exhaled in relief. They had sent more than 300 people, but now there were less than 50 left. They had lost more than 200 King God Realm experts. Even if the fire tribe was a big family, they had suffered a great loss. We finally escaped. Yan Wuchen, a half-incipient God Realm expert, said, feeling a little weak. In front of hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts, they could only run. Even the half-incipient God Realm experts didn't dare to be careless. Half of the 10 half-incipient God Realm experts of the fire tribe had died. It showed how terrifying this army of holy beasts was. The most pitiful thing was that they had sacrificed so many people, but they had only killed less than 15 people of the 1,000 Beast Alliance. Most of them had killed the holy beasts. This was a big blow to them. They had lost people while the other side had dead beasts. The fire tribe couldn't afford such a loss. This was also why no one had dared to provoke the 1,000 Beast Alliance for so many years. Yin Yang said with a face full of regret. If it weren't for me, everyone wouldn't have ended up like this. Damn it. Yin Yang wanted to propose marriage to the 1,000 Beast Alliance. The two superforces would form an alliance and become a legend in the Heaven Sparrow territory. He didn't expect that one sentence would cause such a huge loss. No matter who it was, they would feel very uncomfortable and unwilling. Yen Songjun said angrily. It's all because of that idiot Yen Fu. He could have said those words at any other time. Why did he have to say those words in someone else's territory? He deserves to die. Pausing for a while, he turned to look at the 1,000 Beast Mountain range and shouted, "We can't let this go. Go back and report to our forefather. We must summon an army to destroy the 1,000 Beast Alliance." The rest of the Yen clan's Yen guards all agreed. They had fought this battle too miserably. So many people had died, but they couldn't shake the foundation of the other side. It was really depressing. Oh no, Divine Master Ling is still in the mountain range. What should we do? Yin Yang suddenly shouted. Divine Master Ling? You mean the young man who saved you? Yen Songjun raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right, he's a friend I met in the Medicine Alliance Guild. He's a divine apothecary that's much more outstanding than me. He's now a guest elder in the Medicine Alliance Guild, and he's also a member of the Sky Dragon Region's Dragon Gate. Yin Yang replied. Then he continued. If he stays behind by himself, how can he escape? This time, I Yin Yang am not even human anymore. That friend of yours isn't that simple. Since he was able to save you from Shen Kunbao, he definitely has the ability to escape. His strength isn't any weaker than ours. In fact, he's a bit stronger. Yen Songjun said. That's right, Yin Yang, let's go back first. We'll leave everything to the great ancestor. Your friend should be fine. Yen Wuchen agreed. I hope so. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Yin Yang sighed as if he had been reborn. Soon after, the group from the Yen clan quickly left the vicinity and hurried back to the Yen clan. As for the 3 supreme martial artists who had come with them, they weren't worried at all. After all, that level of battle was not something they could imagine. In the 1,000 Beasts mountain range, Shen Kunbao's face was filled with unwillingness and anger. Originally, they could have killed all the members of the Yen clan, but many of them had escaped. Moreover, they had lost more than 10 beast tamers. One must know that nurturing a beast tamer was much more difficult than nurturing an apothecary or a weapon forger. The timbin that beast tamers paid particular attention to was very high. They must have an innate sense of closeness with spiritual beasts, and then cultivate their beast-taming heart sutra. Only then would they be able to gradually interact with stronger spiritual beasts, gain their friendship, and make them work for them unconditionally. Now that they had lost more than 10 people, it was equivalent to a quarter of the sacred beast tamers in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Don't look down on these people. The army of spiritual beasts that they led was comparable to thousands of troops. Originally, everything was under his control. However, the Holy Lady refused to listen to him, and did not let the vermilion bird attack. Otherwise, the members of the Yen clan would have been annihilated. Now she had actually listened to an outsider, and ordered all the spiritual beasts to stop attacking. This made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Ling Xiao did not expect Xia Xianxian to be so popular in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. She did not even need to listen to the alliance leader's words, and she could even order all the spiritual beasts around her. Who would have thought that the little girl who looked like a beggar would become the holy lady that everyone was looking at? Ling Xiao was just about to speak to Xia Xianxian when Shen Kunbeo asked, "Holy Lady, more than 10 of our beast tamers have died. How can you let the members of the Yen clan go?" In fact, Shen Kunbeo had always been very jealous of Xia Xianxian. This was because before Xia Xianxian joined the Thousand Beasts Alliance, he had always been highly regarded by the old alliance leader. The old alliance leader had passed on the Thousand Beasts Alliance to him to manage. But one day the old alliance leader had brought back a little girl, and said that she was his granddaughter. From then on, the Holy Lady's position was established, and the old alliance leader had started to place all his attention on the Holy Lady. Most of the time, his words were not as effective as the Holy Lady's. Later on, the Holy Lady had gained the vermilion bird's recognition, and became the most dazzling beast tamer in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. She was named the one and only divine beast tamer, and her reputation was comparable to the old alliance leaders. It was also from then on that he, the alliance leader, felt very unhappy. He felt that all the glory and honor should have belonged to him, but the Holy Lady had snatched it away from him. Now the Holy Lady had done such a thing for an outsider. He could not help but blame the Holy Lady. "Uncle Bao, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. I'll go back and talk to my grandfather and ask him to punish me," Xia Xianxian said with a hint of grievance. Shen Kunbeo was filled with hatred. Every time Xia Xianxian brought up the old alliance leader, he had no way to refute her. Although he was the leader of the alliance, as long as the old alliance leader was still alive, he would never be able to challenge the old alliance leader's authority. After all, the old alliance leader was a true supreme being, and the old alliance leader's prestige was not something he could compare with. He had worked hard for the old alliance leader all his life, and he did not have the slightest bit of disrespect for the old alliance leader. Shen Kunbeo could only compromise and said, "All right, explain this matter to the old alliance leader." He then said, "Uncle Ma is currently fighting with the Yen clan in the outer region, and has not returned yet. If anything happens to him, the old alliance leader will be very angry. You should let the vermilion bird help him." "Ah, Grandpa Ma is fighting with someone. Doesn't he have a few uncles by his side to help him? He should be fine." Xia Xianxian was shocked at first, but then she relaxed and said, although Xia Xianxian looked very naive, she was actually not stupid. If someone wanted to order her to do something, she would consider the pros and cons before doing it. Furthermore, she believed that nothing would happen to Ma Yanquan. Otherwise, she would definitely let the vermilion bird do it. Forget it, forget it. You are always so kind. You would rather suffer than hurt others. One day, you will regret it." Shen Kunbeo had already been defeated by Xia Xianxian. He waved his hand and glared at Ling Xiao. He then dragged his heavily injured body towards the armored leopard. The others immediately cleaned up the battlefield, and buried the dead sacred beasts one by one. The beast tamers saw any spiritual beast as a friend. When they died, they would not use any valuable parts of their bodies. Instead, they buried them alive to show their respect. "Sister K, or come and see Big Brother. If Big Brother had not saved me when I was young, I would have been beaten to death by the bad guys. Xia Xianxian was immediately overjoyed when Shinkunbeo walked away. She said to the smaller vermilion bird divine beast beside her, "Little Xianxian, is this the big brother who saved you so often? I can feel that he is very strong, but he is still slightly weaker than my mother." The little vermilion bird looked at Ling Xiao and spoke in the human language. "Of course, Big Brother defeated the bad guys and made Uncle Leopard suffer. He is definitely stronger than you," Xia Xianxian replied proudly. It was as if the little vermilion bird was praising Ling Xiao as if she was praising her. At this moment, the large vermilion bird looked at Ling Xiao with its sharp eyes and said, "What is your relationship with the dragons? Why do you have so much dragon blood in your body?" The large vermilion bird looked very unfriendly, and its tone was very threatening. Ling Xiao looked at the large vermilion bird in surprise. He did not expect it to sense the dragon blood in his body. "I am from the Kim people of the Sky Dragon domain. The Golden Dragon is a good friend of the Kim people for generations," Ling Xiao replied seriously. "No wonder you have such a strong dragon blood. It seems that you have a good relationship with the dragons. You are worthy of being Xuanxuan's brother." The large vermilion bird softened its tone and said. It was obviously satisfied with Ling Xiao's answer. Ling Xiao could understand the meaning behind the vermilion bird's words. It was obvious that he was worthy of being Xia Xuanxuan's brother if he was recognized by the dragons. Otherwise, it would definitely not agree. Ling Xiao was also aware that the True Dragon clan and the Vermilion Bird clan had a good relationship since ancient times. The White Tiger, Hundun Golden Crow, and other clans were their sworn enemies. Therefore, the large vermilion bird could recognize Ling Xiao because of this relationship. If Ling Xiao's dragon blood was obtained by slaying a dragon, the vermilion bird would definitely not let him go. "Oh right, big brother, how did you get here? Did you know I was here? Is that why you came looking for me?" Xia Xianxian asked continuously. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I should be the one asking you this question." After a pause he said, "Let us find a place to talk. It's not convenient to talk here." Okay. Big brother, come with me. We'll go back to where I live. No one will try to harm us there," Xia Xianxian said happily. She then said, "Big brother, come on sister Kair too. She flies very fast." Hee, it's fine. I'm not slow either," Ling Xiao declined politely. What a joke. Could anyone sit on a divine beast? Although he had sat on True Dragon divine beasts and Qilin divine beasts, it did not mean that he could sit on the vermilion bird. Chapter 1428. The place where Xia Xianxian lived was very beautiful and pleasant. It was like a paradise. It was a cave behind the mountains that was isolated from the rest of the world. And it was also protected by a supreme being's restrictive spell. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it, let alone enter it easily. At the entrance, there were powerful 10th Order divine beasts guarding the place. This was the hinterland of the Thousand Beasts mountain range, and not far from here was the headquarters of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. There was a waterfall between the mountains, and clear spring water flowed endlessly along the path. On both sides of the path, there were lush green spirit grasses and various spirit flowers. The bursts of fragrance seeped into one's heart. In addition, on the not-so-tall holy trees, there were sparkling and attractive fruits that emitted dazzling light, causing this place to be filled with divine light. From time to time, there would be a few small spirit beasts playing happily here. In the distance, there was an elegant bamboo house, which added a lot of vitality to this divine realm. From afar, this place looked like a beautiful painting, pleasing to the eye and surprising to the eyes. Xia Xianxian returned to this place and sang a moving song happily like a fairy, while the two vermilion bird divine beasts transformed into their human forms. After they transformed, they were definitely peerless beauties, so mesmerizing that it made people dazzled. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. All the divine beasts he saw after they transformed were either handsome or beautiful. It really made people jealous. At the same time, he looked at the paradise that Xia Xianxian lived in, and his heart was filled with envy. If he could find a place of such elegance, and let his wives live there, they would certainly be very comfortable and at ease. Other than that, he also thought of Xiaoling. If she could meet Xia Xianxian, They would definitely become good friends who could talk about anything. Because they were pure like a clear spring, kind, innocent, and adorable. Inside the bamboo house, Xia Yingying could not wait to take out the holy fruits and heavenly spring water, and place them in front of Ling Xiao for him to enjoy. Looking at these two rare things being used as food by Xia Xianxian, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Eating these holy fruits and heavenly spring water all day, it's hard not to become strong. From this, one could imagine that Xia Xianxian was really liked by her grandfather in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Big brother, do you think this part of mine is beautiful? When I first discovered this place, I fell in love with it. That's why my grandfather built this place for me to live alone. Xia Xianxian said proudly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, beautiful, big brother wants to stay here for a long time. It's true. That's great. Big brother, you can stay here from now on. We can be together forever. Xia Xianxian exclaimed in surprise. She jumped up. It could be seen that when Ling Xiao had helped her, it had affected her lifelong gratitude and affection for Ling Xiao. Hee, I'm afraid that won't work. Your sister-in-law won't agree. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Sister-in-law? Big brother, you're already married? Xia Xianxian asked with a sad expression. Ling Xiao did not notice Xia Xuanxuan's expression as he replied. Of course. A man like Big Brother who is loved by everyone and blossoms with flowers would naturally be married a long time ago. By the way, your sister Bing Ruoshui is also one of my wives. Xia Xianxian was also stunned for a moment, but she smiled again and said, that's great. If there's a chance, I must meet Sister Ruoshui and Uncle Guanghu again. Of course there will be a chance. Anyway, we're in the Qian domain. Ling Xiao replied and then asked again. How did you come to the Qian domain? Back then, Xia Xianxian was just a little girl who was not even 10 years old. She was kidnapped and disappeared for more than 100 years. However, after more than 100 years, not only did she come to the Qian domain, but she had also become a mid-level god king. This kind of opportunity made him a little jealous. After all, he had only managed to slowly forge his current strength after experiencing a narrow escape from death. He wasn't like those monstrous geniuses, or the direct descendants of superpowers, who received the best nurturing from a young age, and didn't need to go through many hardships. Thus, Xia Xianxian began to tell Ling Xiao about her experiences in the past 100 years. Back then, when she was saved by Ling Xiao bought a manor in Zitian City, and asked Li Guanghu to take care of her there. Originally, she had a family, a big brother, and an uncle who protected her. She felt very happy, very happy. However, suddenly one day, an old man appeared in the courtyard. She curiously asked who this old man was. However, this old man was curious as to why she could talk to the little bird. Of course, she answered truthfully. She didn't know why she had this ability, but she felt very close to it, and could sense everything it wanted to express. It was also because of this answer that the old man concluded that she was a natural beast tamer. As long as she was nurtured well, she would definitely become a great person. Thus, the old man tempted her, and wanted to take her away. At first, she was determined not to leave the courtyard, because she treated her big brother as her only relative. Naturally, she did not want to be with this strange old man who suddenly appeared. However, the old man seemed to be determined to get her, and in the end he forcefully wanted to take her away. At that time, Li Guanghu wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, how could he be a match for the old man? The old man merely waved his hand and he lost consciousness. Later on, the old man brought her to the famous mountains and rivers, allowing her to come into contact with those little spiritual beasts. Perhaps, she really was a natural beast tamer. Her mind could communicate with any kind of spiritual beast, and she also discovered that she really liked to stay with these spiritual beasts, treating them as her own friends and companions. It was precisely because of this that she gradually liked to follow by the old man's side, and gradually buried her big brother in her heart. Moreover, at that time, her old man was constantly transmitting other consciousnesses and thoughts to her, saying that if she dared to think about her big brother again, he would go and kill him. Of course, she did not want anything to happen to her big brother. Being kind, she could only give in, but she also knew how to raise a condition, which was to see her big brother for the last time. before she was willing to sincerely worship him as her master. Naturally, the old man agreed immediately. Through his contact with Xia Xianxian, he knew that this little girl was really born with spiritual intelligence and could communicate with any spiritual beast closely. She was the successor that he wanted, and he must make her follow him willingly. Thus, he brought Xia Xianxian to visit Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao was still cultivating in the Purple Heaven sect, but he did not know that someone was looking down on him from the sky. After Xia Xianxian saw Ling Xiao, although she was still a little unwilling, she kept her promise and left with the old man, and even worshipped him as her master. However, the old man changed his mind, and simply let her acknowledge him as her grandfather, without mentioning anything about being her master. After interacting with the old man, Xia Xianxian felt that the old man was really good to her, and she also longed to have a grandfather, so she accepted him as her grandfather. Next, she followed her grandfather to travel around, and her grandfather taught her divine skills, and divine skills to communicate with spiritual beasts. Later, she found out that her grandfather was the old leader of the Thousand Beast Alliance in the Heaven Domain, and that he possessed supreme divine strength, and could control tens of thousands of beasts. At that time, she was still very young, and she clamored for her grandfather to bring her to the Heaven Domain. This was her grandfather's original plan, and of course, he brought her to the Heaven Domain. After arriving in the Heaven Domain, Xia Xianxian slowly grew up, and the speed of her advancement was very fast. She also met many spiritual beasts, and learned about many things in the Heaven Domain. Later, she wanted to return to the Heaven Domain to see her big brother, but she knew that there were many things that were beyond her control, and she was also afraid that her big brother would not recognize her anymore. Her strength had already far surpassed her peers, and she was afraid that if she appeared in front of her big brother again, it would deal a blow to his confidence and cause him to feel inferior. After all, she had met many people of the same age in the Heaven Domain, and their strength was far inferior to hers, so they did not dare to be friends with her. Therefore, she rarely interacted with other people, and instead often stayed with spiritual beasts. After going through all kinds of fortuitous encounters, she got to know the little vermilion bird, and through the little vermilion bird, she got to know the big vermilion bird. All of these encounters were things that others yearned for but could not. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was also deeply moved. After Xia Xianxian finished talking about her matters, she continued to ask Ling Xiao about how he came to the Heaven Domain, and how he became so powerful. Her beautiful eyes rippled with worship, and she thought to herself, "Big brother is so amazing. Grandfather always says that I am so outstanding, but I feel that I am far inferior to big brother." Ling Xiao didn't try to hide anything. He told Xia Xianxian everything that had happened to him in the past few years. When this girl heard that Ling Xiao had charged all the way from the northwest to the central region, and then from the central region all the way to the Heaven Realm, and all the hardships he had experienced, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Ling Xiao. Her tears kept flowing. "Big brother, you are so biased. You came to the Heaven Domain to find big sister Meng Qi, but you did not think about Xianxian." Xia Xianxian pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao only thought that Xia Xianxian had the temperament of a child, and he laughed. "You little girl, back then you were still a little girl. Big brother once looked for you, but the world is so vast, I did not know how to find you. I don't care, I want you to look for me again, okay?" Xia Xianxian said coquettishly. Looking at her pure and cute appearance, Ling Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, and he felt that it was not bad to have such a sister. Then Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, "Xianxian, this time big brother came here to ask for your help. I really did not expect you to be the legendary fairy. It is really a surprise and a pleasant surprise. Big brother, tell me, what do you need my help with? I will do my best to help you." Xia Xianxian immediately became excited when she heard that Ling Xiao needed her help, as if she was very happy to be able to help Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth, an old voice faintly rang out. "You little brat, don't you dare have any designs on my granddaughter, or else this old man will not let you off." This voice was like the sound of heaven, and it echoed in this space. Chapter 1429. The voice was so loud that Ling Xiao's ears were ringing, and he could feel his blood boiling. So powerful, Could this be Xuanxuan's grandfather? Ling Xiao thought to himself in surprise. Ling Xiao had heard from Xia Xianxian that her grandfather was the old chief of the Wanshou alliance, Dugujin. He had guessed that the old man must be a supreme being. However, he did not know which stage he was at. Now that he heard the old man's voice without him noticing, he was sure that the old man's strength was much higher than his own. He was not just an ordinary supreme being. He was probably at least a mid-level supreme being. Grandpa, you're so annoying. How dare you scare Big Brother? I'll pull out your beard. Xia Xianxian said unhappily. Just as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bamboo house. You little girl, I've raised you for so many years. How dare you talk to an outsider? The man said with a bitter smile. Ling Xiao saw the man's face clearly. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His ordinary face had the kind and gentle look of an old man next door. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of majesty. He was dressed in a linen robe with many patches on it. He looked like an old man from a poor family, so poor that he could barely keep his clothes. However, the people from the Wanshou alliance that Ling Xiao saw were dressed very strangely. It was not because they did not have divine gems to exchange for clothes or armor, but because their beast tamers had strange personalities. Grandpa, you're wrong. Big Brother and I are a family. You were the one who forced us to join. Xia Xianxian said unhappily as she walked to the old man's side and supported him. The old man immediately swallowed his words upon hearing Xia Xuanxuan's words. If he had not forcefully accepted Xia Xianxian as his granddaughter, he might still be a loner. At this time, Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed to Dugujin. Greetings, honored sir. No matter what, Ling Xiao felt the need to bow to Dugujin. First, Dugujin had the strength of a supreme being. Second, he was Xia Xuanxuan's grandfather. He deserved his respect. You do know some logic, but you're not qualified to have any ideas about my granddaughter. After Dugujin praised Ling Xiao, he warned, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would really kidnap Xia Xianxian. Old master, you're worrying too much. Xianxian is my little sister, and you're my grandfather. We're family. Ling Xiao said humbly. Xia Xianxian smiled happily and said, That's right, Grandpa. Big Brother will also recognize you as Grandpa in the future. We are a family. What do you think? If anyone else had said this, Dugujin would have refused without the slightest hesitation, and even chased them away without giving them any face. What kind of person was he, Dugujin? He was the #1 beast tamer in the Heaven region, a powerful mid-level sovereign who had more than 10 11th level holy beasts to rely on. He was an old man who had lived for close to 100,000 years. With his qualifications, who knew how many people in the Heaven region wanted to be his grandson, or even his great-grandson. The key was whether those people had the qualifications or not. Now that Ling Xiao had said this to Xia Xianxian, it was already pretty good that he did not fling his sleeves and leave. Those people definitely had a motive for wanting to get close to him, and wanted to borrow his name to earn some benefits. Dugujin said with a cold face, I can't afford to call you Grandpa. Someone who even dares to bully our Thousand Beast Alliance's alliance leader. How could he place an old man like me in his eyes? Ling Xiao laughed dryly. Isn't this like a flood rushing to the Dragon King Temple? A family does not recognize a family? Ling Xiao knew that this old man had already seen the battle just now. If he had really killed Shen Kunbeo at that time, he would have been killed by this old man immediately. Grandfather, don't be so fierce to Big Brother, he's not pure. Xia Xianxian said on behalf of Ling Xiao. I haven't said anything about you yet. Every time you go against your grandfather's words, how many people have died? Don't you feel sad for them? Dugujin looked at Xia Xianxian and reprimanded her. Xia Xianxian said unhappily. What's so good about fighting and killing? Didn't they explain that it was an unintentional mistake? Now that so many lions, leopards, and white foxes have died. How pitiful. As Xia Xianxian spoke, tears almost flowed out of her eyes, because she knew those holy beasts. They were her friends, and they had died. She was very sad. Speaking of which, this brat has also killed quite a few holy beasts. Why are you still so nice to him? Dugujin immediately brought the topic to Ling Xiao and said. Xia Xianxian glanced at Ling Xiao and said, Big Brother doesn't know that they are my friends. Otherwise he wouldn't have hurt them. Right, big brother? Ling Xiao immediately replied. That's right. If I knew that they were Xuanxuan's friends, I would definitely coexist peacefully with them. Dugujin was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He had raised and taught this little girl for so many years, but now, he was not as close to her as a brat who had suddenly appeared. Xia Xianxian could also see that her grandfather was unhappy, so she immediately shook his hand and said coquettishly, Grandfather, don't be angry. At most, I'll listen to you in the future. Otherwise, I'll pull off your beard. Hearing Xia Xuanxuan's words, Dugujin's tense face relaxed. He smiled and said, all right. You say that every time, but how many times have you listened to me? But now this brat can probably make you listen to me. Dugujin sized up Ling Xiao. He also remembered the fragmented memories of Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that the little guy who wasn't even a spirit master in the Xianling continent would actually reach the great circle of the god realm. Moreover, he even had the strength to deal with a rank 11 holy beast. Back then, his goal in coming to the Xianling continent was to find the footprints of other divine beasts. After all, the Xianling continent was an ancient continent, and there used to be several kinds of divine beasts living there. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, he traveled there and discovered Xia Xuanxuan's existence. He took her in as his successor. However, at that time, Xia Xianxian didn't want to care about him, a supreme being, which made him feel very depressed. Later on, he found out that this little girl had always been grateful to her big brother. If she didn't see him, she wouldn't be willing to acknowledge him as her grandfather. In the end, he had no choice but to bring Xia Xianxian to see Ling Xiao. At that time, he was thinking that if Ling Xiao's aptitude was passable, he would reluctantly bring Ling Xiao with him to the heaven domain. This way, Xia Xianxian could also wholeheartedly cultivate the beast-taming heart sutra that he had taught her. However, after he saw Ling Xiao, he was very disappointed. Because Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. Even though each attribute was very pure, the 5 elements lacked earth and wind, and he didn't have the chaotic body. This made him feel that it would be difficult to cultivate Ling Xiao, so he didn't bring Ling Xiao with him. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, Dugujin knew that he had misjudged him back then. This brat actually reached this realm in just over 100 years. It was simply unprecedented and no one would be able to surpass him in the future. He felt a little regretful, but he was more concerned that Xia Xianxian wouldn't be taken away by this brat. After all, for so many years, he had taken care of Xia Xianxian like his own granddaughter, and Xia Xianxian did not disappoint him. Not only had she mastered the beast-taming heart sutra to the highest level, she had even gained the recognition of the divine beast vermilion bird, giving the Thousand Beasts Alliance an even stronger backing. It had also made the Thousand Beasts Alliance even more famous than before. The name of the Thousand Beasts Alliance was truly well-deserved. Tell me, why did you come to the Wanshou Alliance? Is it to save those Yan clan kids? Dugujin looked at Ling Xiao and asked him seriously. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, I saved Yin Yang by coincidence. He is a friend of mine, and I couldn't just leave him to die. I came here to look for the Holy Lady, but I didn't know that she was the little girl from all those years ago. Oh, you want to be like that Yin clan kid and ask for my little girl's hand in marriage? Dugujin asked with interest. He felt that Ling Xiao was more outstanding than Yin Yang, but he also felt that Ling Xiao was a little too picky. He was afraid that he would kidnap Xia Xianxian and make her feel wronged. He was also afraid that Xia Xianxian would harm the power that Ling Xiao belonged to. After all, Xia Xianxian had the ability to tame tens of thousands of beasts, and she also had the vermilion bird as her spiritual beast. Any one of these would be enough to make anyone jealous. When Xia Xianxian heard her grandfather's words, her face flushed red. She turned her face away, not daring to look at Ling Xiao. Her heart was a little nervous. In fact, her heart was still filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. In her heart, the person closest to her was Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao really came to ask for her hand in marriage, would she reject him? Marrying Big Brother is better than marrying a man I don't know. Moreover, Big Brother is so powerful. Xia Xianxian thought to herself. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao said, Xianxian is my little sister. Why would I have any ideas about her? He paused for a moment before continuing. I heard that there is a Genesis stone in the Nirvana space, and I also heard that the Thousand Beast Alliance's Heavenly Lady has the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. She can enter the Nirvana space to obtain the Genesis stone. So this time, I came here for the Genesis stone. When Xia Xianxian heard Ling Zhao's reply, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, she quickly thought it through. Big brother is my brother, and I am his little sister. I will be with him forever, and I will not marry another man. Hee. Good boy, you actually dare to have ideas about the Genesis stone. Don't you know how valuable the Genesis stone is? Dugujin said with a cold face. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Xianxian would refute. Grandpa, what's so good about those broken stones? Only you see them as treasures. If Big Brother needs them, I will give him a big one. Little girl, what do you know? So many big forces want one Genesis Source Stone. Grandpa told you to give me one, but you didn't want to. Now this kid is here, and you want to give him a big one? Do you want to anger your grandpa to death? Dugujin was so angry that he stomped his feet. What do you know? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.